Someone just replied to me on Twitter, off-topic request. I can't decide which Fortnite creator code I'll use, yours or Sonic's. Can you do rock, paper, scissors with Sonic on the next Kombat King, so I'll use the winner's creator code?
Yo, that's hilarious. And let's do rock, paper, scissors.
1, 2, 3, go.
Don't worry about it. Even if you didn't projectile vomit, we would have probably been like, maybe we shouldn't. Wow, recording already, Snake.
Yeah,
so fast,
cake, baby.
so
Let's
hasty.
dive right into it. Let's just jump
Let's
in.
dive right
Right
immediately.
into the news.
Honestly, I'm very excited for this episode. Not just because we're gonna be tearing each other apart like really hard, brutally, but I'm actually very excited to see all the cosplays Snake's gonna bring up because I do know. I think one of our Combat Kings comment, somebody was genuinely very surprised that you had a rebellion. He's like, is that the fucking rebellion? Like, what? But before we dive right into it, we're gonna take like a 5-minute quick like MK break, or just like talk about these. But don't worry, there's barely any MK news. Like I'm not even too sure what MK news there really is. But you know, just because this is the Combat Kings, so.
Like how Snake sighed it, like, oh man, we have to cover the game that we are famous for covering. Damn it!
Because we always talk about MK for fuck's sakes, non-stop.
Oh, but don't worry, Snake. The episode for once, finally, because nothing MK happened really this past couple weeks, we get to actually talk about
When I know it.
not MK. Wow.
Ugh.
Oh, I get it, dog.
hate it.
Haha. You know.
Yeah, I was like, when I know it, that nothing happened. But trust me, I know.
Well, luckily for you, you will be getting some fun news in the next month, Chona Dog.
Yes, hopefully.
Well, I'm saying that because like you've got a small cameo in my Sindel video coming up.
Oh, cute.
There's a bit of a joke that I quite like that you are integrated into it. Just like how I integrated Snake into the Lee May video for a split second.
Put yourself in Sindel's shoes.
Fucker. You gotta be willing to risk it all if you're ever really gonna win big. See, let's see who in the audience knows what I'm talking about if this even makes it in.
I guess then we just start. I'll start the episode with my favorite quote from Devil May Cry.
If this is the lady bit, don't bother. I'm not.
No, that's not my favorite. That's not my favorite quote. My favorite quote in the entire Devil May Cry series is Royal Guard. That's my favorite quote because I fucking love Royal Guarding. It's so fun. It's like Virgil is gonna cut through space and like do the most like overpowered damaging thing. Royal Guard. Or I can do like I can use Balrog and just like dodge it. It just dodges space and time. We're completely fine just doing this constantly. Anyways, welcome to the Combat Kings podcast. Today we have a special episode because today we're actually not going to be primarily talking about MK. We're going to be primarily talking about the thing on the thumbnail, whatever the title is going to be called. I'm pretty sure I know what the title is going to be actually called this time. Before we get straight right into ripping each other's throats out, we got some cute MK news that we can update you guys on. You know, the things that you guys are here for, basically. Take it away, dog.
The MK news? Yeah, so Mortal Kombat is going to be getting a slight update in the future. We don't know to what extent, but Ed Boon has been teasing a little bit, doing a little bit of teasing on Twitter. He's like, hey, which characters do you think deserve the most love? And people were like, oh, this could just be Ed Boon being Ed Boon and just talking for the sake of talking. But then he replied to a quote tweet that was like, what kind of love we talking about here? And he said, oh, well, we're talking buffs for characters, more costumes for certain characters, all of the above, all of it. And it's like, okay, so this implies that they're making more content on top of what's already set to go, which is intriguing. It doesn't guarantee that we're getting a story mode part 3 or a combat pack 3, but it makes that possibility feel more valid than ever.
It is worth noting that the current season ends
2 weeks from now.
Yeah, next Tuesday. And we've heard nothing about what's going on, so basically we've got like a week for them to say, yeah, here's what we're going to do then, because you don't want to just shadow drop it. You want them to get some information ahead of time so you know, okay, well, the game's still alive, it's not dead. Shadow drops are cool, but I feel like for an ongoing thing, when it's like the future of the product, no, you want to reassure people that the game is still alive. You don't want to just go, maybe not. Then when it's like, this is it, down to the wire, yes or no. Just tell us, Ed. Just tell us, you fuck.
Yeah, but also worth mentioning, after 2 weeks from now, we are getting the newest, basically in a weird way, kind of like how many Invasion seasons do we get? 8 seasons? This is kind of a season 9, but more so season 4.5, because we're actually going to get some new Melina-related palettes in the game. And it's like, okay, something we actually wanted finally. So it's like, this next Invasion season is going to be way more like new and more for content, for palettes and stuff, compared to like the last 3 seasons that we've gotten. So I feel like they could be planning something for that. Who knows?
That would be nice. Any new content is good content. For me. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. We know. In that like thread, many people have thrown like their suggestions. I was very close to just throwing out my, I don't know, just a reptile suggestion, because I always do that. Like, oh, give reptile more skin, and whatnot. But I felt like I threw one that just felt more reasonable. And be like, it also related to the video I released around that time, like the Reiko changes and stuff like that. Thanks for featuring it in your recent video, dog.
It's a good image, just him holding the 2 things. I'm like, yeah, what the hell are these? Like, come on.
Yeah, that was for the video. That's why I happen to have that render. Originally, I just wanted him to hold like the bronze medal. I'm like the 3rd place, but then I'm like, the model I happen to have also has the spear and the knife. I'm like, oh cool, the model actually has that. They specifically separate that, which means in the game files, like they prepared the spear and the knife for something, so I could actually pose that for that too. It still baffles me that, you know, at least the spear is used in fatalities or brutalities. That knife, he never even, like, pokes anybody or slashes anyone at all. Yeah. He won't bring out the knife and sharpen it.
Yeah.
He's never going to use it, but he's going to sharpen that damn knife.
No, it's crazy. They really did Reiko both great and dirty in this game. It's a perfect mix of both. It's very interesting, because story-wise, he's the most cringe he's ever been. Because even though I thought that Reiko was redundant a little bit in the old games, I never thought he was like a cringe loser. I just thought he was a general, you know? He seemed like he had that funny quirk of sneaking in and wearing Shao's armor, because he's like, yeah, look at me, now I'm the leader. Like, that was funny.
I'm Shao.
In the new game, he's just so unbearably lame. And you're like, dude, they need to hire some actually masculine people in NetherRealm who actually know like what a strong person looks like. I'm sorry, but they don't know. The only time they do like a villain who's like supposed to be masculine, they make them over the top and cringe. Like it's a nerd trying to pretend what their bully was like and make them a character. That's how it feels. And it's like,
I went kind of in depth with my opinions about Reiko. I'm just like, the most nothing burger character.
Good video.
Thank you. Yeah, I went pretty in depth with him, so if you want to see my opinions about him. Did you actually? I'm curious. Did you actually reply to that? I think you did, Snake. I remember I think you said something like just add the customizations.
Yeah. The only reason I remember I said that is because I remember certain people who liked it. I was like, oh yes, for them to have liked it, I must have said it. Otherwise, I'd be like, did I say anything? It's one of those where it's like, I can't really suggest anything major because they wouldn't do it. It has to be something that's easy to do. And this would be easy to do. There's no reason for them not to. And they just won't do it. Just do it. Just do it. For fuck's sake. The entire game is built around this system.
Yeah. You make a good point, Snake. That's probably why I didn't suggest anything reptile related. I just like, okay, if I suggest anything Reiko related, then they won't do it. So the chances of something that reptile gets is higher. Ooh.
Reiko's had 2 costumes since launch. Reptile's had several. Clearly, there are more people who are like, yeah, let's look at Reptile and give him some shit.
But he don't have a good lizard looking skin yet. Come on now, that's that's what I'm pushing for.
Like a MK9 skin, be pretty dope. Yeah.
Oh yeah, MK9, MKX. I would say like the spear and the knife thing. I just feel like it just feels like something that they've already planned, but they just didn't have time to put in. Yeah. It's because like he does use a spear move in the as a boss in the invasions mode. Granted, it's just Jade's pole move, like copy pasted, but still, like it does just feel like this is a part of the kit that didn't make it in time, but it still made it in time for the cosmetic animations and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, hey, maybe 1 or 2 moves with that, But we got an air grab. That's a new Reiko move we got. Okay.
It's very fun. Reiko is very very fun.
It is really cool though.
I like how they just said, you know what, he's too cringe of a keep away character. Like, it's really cheesy how he can just run away and throw shurikens all day. So we're going to kill that move. It's now only good up close for chip damage if spaced correctly.
Oh, okay.
And Yeah, it's still really good up close because you can do like a down 4 at max range and cancel into it, and like EX you have to block anyway, so you just do EX and it's like they're just I'll take all that chip damage. So it's still good, but it's not a zoning tool anymore. Reiko is a now in-your-face character. That's how he has to play. But on a different but similar topic, if the game is winding down, one thing I feel like they have to do, and I know it's going to be difficult, they should put every single invasion boss move within reason, because some are just goofy. Like Sub-Zero's giant ice charging move is obviously not going to be viable, but moves within
Big
reason.
Havoc
like
head.
Yeah, that's not going to work, obviously. But like things like Natara spitting blood, it could be a fine move where she like launches her spitball from the air. That could be fine. Reiko's
What about Reptile
spin.
spitting like? You know that one?
Just,
Or
a
is this
little
constantly
arcing one.
shoots?
That could be fun. Like a little arcing
Yeah,
spit.
that's what I mean.
Why not? And he
They
actually goes,
actually
and he spits too.
They kind of did add Raiden's boss move for his brutality. The one where he does the AoE lightning. He does that 3 times in one of his new brutalities. So they kind of did add that.
Oh, cool. But I'm
they
just saying
added,
that should be one of their final
Reiko's
updates
spear.
if they're done. Like, take those moves that we only get to be teased by in invasion mode, put them in. Let us actually use them, you know?
Yeah, that could be fun.
One of the neat things with Invasions, actually, it's one of the few neat things they've done in like 6 months, is they have the character relics you can find, and they give you certain moves or benefits. Like you know how Raiden's got like that thing where he charges up and then his eyes glow and he does more damage. His relic is the amulet, and it just has him like that the whole time. So he's constantly charged, which makes him really powerful.
Cool.
And you get access to certain moves. Like Melina gets a couple new ones. I think Kitana
The Melina one's the one
I
I got last time.
I think Kitana gets one of Melina's with hers or something. And sometimes I have to do fun little things like Takeda's is Jackie's gauntlets.
Oh.
The relic, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw your tweet about that.
It's like, that's sweet, even though, you know, this version would be way
Which
too
version?
old for that.
Yeah, like, which version?
Because he's about as old as Jackie's dad, so unless Jackie's going to be Jax's sister or something in this timeline.
How old is Kenshi and Takeda in this timeline? Maybe they're very young, you know? Maybe they're not like super old.
I'm still so
Not sure.
flabbergasted they didn't go with Snake's idea of him just being from a different timeline, because we know from Invasions that there's already different timelines and you can travel between them.
It's so
a lot of
funny
people had
because-
that idea, yes. Like,
because-
basically,
yeah.
that's like, how can you put Takeda in the game?
There's
And
so
it's
many
like,
issues with the characters in this game that would have just been fine if they're just from another timeline. Like, we don't need to have Bihan turn into Noob Saibot so soon. Just make the playable Noob Saibot be from Havoc's timeline. Say Havoc randomly felt like making Sector and Cyrex women. Why not? It makes more sense than Liu Kang doing it.
That's a good point.
Takeda, what is it called? Takeda, before he came out, 90% of everyone was just thinking, like, different timeline. How else can it work? Different timeline. It just has to be. It's either a different timeline or uncomfortable in the main line, like how it's implemented. And we had the latter. It's like, oh.
One more thing I'm glad to just know they're making another update is that certain things are busted in MK1 right now. It's rare, but some characters do break the game. Trimmer is one of those characters. If y'all watched Final Combat or the
He
Pro
did get
Competition
buffed,
recently,
yes, after that.
well, just in general, Trimmer's become
I saw the finale.
number one like cameo that almost everyone's using, and the reason why is 2 parts. One, to make him actually playable, well, not playable, but more played, because Trimmer's always had a great kit, but people just didn't want to put the effort in because he had the same recharge rate as a regular cameo. NetherRealm said, okay, what if we just double his recharge rate so it's faster than everybody else? That way you're using him way more often and you'll actually play with him. That's good. The problem is now, combine that with an exploit he's always had, which is when you're blocking, you can summon him when you're blocking and have him do one of his ambush moves, and he's like armored during that, so he just can interrupt things that no one else can interrupt. He can do more safe options that no one else can do, and because he recharges faster, he can keep you safe way more often than other cameos can do. So like Melina players love him because they'll just do a YOLO teleport and summon Trimmer, and if the teleport lands, they get a combo. If you block it, he just hits you and like you can't punish. So he's really good. Like Trimmer is stupid good. So one thing that needs to happen is he's got to be adjusted. Like he needs a nerf. That guy's a bit too OP right now. But NetherRealm, don't do anything until I make a video. Let me make a video about how busted he is, because I find it hilarious that he's like, he
You
went
got
from
about
a
2 weeks
no-played-
before the next patch.
Yeah,
Exactly.
in fairness, dog, like you're saying, hey, NetherRealm, don't do something timely. Yeah, NetherRealm's known for the timely intervention.
They're only known for being timely when it's to cuck me and I want to make a video on a certain topic, and then they end up changing something that makes that video irrelevant like that day. And I'm like, thanks, guys. As luck would cuck me.
It's not just you. They do it to us when we make an episode. Here's the current stuff going on with MK.
True.
Then new trailer comes like the same
the moment
day
we're
sometimes.
done recording.
Yeah.
I think
What is it with
one
fighting
time
games
we
and
got
doing
lucky.
this? Like, why are
One
fighting
time we
games
got lucky and
becoming...
it was while we're recording, and we're like, oh, we've caught it. Now we can talk about it while recording. Other than that, it's always right after.
I think it happened. No, more than once, because the trailer came out before we recorded. So we're like, oh, we're recording a reaction to this trailer right now. I remember that happened with like Takeda's trailer and stuff like that. The Fortnite trailer was very lucky though. It's like in the middle of our episode, guys, check it out. Sub-Zero shows up for 0.5 seconds. Let's react to that.
Yo.
By the way, did you guys know that the Star Wars trailer just came out for Fortnite like a couple seconds ago? Wow, let's react to it! Woo!
Did it actually?
I'm
or?
kidding. Yes, it did. The update is tomorrow, just so you know, by the way, Snake.
Because I know they're putting Darth Jar Jar in it.
I hate we're more excited for Fortnite Star Wars than real Star Wars, because modern Star Wars is such dog water that it's almost impossible to even get excited for it. You're like, ugh.
Andor is peak, though, so that's the only thing I look forward to.
Can they even do any more Andor?
Season 2 just started.
Oh, okay.
Like, right now there's 6 episodes of it right now.
It's fascinating how
and it's
people are
still-
more hooked on that, knowing what happens to those characters if you've watched, like,
Yeah.
the films. But you're still more invested with that because they're actually interesting and have depth.
What makes it funny is that most people going into Andor only did so because they heard it was really good. They did not go into it because they wanted to know more about Cassian Andor. He was such a nothing character, unfortunately, in Rogue One. Like, no one cared. And which, maybe that's why they're allowed to have so much creative freedom, because he's not one of the big ones like Rey or whatever. He's just whatever. Oh, we can do whatever we want with him, basically.
Exactly.
It's like Moon Knight. You know, Moon Knight used to be a kind of character you could just do whatever with, but now he's mainstream, so now there's more creative restrictions on him.
It's I'll say something. It's interesting because like Andor is the type of series that's just like, who the fuck would want to watch a show called Andor? Like, what a boring premise. But it's because of that. Like you said, they get to do all the freedom they want. They get to tell this like interesting story that has no restrictions, and they do that. And it's like, I watch Andor and I'm like, this is what I wanted like the Obi-Wan show to be. It's like, oh, this like darker tone, like dreary feeling in like the Empire Galaxy. No, Obi-Wan show is just like another like kids show adventure, basically. Like Andor was like what I wanted the Obi-Wan show to be and stuff like that. And so I love the idea that's like, if you're not restricted what you do, then I'm like, okay, cool. That's how I feel kind of with like the Thunderbolts movie. It's like, who wants to watch a movie with Ghost from Ant-Man 2, Yelena? It's like, okay, cool. We get to do whatever the fuck we want then. I was like, oh, and it's quite fun, nice.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see for sure. There's some red flags about that I'm worried about, but
I got
we'll
to say
see.
that's good already. Hee hee.
Oh, because you already seen it.
watching
Gotcha.
Yep.
You little cheater.
What do you mean cheater? We just got it early over here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna make up around something funny. So not only the NetherRealm drops trailers sometimes in the middle of what we're doing, in the middle of our work hours. Which, by the way, who at NetherRealm is dropping these videos during the early morning? Are you stupid? Like, people are at work. Are you stupid? Are you dumb?
Fine timing for me.
Release it when they get home or during lunch break.
Asian
But that's my
market.
point. I actually wonder if they're doing it for Snake's side of the world, because there is a decent sized
Europe?
MK community in Europe. But I'm like, I still feel a bit betrayed because I love y'all, but it's our game. It's our game. Release it when I'm ready to watch it. Me. It's our audience. Anyway.
Seen the national anthem at RS. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, it would be like if an anime dropped in time for Westerners instead of like their own, like, you know, audience. It's like, what are you doing? But that's something else I wanted to say, but I totally got lost in my own little funny rant. I was so focused on being entertaining that I forgot what my
Was it
substance
really
was.
funny though, dog? Was it real? Was it actually funny?
Let him believe that, Snake. Stop it.
Here's
Don't be
one more
rude.
thing I wanted to gripe about. So, on the exact day that City of the Wolves released is when, for some reason, an idiot at Capcom dropped the trailer for Elena. So now if you're a fighting game creator, you're not sure which one to fucking cover that day. And it's like, okay, I draw the line here because they knew the game was dropping on that day. You shut your mustache, barely able to grow a beard mouth over there, all right? You quiet down.
Look, it's two topics that you don't like, won't get any views on your videos anyway, so who cares for you?
I'm about to Yakuza slam the desk right now. Just walk out of the room. but I can't because his desk is wobbly and everything is like bouncing anyway.
But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying it's like it feels intentional, like intentional sabotage, or it just is crazy amounts of ignorance. Because how do you not know when like that game is dropping? You know, and I'm like, can they just wait one day or a day before even? Like, why you gotta drop the Elena trailer on the exact day? Like, that's just annoying.
To be fair,
because dog, they're trying to. It's a fight against the Saudis and the evil influence on this SNK game, because they're like, we're going to put the footballer in it, and we're going to put Maximilian Dude in it, and it's like, I appreciate Maximilian Dude being in it, but I don't fucking care about Ronaldo. Get him out of here. He's trash.
The best part about that,
the decisions are so bad.
connects.
The decisions are so bad. Fucking Sugar Punch came back to talk about it, motherfucker.
True. You resurrected him. It's like when who was that streamer that fucked up so bad that it? Oh, I think it was like Pokimane who fucked up so bad recently that it brought Sneeko back from the dead. And people were like, "What the fuck? This guy's still around?"
It's like when iDubbbz, when people started turning against him because he was like, "Oh, his girlfriend does OnlyFans," and then fucking Leafy came back from the dead to call him out.
Leafy came back from the dead, and then YouTube actually like terminated his channel like right and then and there. For like, I'm back, motherfucker! Terminated. It's like, oh my gosh, they do not want his ass.
We gotta cover that for a separate video, because that reeks of foul play that happened. Because there's way worse people on YouTube that just
really hate Leafy.
Persist.
It's I mean, like they were like, they do not want him on there anymore. Kind of it's quite interesting.
It's not just them. I think it's someone that YouTube likes, and I'm not gonna go too deep into the woods in this. But anyway. Back on topic.
Anyways,
about people coming back from the dead and all that.
We're going to turn into one of those conspiracy theorists.
I do find it kind of interesting.
There's no conspiracy. There's evidence to back this up. Also,
we talked about Fresh and Fit 2.0.
We talked about City of the Wolves for a brief second there. I'm assuming, Dog, you've been playing a little bit of it since it came out.
That's fun. The break system is interesting, and I like how the meter system works. You start off being able to do as many EX moves as you want, but if you do too many, you overheat and get locked out of them. And you're also in like a weakened state. So you gotta be careful not to do too many EX moves. But the cool thing is that it allows you to go ham at the very start of the round if you land a hit, which I think is awesome. I think more fighting games should think about this idea. Like Mortal Kombat could do this too, for example. Like you take, maybe like they injure themselves by going too ham, you know, early on in the round. Like they take actual damage, like, oh, like I pulled my fucking shoulder out doing that sick ass combo, you know? Like, damn. But yeah, in City of the Wolves, that's the main gimmick. But there are too many gimmicks in that game. Like the lane switching is brought back from the original Fatal Furies, which is cool.
It is?
But
is it?
Yeah, it's back. You can knock someone into the other lane and then jump in there and combo, then knock them back into the main lane, or you can hit them into the other lane and then choose to stay in your lane. It's really cool, and not really cool, but it's done in depth. But I think it was probably a mistake to include it because there's that. There's high and low crushes like in Tekken, but they're dedicated moves. So if you know the opponent's going for a YOLO high attack, you can just press this move and go pah and pop them square in the jaw and just get a full combo off of it. Or you can counter low and go pah and get a full combo. But it's a big read. So that, combined with the lane switching, combined with the break system, combined with the overheating and stuff, is just, it's a bit too much, I think. Also, you can only
do for you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a huge fan of too much meters and stuff. I like depth in the other sense, that like there's sauce. Like MK1 with the cameos has sauce because all the matchups and stuff. But if MK added like 4 meters, I'm like, I'm out. I've never been a fan of this. I always hated that BlazBlue did it. I always hated that Guilty Gear had too many meters back in the day too. I've never been a fan of that stuff. So, yeah.
Snake, did you hear that?
Hear what?
Which game did you not like, Dog, with the meter stuff?
No, I liked the game. I just didn't like how they did it. BlazBlue had too many like meters and stuff on screen.
Because he's not pronouncing it as BlazBlue. Is that the problem?
Well, it's called BlazBlue, I thought.
That's what it's spelled, but it's meant to be pronounced Blaze because Japan.
Oh, I've heard people call it BlazBlue at tournaments and stuff. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
I used to call it BlazBlue, but then everyone corrected me and called it BlazBlue, so I started calling it BlazBlue.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I never knew about this, actually. I was just confused there.
No one's right, no one's wrong. Okay, the only people who are wrong are the devs who spelled it in such a stupid way.
Yeah, that was even...
The one thing I've been hearing about, like, the City of the Wolves that's been really interesting is the quote-unquote, the Ganucci 180.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right?
The best thing about that character being in the game, and I was never even upset at him because he looked like a regular King of Fighters character to me with how wacky and silly he was. Anyone outraged at him was like similar to people who got mad at Lucky Chloe being in Tekken and said she made no sense. Well, because people are like, oh, she ruins the tone of Tekken. It's like, you're not a real fan then, because Tekken's always had ridiculous characters in it. They have animals. They have boxing, kangaroos, and dinosaurs. Like,
not
you
anymore.
can add weird Tecmo
not
girl,
anymore.
it's fine.
Fucking Harada said, oh no, Alex won't come back because people don't know who Alex is, because you won't put him in the games. That's what
I
my
read
girlfriend
that
knows
shit.
who
I'm like,
Alex
that's
is.
and
so
she's mad.
sad.
Every day we think about what they've taken from us in these games. Not just the characters, but the decals. You can't even do decals in Tekken 8, which you could in Tag 2. And it's like, why are we know why, but why? It's like, why are they being cheap? Well, because it's cheap. But why are they being cheap, you know?
They need the very specific characters to be in the game for the very specific audiences, and not the newer or more interesting characters, unfortunately.
And then I learned
imagine,
the hard way
like,
yesterday.
newer.
There's free fighting games included on PS5 right now that you can download and play, but they have no verses, either local or online. And I'm like, what the fuck? It happened to me twice. I downloaded Soul Calibur Broken Destiny to play with my girlfriend, and I downloaded Tekken 6 to play with my girlfriend because it has Roger Jr. in it, and she loves the animal characters. And lo and behold, there's no local verses. Do y'all want to guess why these fighting games have no local verses?
Because it's the PSP ports.
Yeah, it's a PSP port.
Oh.
Why did they port the PSP version, you might be wondering, instead of the PS3? Anybody want to guess?
Because there's already a built-in emulator for it.
Yeah. And it's apparently hard to transfer, they say, PS3 games to 5. But I disagree because emulator fans have already done it. Like, people have done it themselves. So if these nerd Giga Chads can do it at home in their free time, then how can these AAA companies not do it? Lazy bastards.
Money.
The nerve to even let me download that game without having in big impact font that there's no verses, when that's all you want to download an old fighting game for, is to like play with your friends on the couch.
You can
Did you like
go-
already download it, and then when you're sitting with
Yes,
the GF,
twice,
it's
but
like,
thankfully it downloads fast.
No
because it's a
VS.
PSP file, but yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's like
okay.
700 megs. But you can get Tekken 2 as well on PS5.
Is that the real
And that
Tekken
has-
2 or is it PSP?
I think it's
Sure.
it's listed as PS5, but it's obviously just the PS1 version. So you would have
But it has verses.
Alex and Roger, but they are in the game.
Oh yeah, that's
Hell
right.
yeah. And it's got
And
local
Kuma.
verses? Okay. Then I might do that.
Well, I would say look into it first, just to be safe.
Before spending it.
Don't give Namco any more money that they don't deserve, dog.
To be fair, actually, if you want like the more HD renditions, is there Tag Team? Is that on? Tag Team 1 or 2?
No, I
Weirdly
couldn't find. I
enough,
wanted
no.
to get Tekken Tag 2 initially because that's the best version to play on the couch because it has every character ever, including some dumb new ones that are just clone characters, and it's like, it's still fun.
Yeah.
They put Sebastian in Tag 2, for fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah, it was
Sebastian.
awesome.
Sebastian.
Yes.
So honestly, you know what they should do? Because he basically had Lily's moveset. They should remove Lily from the series and have Sebastian take the place.
I'm
See
down
where
for
this is
this.
going.
And it's funny because I saw Reddit
You are?
like
Interesting.
defending this. Some guy posted like, I can't believe they have it on PlayStation Store and you can't even play local verses. And people are upvoting the losers, I'm going to call them, who are defending it, going, well, it's a PSP port, and you're honestly expecting too much from like this whole of the game. I'm like, hey, this is just more proof that if Reddit's against you, you're right. Reddit is so consistently backwards lately, and I'm just like, I feel validated.
Lately?
Yeah.
Lately?
I guess they always have been, but like lately they're just like cringe backwards. Like I saw recently they were saying that it's good for game developers to be alienating gamers and not making games for gamers. And they got like 50 updates, and the person replying going, why is it good to go
Updates.
against your main audience? And they got like a -9. I'm like, dude, Reddit is not real. This place is like backwards loony. It's Bizarro World is what it is. Anyway. Poor
it
Sonic
is
is
quite
like, no,
interesting.
don't bring the Redditors after me, please.
I'm a little bit just being like, if we should talk Redditors, they somehow will either show up or we won't be on another tier list again.
Listen, we're fine. They have to leave Reddit first. They have to leave Reddit. The most they can do is meme about us on Reddit. Fingers crossed.
To be fair, I haven't seen too much of me on Reddit, so I have no idea what's going on. I'm a bit scared on Reddit, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's already like, I'm actually inhabitated in Twitter, despite all the bullshit on there, but I'm
Yeah.
a bit more used to that, weirdly enough, where Reddit is a completely it's like they're both different extremes. It's like if you can find, like you said, opinions like that on that extreme, then you can find Twitter having the other extreme. It's quite fun. I will give you that, but still.
And it's odd too because you're an angel on Reddit for the most part, which I think is great.
Am I? Oh, okay.
But one more thing I find funny about, well, not always, I guess, but one more thing I found funny about Reddit is they'll say, they'll make a lot of posts going, I like this channel. Like, screw these channels about fighting games, but I like these channels. But then you look at those channels and they're not getting views. And it's like, well, clearly you don't actually care about them or they'd be getting support. So, like, you're full of crap.
The thing is, sometimes like good channels don't get as many views compared to other people, or maybe they make good videos, but they don't upload like once or twice a year or half a year. No, Snake, you've been uploading way more consistently.
And he's getting good views too. That video passed 100K. Don't think I didn't see that. That was awesome, by the way, Snake.
Congratulations.
Hell video? Yeah. Your costume degradation one.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Which even has a complicated title, and people still clicked on it. I usually avoid using big words on my Twitter thumbnails and titles because I'm worried that like language barriers and whatnot, and just people not wanting to read degradation. So I probably just call it like the dumbing down of customization in Mortal Kombat games.
Yeah, that is really impressive. Oh, congrats on 20K on your Spider-Man video too, by the way.
Unfortunately, it's attracting those people from both sides of the debate. I'm like,
I saw your tweet.
I've had to start blocking words. We'll have to block these in the actual episode here, but I have to start blocking words like incel and woke and DEI.
Literally,
because it has nothing to do with it. I'm just saying the story was undercooked. They could have done it better. Here's the problem. Someone's like, you're just an incel who's mad that you don't get to play as Venom. It's like, you do play as Venom. I said it was bad. Watch the video, you idiot.
Listen,
I was like, I completely forgot.
Venom makes me an incel, then I'm an incel. All right?
That's right,
Marvel Rivals. The only reason I even was interested in Marvel Rivals is because they had Venom. And you know what they did recently? Gave him a twerking emote. And you bet to God I use it. Whenever I'm playing Venom before the round starts, I even sometimes will get to the point before like the door opens for the enemy team. I'll be on the convoy, just twerking in their face as healers are constantly healing me. So I can keep twerking there for a good solid 30 seconds, and then I swing away like a hero because Venom is almost impossible to kill.
The real American way. You're helping the supports with their ultimate charge.
The enemy team's like,
actually true.
The door opens, like, you know, like in Phantom Menace when you see Darth Maul, but it's Venom twerking. And then the other team's like, hold up, let him cook.
It's like when those two Jeffs were seen playing with each other and the whole team just like watched them like be adorable together.
Yes. No, we need to see this.
The two Hulks fighting was also hilarious. The two Hulks duking it out, and they just watched them fight, and both Hulks missed their scream stun, and people were like, they missed their stun. They truly are Hulk mains.
I love the clip where that one of the teams, the whole team just walks out slowly. The other team, like,
I saw that one.
Stop shooting. They go. And they fall in line, they all just walk off a cliff.
Yes, the cliff! It's so good.
That game lives for the memes. Yeah.
Absolutely. Every day you find new memes. I could post some. But okay,
wait, before we
I don't even remember what topic we're going on.
Before we go into DMC, I want to add one more thing.
Okay.
One more thing. The reason people are getting excited about Ed Boon's little here and there stuff on Twitter, like talking about more updates coming, more costumes, and asking for recommendations from players, combined with his random polls about the guest characters, some people think, it's just a theory, but some people think that the people above NetherRealm who decide if the game keeps going or not saw the crazy feedback from the Floyd situation and were like, oh, so if we just do it right, then people will like get crazy about the game and come back and get excited and all that. That could be what got them to greenlight the game again, which is why they're talking about this.
You think it's Floyd?
Now,
interesting.
That's what some people think. It's either Floyd or something else. But I do admit that Floyd was the biggest surge we ever saw in like renewed vigor in the game. Not just in terms of player count going up and all that, but on Twitch, it was the most watched game for a bit for fighting games.
Interesting.
Which has never happened for Mortal Kombat. It's infamously never that popular on Twitch, unless Mike Terlinsky is playing it. Sorry, go ahead.
Me personally, I think if they were going to take inspiration from the Floyd situation, it more likely would just be do something like that in the next game, or something like that, like not anything to affect this game. I really just feel like this game is basically over.
But we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know Floyd was that successful. I really thought it was more of like a witch hunt, like a random, like, ooh, let's have some fun finding out about this clues. It's because, like, for casuals, if you want to find Floyd, it's like, it's thanks to, like, the Thinny who made the amazing tracker, which we did not have until it was, like, weeks later, until it became a lot more accessible. It's like, this is really, like, fans come together to do something to make it successful, which normally would not be, like, super popular or, like, something that I would think the higher ups would be looking at, which would be cool if that's the case, though, I'd say.
Worst case scenario, we're just going to be getting patches and cosmetics, because right now they're still working on just the story and the roster for the next game, so they don't need the people who make cosmetics and stuff just yet. They just need the writers and maybe some other people, which means they can still make stuff for the game. It's just not going to be new characters, which would be unfortunate. I think this game deserves a bit more gas in the tank, not just because it's got like renewed vigor and stuff and it's finally liked, but also because people, including my friends, are really bummed out if it doesn't keep going, since NetherRealm and Ed Boon said it was going to be the longest supported. And
well,
yeah.
Isn't it already the longest one?
More than MK11, you think? I thought MK11 had a good 3 years or 2 years.
Snake has the evidence here.
Yeah.
Because Aftermath came out about a year after the base game, and then it was about around October, so about 6 months after that the Kombat Pack 2 came out, I'm pretty sure, and I think the last costumes were a few months after that. I would have to check, but I think it was roughly somewhere in the ballpark, about 20 months, something like that.
Okay.
The thing that you can mention though, Snake, is the fact that currently there is more characters in Mortal Kombat 1 compared to 11, right?
No, it's the same.
The same.
You mean post launch?
Yeah, I meant like all the DLCs now, basically.
Yeah, if you don't count the cameos, then it's the same, because MK11 it was KP1 was 6, and then Aftermath and KP2 were 3 each. So it's told 12. This time it's just 2 packs of 6. So it's the same. That's what it's worse though, because the
base roster is 23.
No, well, I mean because the way I've said it before, but the way they did the packs last time meant that when you do a pack of 3, you can't have 2 guests and 1 MK character. You have to have 2 MK characters and 1 guest. But when you do a set of 6, when it's an odd number, you can split it down the middle, and that's why the DLC this time has more guests than last time.
Yep.
Last time it felt like it was a lot, but it was actually only 5. But this time we have 6
in total. I see.
I mean, I made a whole video about it. The video bombed, but I made a whole video about just ranking the guests because there's that many.
It felt like one of those videos that should just be tier lists and guest characters. You know, it wasn't the topic. I watched the video and I was like, I'm a bit shocked it's not doing super successful for you.
Yeah, go ahead, Snake.
It also must be said that even if this game is not supported as long as MK11 was, you know, if it doesn't surpass that, as Ed Boon apparently said, people have quoted Ed Boon on things before that were not true. You can't just chalk it up to him lying, because clearly the release of this game did not go as planned. Clearly things have changed quite a lot because of how much the whole thing is underperformed pretty consistently across the board, other than like broad sales. Like people didn't like it. It was clearly rushed. Clearly people really didn't like the expansion, and I think it underperformed as well. So it could just be a case of it was going to be, but then plans changed because it wasn't as successful, and the higher up said, stop supporting this dead game, make a new one we can make millions of dollars from. So don't just say he's a liar or anything. Just think critically. Think, was Ed Boon lying, or have plans has changed based on when he said it? Do some research. You know, when did Ed Boon say this? Well, okay, what was the state of the game like that? And then you'll end up looking like Lee May in her ending, like Then
it's not Ed Boon or NetherRealm's fault.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up something. It's actually related.
It is to an extent, but for the most part, it's probably Warner Bros.
It's their fault for changing things too much, I think. Yeah, for sure. Like, there was no reason to make Scorpion not Scorpion. That was stupid. Yeah.
That would be more of a story reasonings, you know.
That's
so
NetherRealm. That's what
maybe
I'm
that's
saying.
not really WB. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up something with you, Dog, about the video because you said something that caught me a bit off guard. You talked about your reasonings for liking the characters, whether it be for gameplay reasonings and how they adapt the characters, or how much people want the characters, or like the three reasonings how you rank your characters, right?
Mhm.
The one part that caught me off, I was just like doing my own things, and I heard this. I'm like, what? Was when you talked about T1000. You're like, oh, this is an A tier character. He's great. He was highly requested, and I'm like, what?
Yeah,
When?
no, I remember him. Yeah, all the way back in MK11, people were making thumbnails about him still. And being like,
T1000.
Yeah, because they had Terminator, and they were like, oh, you got to put the villain in too. So there was thumbnails for him. I think T1000 is the one person they were excited for because of his cool morphing abilities and stuff. He may not have been like as highly requested as Spawn, but it's like when people said that no one was requesting RoboCop. There was. Like, Brusquo was like, yes, there were. I live on Twitter. He's like, yes, they... He didn't say I live on Twitter, but he's like, I've been on social media a lot, and yes, there's definitely a big, or at least a very loud group of people that want RoboCop for years. You just don't see them, maybe,
RoboCop.
but yeah.
I've never heard T1000, so I mean, granted, I guess I wasn't really in the MK11. In MK11, it makes sense because of the T100, but then after that was so you're saying
T100
was it like wait T800 800? My bad, my bad. I'm not a fake fan. But what I meant was, have there been people saying it after MK11, or did you feel like it was more because of the Terminator, like Arnold?
I think it was probably MK11, yeah, and I could be Mandela-ing, but I do recall people wanting him. And then when he was revealed, that was the one people were actually excited about. They saw Conan and were like, they saw Ghostface and were like, yeah, sure, horror character. They saw Conan's face show up and were like, what the fuck? Then they saw T1000 and went, oh, yeah, kinda.
Yeah, no,
really? I saw everybody hating Conan and T1000 when the DLC came out. They were like, why these two?
Dog, of course people were more excited for the T1000 than Man with Knife and a Man with Sword. Fucking of course they're more excited for that
But
guy.
it's Arnold! It's Arnold!
We all knew it wasn't going to be.
Speaking of Man with Sword,
like, even if some
so
people,
annoyed.
Even if we're like, you know, maybe why else would they do it if they're not got him? Maybe that means they have got him, or maybe that's why he's last, so they can try and get him in. It could happen. Even then, it's like, in your heart of hearts, you knew they weren't going to be able to do it. It wasn't going to happen. The only thing that was unclear was, will it be Chris Cox again or someone else? And it was Chris Cox, and he did a better job this time. So yeah, that's it. Everything else we knew. We knew it was going to be trash, and he's kind of mid.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Dog?
Yeah, speaking of Conan, the level of ignorance in my tier list video is annoying about this with Conan. Because I said that his gameplay is almost copied from Tusk and Killer Instinct. And people are either intentionally not understanding what I said, or just did not understand because they didn't pay close enough attention, which happens a lot with, like, you know, casually watching a video. I get it. But they're like, no, Tusk was inspired by Conan. So what actually happened is that Conan's just copying himself, or like you got it backwards. And I'm like, no, listen closely. I didn't reply, but I'm just thinking, listen closely to what I said, dude. I said that the gameplay was copied, not the aesthetic or anything. Like, yes, a lot of the films, a lot of the attacks are from the Conan movies, but not a lot of the special moves. Like him leaping 20 feet into the air and swiping down and ground bouncing the opponent is a literal Tusk extender from Killer Instinct. And it functions the exact same in Mortal Kombat 1. He doesn't do that in the movies. That's just a straight up Tusk move. When he leaps into the air with a rising uppercut attack and then stabs the sword straight down to end combos, that's straight from KI. That's a Tusk move. That is never done in Conan. He never like does a Shoryuken with a sword, leaps 20 feet in the air, and then stabs down with it. That's just a Tusk move, straight up. When he spins the sword in place and deflects projectiles, that's a Tusk move. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I completely understand you're talking about the gameplay. You're not talking about, like, he stole Tusk's
but
aesthetics.
I got like 10 plus
yeah,
comments,
this character from 1980 stole Tusk.
Yeah, no one thinks that, like, I don't think that he's copying Tusk aesthetic-wise or anything. No one thinks that. Tusk is clearly like a Viking version of Conan. Like, we get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I got like 10 plus comments saying that same thing about me, or like, you know, arguing with me, and they're getting updoots. And I'm like, the nerve to comment it, but then the nerve to get updoots. Like, I swear.
Updoots.
Yeah.
I like the way you say that.
My only regret in that video is not putting Spawn higher, maybe, because I just didn't like his gameplay, because MK11 feels very restrictive in terms of gameplay.
If you don't like his gameplay enough.
But
yeah, that's fair.
Popularity-wise, he probably is enough to be an S tier, probably in front of somebody.
It's your own tier list, dog.
Yeah,
you don't need to follow
that's the thing people need to
trend,
understand.
the people.
It's like, here's my opinion.
Yeah.
No, here's my opinion. It's not about your opinion. It's about mine. That's what the video is about. It's not about your opinion. I don't know you. Make your own fucking video, you weirdo, degenerate piece of shit. That's how this works. I give my opinion. You go somewhere and give your opinion, and see who cares. See which one people care more about. Loser.
Snake is oddly very aggressive today. It's like every time he responds, he has to start attacking something.
No, Snake is right. These people are jobless. They are homeless. They are holeless. Built like a frog.
Built like a what?
Don't worry, Sonic. Your time's coming, brother. I'm gonna come after you soon.
Anyway, you think I'm afraid of that, Snake? You think you suffered more than me?
Yes.
But anyways, so technically speaking, there are other smaller MK content, but it's whatever. We've chatted enough about the we've almost chatted for an hour about the MK shenanigans and stuff like that.
As we do, as is apropos.
As we do.
Before we talk about Devil May Cry, though, and I need to bring this up because we might get to it later. So someone just replied to me on Twitter, off-topic request. I can't decide which Fortnite creator code I'll use, yours or Sonic's. Can you do rock, paper, scissors with Sonic on the next Kombat King, so I'll use the winner's creator code?
Yo, that's hilarious. Okay. That's a funny thing. Okay, I like that. Then let's do rock, paper, scissors. I have my answer right here already. So I'm gonna put it down once you say 3, 2, 1.
Wait, so dog has the counters in 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh sure.
Okay?
All right.
Go. Okay.
Y'all ready? 1.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go.
I think we both. What is that?
Scissors.
I won! Let's go! Woo!
2 out of 3.
Thank you so much.
2 out of 3 is the standard.
Damn.
We don't have time for that shit. Jeez,
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay, fine. Hurry up. Do it, dog. Hurry up.
1, 2, 3, go.
That's scissors.
Ah, he won again. Damn. He watches too much of No Game No Life. Okay.
I have no idea. I'm just randomly doing some of these things.
So yes, Sunspot, please come home, or at LFGU. That's your answer. It's use creator code SNAKE with 4 A's.
What the fuck?
That's Sonic's creator code.
How dare you?
And now we can move on to Devil May Cry.
Unbelievable. Okay, so I feel like there is a bit of some importance to be said because for some of you, you look at the title, you're probably thinking, oh, they're gonna talk about the Devil May Cry anime, the Netflix show, right now. However, not yet, because we do have one other Devil May Cry topic that we're gonna have to get through before this, and I think some context needs to be stated about this situation. So, on the last episode of the Kombat Kings podcast, there was an interesting development thing that happened around the first 2 minutes of that episode that led to, well, where we're at today, basically. So let's see, it was 2 weeks ago. Kombat Kings episode 66, if anybody is curious about this. Around the first 2 minutes of the episode, the Force Snake has had some interesting quotes here that he stated in that episode. I'm going to read it out here. Just for context, I was talking about how I bought the DmC HD collection, so Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, because I wanted to play the third game as a palate cleanser after watching the Netflix anime show. And then I'm like, yo, I'm going to play the 5th game too, have some fun with that too. And then the Force Snake, and I quote, stated, "You have to play the reboot. The reboot was a major influence on this show. A lot of the design aesthetics and the tone of it was based on that game. To understand the show, you need to play the game. You can't judge the show without playing that game." He specifically stated all that on the podcast. And I was like, dude, I don't need to even fucking play the game to know that it probably, most likely, has no influence on that damn show. I'm pretty certain about this, but he stated that entire quote, and I could have chosen to ignore it and get bombastic by the Kombat Kings comment section. Chat, you're gonna call our lovers chat?
Chat, he fell for it. He fell for it. He bought into it. What an idiot, right?
Oh, I fell for it. Do you guys want to know some other truths about the situation? You guys want to know the real? Oh, now he's going with the fell for it angle. How interesting. How peculiar. Oh wow. Do you want to know what this motherfucker said after we stopped recording the episode. Do you know what happened? The moment we stopped recording the episode.
When I said that I hadn't watched the show yet.
I asked you, well, have you seen the show yet? And you said no. And that made me go like, how do you fucking come up with this type of shit? And quote these things.
He saw that one promotional image and that was enough.
He saw the poster. He saw the poster of the two, like the cover, be like, oh, check it out, guys, look how similar these two are. That must mean that the show is heavily influenced because of the DmC Devil May Cry reboot. Guys, I'm just saying. And you know what, I was just looking through these sort of things around here. April 6th, some guy made this really long and thought out comment about how Devil May Cry anime version of Dante is completely ruined, and like how badly they treated him, because it's like, oh, they're kind of treating him like Deadpool and all that jazz. And then the Force Snake replies to be like, I think this is a good quick summation of the issues with Netflix Dante. And he never watched the show. He made that comment without you saw clips. You saw trailers. Oh, that's enough to determine exactly how the Dante is going to work out. Exactly.
Look, if you can't judge the show based on the promotional clips they put out, then what is the point of a promotional clip?
Yes, the promotional clip is enough to encapsulate 8 episodes. Absolutely. Definitely,
yeah,
right there.
It's like when Times was coming out and they edited that fight scene at the start horribly and gave the complete wrong impression about Robin's characterization. And some people are like, oh, you didn't even watch the show. It's like, well, yeah, because they put that promotional material out. Like, we're supposed to judge it based on that. That's how promotion works. It's not our fault that they misrepresented the show.
I'm so blown away by the fact that, like, because of this little tee-hee, little jokesy, and he got me to play the entirety of the DmC Reboot, plus the DLC, by the way. And then, you know what happened? Just a couple days ago, this motherfucker started watching the anime show before we recorded the episode. He just started writing a bunch of comments about, oh, this is how I feel about the show, this is how I feel, blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. And then he had the audacity to say, wow, this was terrible. Fuck you, Sonic Cog Steve, for recommending me this. Two things I'd like to bring up here. For one, even if we did not record this specific episode of the podcast, because I thought it might be a fun episode, you, sir, let's see, April 8th and April 6th, you've hinted at the idea that you were going to do Wasted Potentials on the episodes, and people started looking forward to them.
Say wasted potential?
Does it not say wasted potential? Several people have suggested a wasted potential. That's what I mean. People have wanted that, and you're bringing it up. You're being like the suggestion, ooh, I might be doing it. So even if I didn't suggest it, now you have several people being like, he might do it. Oh, I want to know what he thinks about the show. Oh, so it wouldn't have mattered if it was just me. I'm just saying. You have.
The thing is, because if I was going to watch it just for a video, I wouldn't have had to watch it all basically over a short span of time. I had other stuff going on, but I had to binge it all in one day to get it done for when we were going to record, but we ended up not recording then for reasons. And also, and if I was going to make a video, it would be in June or later, because I've got Mortal May to do. I'm not going to make a show on this dog water Devil May Cry show in Mortal May, but then of course release it in June. Some people would have gone, oh, how are you talking about this show? It's been out for a month. Oh, now you're just saying this to hate it, because some people are weirdly under the impression that if you talk about something after the zeitgeist, oh well, in that case you're just lying to trying to be different. It's like, no, sometimes people just have other things going on in their lives.
Oh, boo-hoo, you're so busy. You can't watch 8 episodes of an anime. Wah, so sad. You know, every time I get back home and I also have to, like, take time and struggle and edit my videos, then I'm like, ooh, finally, I'm done. But then you know what I have to do? I have to then turn on the fucking damn game and play it? While you just needed to watch through 8 episodes, I had to play through 17 hours!
Didn't
in 2
have
weeks,
to.
by the way.
Didn't have to.
Oh yeah.
I need to be a speedrunner, I guess.
17 hours in 2 weeks versus 8 hours in one day. Clearly,
it's your own choice. You decided to watch it all in one day, buddy. You had so much more time. Okay, you had your own. You can manage your own.
I was trying to get videos out before Mortal May.
I had to go. I uploaded 5 videos this month. And where do you think I can find the time to be playing DmC Reboot, my dude? Okay, but we can go on and on.
Should have played the definitive edition.
I mean, does it really matter? Like,
Yes.
are they? I know that you have a lock-on system, which
Yeah, there are several gameplay improvements. They got rid of Virgil's hat. They cut one of the scenes a little short. They claimed
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
They also cut the bit where Lilith says, "The world's at last your bitch, as am I." Like, they cut that part. So she says,
They have an update. You need to cut that, but not some of the other things.
They claimed it was for pacing reasons, but it's clearly just because it was a really terrible line, and so they just like abruptly cut it. And there's another scene added just after Virgil kills Lilith to kind of try and justify his motivations a bit. A brand new cutscene just for that, and it's like you could have done so much better with that extra cutscene.
I mean, to be fair, those aren't even like the cringiest things. But anyways, I think beef over. This is why, before we talk about the Netflix anime show, we need to talk about the DmC Reboot game and all its glories. Because I experienced it full-heartedly. Well, I'm sure both of you actually did experience it like a long time ago already.
Yep.
Oh!
Can't believe they removed Virgil's hat.
He's getting ready.
I like that hat.
Virgil's hat.
Yeah, how dare
That's
they?
very important. You like the hat? Yeah. So.
No, not really. Virgil is the only thing I don't like about that game. Though to be fair, I'm kind of not a Virgil hater anymore, but I used to be a big Virgil hater in general because I never understood what his motivation was, despite his tagline being "I'm motivated." I never got what his motivation was. It was
His
very
other
unclear.
tagline is called "I need more power." That's it. That's all you need. That's all he wants, really. In the early games, mostly. Oh, look at him!
Yeah. Look forward to those in season 2.
Jackpot. Oh, did he have? Did he have ebony ivory in the
No,
show?
he didn't.
I kinda
The
forgot.
running joke was the guns
Got
he
it.
currently wields, because they're regular guns, he keeps crushing by accident when he just like holds a gun normally because he has super strength. Yeah.
Yeah, they've already
Because-
teased that in season 2.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
it's an element they took from the DMC 1 novel, which was that he didn't have ebony and ivory yet, and then he gets them during that book from Nell's grandmother.
Yeah.
No, Nico's grandmother, Nell.
Nico.
Yeah. So he gets it from her. She makes the guns for him. Magic guns with magic bullets. So
That's
the
why he
show's-
can infinitely shoot them. Yeah, basically.
I'm sure the show's not going to have Nell. I'm sure it'll just bring in Nico.
Goldstein.
Just bring her because like
Really?
remember they put Echidna in this show from DMC 4 and one of the bosses from 5. They just threw them in.
They also put in the redhead chick from DMC 2, and I was so sad she doesn't show back up.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
I was like, what
okay,
a
okay.
reference.
Calm down. We all have our grievances. We all have our opinions about the anime, but we need to go back on track. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get into that. I'm sure you guys haven't played it in a while, but like when I played through the game, a part of me was thinking I kind of knew all the tales, all the stories about how bad the story is and stuff like that, about how cringe dialogue is, how bad the characters are, how this basically like is a gigantic middle finger to the Devil May Cry franchise, like this game's existence and stuff like that. I did feel that, but I felt that was about 20% of the entire story mode, and the rest of it, the 80% of it, is just boring. It was just very boring. Just like, oh, okay.
It thinks it's a lot smarter than it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like I felt like I was watching like a 2000s like action movie with the piss filter on and stuff like that. And there's definitely a lot of elements in that game that really just like because I knew most of the cringe. I knew the line, not in a million years. I knew that was coming out, which like to this day I gave PTSD to a couple people right there just by saying that. It's like oh, like this Devil May Cry 5 exists. Devil May Cry 5 exists. And stuff like that.
It's true. It exists. We're fine.
There was an element in the story that kind of like made me go a little bit. I don't really know how to feel about that. The fact that Dante is not half human and half demon. He's instead half demon and half angel. It's like,
Why are we still talking about DMC instead of the show?
We are fucking talking about it because Snake made me play it 17 hours. Sit your ass down and join the conversation, dog. And
Well, I don't want to cut you off, but yeah.
you got me. I'm the editor. Okay. But are you
it's true.
serious? You guys don't really want to talk about this? Like, I played 17 hours for this shit, dude.
Okay, I mean, I can be devil's advocate a little bit because I don't think the game's perfect, but I just see it as
I know you like it. I am actually kind of interested in seeing like.
Yeah, so
some things
you
that
go first,
like
and
about
I'll
it,
share my piece. Yeah.
And the story actually kind of surprised me because it was like, okay, so we need to handle Mundus's little minions. So we got to go to the fertility factory, and then like the Bob Bar. I forgot. What's he called? Bob something?
It's making fun of that Fox News guy, I think.
Yeah. I'd never even seen a Bill O'Reilly clip, and I knew it was a Bill O'Reilly parody.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Which, by the way, one of the unironically best fights in the series, I feel like, in terms of creativity. That was a silly, silly fight.
I'm not gonna say the series, but it is the best fight in the entire game. It was very cool. I will say. I'm like, this shit kind of rocks. I won't deny that. That's the stage before that, like running into the TV station. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I was like kind of getting like there were so many moments that actually did kind of make me slightly cringe when we were in that drink factory and you see a bunch of the entire game just constantly throws words out at you, being like what like poison. I don't know, like what was the 3 words they say? It's like, I don't know, like obesity.
And there's one point where the words just say "fuck you, Dante."
Yeah, I remember that with the song. I think "fuck you, Dante" in the background.
What's funny is they changed one of those. They cut one of those out, believe it or not, which is odd because the game is not shying away from swearing or debauchery and just like vulgar language.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
In the demo, which they showed early of the game, like just a gameplay demo, you couldn't do it, but you could watch them play it. They have that scene where he's like escaping the church as it's getting collapsed and pulled into limbo. And as he's sliding down at the end, the words on screen say, "Dante, fuck you." And then he breaks out of the window and escapes, right? They cut that out. Instead, in the final version of the game, it goes, "Dante, die." And then you jump out the window. And I'm like, oh, what happened to the "fuck you" line? Like, that was funny to me. Because it just comes out of nowhere.
I adore the fact that leads into Dante's worst one-liner in the game. Because he comes out of a church and says to Cat, "It always drags on."
Yep.
Church. Like, he has
Did
to
it just
stop and
drag on
explain
forever?
what he's talking about because the setup was terrible.
Well, he goes church afterward. He goes, kind of drags on forever, huh?
Yeah.
Bumser? Church.
Yeah, that's what I just said, dog!
I didn't think you include the church part, but yeah.
No,
he
that's
wants
the point.
He wants you to say it correctly. He idolizes this character. Come on, Snake. You gotta say it.
That's the
like
point
nicely.
I was making, dog. The fact that he has to explain what he's talking about because the actual wording of the one-liner is terrible.
I still thought it was like when like we were in the limbo and when we were in like the drink factory at the like one of the missions at the end. It's like you see like this very obese like demon, and it's like it goes back to human world. It's like, oh my gosh, they're drinking out of that obese creature. Oh my gosh, I'm 15. I'm so deep. Oh, society issues. Am I right?
It's like literally a plot point from Futurama from like 1999.
That's my joke, you
I saw
son of a bitch.
screenshots. You guys said this in the last episode.
Dog,
don't worry.
People have been saying this for over a decade.
Yeah, everyone.
Dog. Fuck
yeah,
you.
it's true. Anyone who watched that episode knew it was the Slurm episode. It's like 1 for 1, but still, yeah. You go, keep going. I'll save my glazing for after.
It's like you go into there and it's like, oh, all these places have all these like this is a bad thing for young people, and we gotta tell them. It's like, oh, obese, fat thing, like the drinks, these are not good for you. And then it's like,
don't
the
even
news
pretend your drinks are bad.
is all,
yeah.
yeah. The news propaganda. It does increase your sex drive by 61%, though.
Oh.
Did you remember that's what they say?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they do.
Actually, dog, the first time we collabed, I think you did say that exact quote at the end of the video. It's like, don't forget to subscribe. It'll increase your sex drive by 61% or something like that. I'm like, did you get that quote from DMC? I really wondered that. And then it's like the news anchor is like propaganda, fake news. And also, like, he does say, like we're just doing God's work. So it's like, oh, is this like using religious in like a bad way? Is this the connecting point of the anime, Snake? Like, is this why you wanted me to play this? Is because like they using God to like they use religion in that too, in that aspect.
The reason I want you to play it was one, so you could see that when you play as Virgil. Well, did you play DMC 5 or 5 Special Edition?
I played. Yes, I beat the DmC 5 already, and I'm playing Virgil right now as we speak in that game.
Yeah. So when you play Virgil, you can see what aspects of Virgil from Virgil's downfall they took, like how his teleports work and stuff like that. So that's one reason. The other is I thought it'd be really funny if you suffered through it.
Yeah. Now let's continue this discussion because I need to actually put this out. If I make a video about this, no one's gonna fucking watch it. So I can only say this now. You get a video out of this, Snake. You get a Netflix like a waste of potential. Everyone's gonna call you a hero. No one's like only about 5,000 people are gonna watch this episode and listen to me complain about this. So I need to vent this out. After that, it's like you got like. I forgot what type of sin like Lilith was trying to portray because after that you get to the Mundus like CEO. It's like, oh, talk about CEO hell, company hell. Am I right, guys? It's like, oh wow, these are so. I'm 15 and so deep.
I mean, you say that, but at least the part where he's in the elevator and it's like jerking him back and forth through different floors. He goes, "This is hell." That's like the funniest quip in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think, in my opinion, I didn't laugh, but the funniest part that got me, I felt that felt Dante was when he was like going into like the Lilith's like club, and he's like, "Sir, you're not invited." Pow, writes it down, and then there I am, and it says "fuck you," and I'm like, that felt a little Dante.
Until the camera pans down and he didn't write his name, he wrote "fuck you."
He just wrote "fuck you."
That's what he just said, Snake.
The joke.
That's what he just said, Snake.
Oh wow, look at that, dog.
So he said that Dante writes his name.
No, he said the "fuck you" part. He said it. You just didn't wait.
And then it pans over and it says "fuck you."
Yeah.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. My point is, it's so deep. Oh my gosh, guys!
I don't actually mind. I just wanted to flip that real quick. 'Cause I'm like, oh wait, time to get the attention off me for my blunder.
And then
don't worry,
I was
dog.
thinking
I'll
after
I'll find another one to bring against you for this.
After I take down Bob, I was thinking, what else is there to the game? It's like, am I close to finishing this game? Am I almost done? And I see it says mission 10, and I was like, wait, aren't there usually like 20 missions? How the fuck are they gonna extend the story? And then it's like, oh, it's like, Cat's gonna get captured. We gotta go there for like 3 fucking missions. Oh, and then it's like, we then gotta get Lilith, which is actually a cool stage. The club, I'll give you that.
Oh hell
but
yeah!
My eyes are almost gone blinded fighting the boss for like 10 minutes. I'm with the EDM. I'm just like, oh my god. It's like, oh, my eyes hurt so bad from that stage. I will say the scene where Virgil shoots Lilith. I'm not saying that's a good scene, but the stage that you play with like the time stopping and you have to like help out the car and stuff like that. I'm like,
the Virgil Mobile. Did you notice it's the Virgil Mobile?
Yeah.
What is it called?
It's got the V. Yeah.
See, I can tell you. So I think it's really funny the fact that Dante has time stop powers or slow down time powers. For this one scene, and that's it. He never has it anywhere else. That's really funny. But also, I can tell why Sonic likes this mission. It's because it's like 3 minutes long.
It's 2 minutes. It's literally the shortest stage. I got my achievement, which is like beat the stage as quick as I'll go get like I forgot this achievement. It's like don't take damage and beat the stage at this time. I got 2 achievements, but I'm like, oh cool, nice. Speaking of Limbo, by the way, I thought it was cool at the beginning. I was like, this is interesting. Like the whole, you're fighting in another dimension, so the real world doesn't get affected by the demons. It did kind of get stale eventually. I'm just like, okay, everything is just kind of samey. I kind of wish. Then there's some differences like the club and the TV station. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. But then it just kind of got samey.
Yeah. It's that, and also you're there like, yeah, this is a neat idea. And then you realise, oh wait, they stole this from Bayonetta.
Oh,
Bayonetta's Limbo is almost exactly the same as it just doesn't have these shifting locations. Which also, how does that work? How does it, if things from one world affect the other, but on certain times,
stuff like that?
Why does things moving around like not affect the real? It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
It's the rule of cool, guys. Yeah. Okay, I want to kind of skip to the ending part, basically.
It kind of is, honestly, but it doesn't make it justified fully.
Yeah. So this is, to be fair though, like, because I kind of knew all the cringe, I kind of knew all like the stuff, but I did get caught off guard with the Dante and Virgil banter at the very end. It's
got a bigger dick.
Yeah, I'm more. Yes, that line. I kid you not. I was just watching them kind of have this banter. It's like, I'm smarter. It's like, I'm more handsome or some shit like that. And Virgil's like, no, we gotta do the mission, guys. Let's just calm down now, like Dante. And I got a better dick. And I just kind of like closed my eyes and I couldn't move my controller for like 30 seconds after hearing that. I was like...
It's really funny the way this game sets up the Dante and Virgil rivalry, because in DmC 3 it's clear that Virgil is the superior fighter. He just beats the shit out of Dante the first time and later on they're evenly matched. Only in the third time does Dante actually win. Whereas with this one it's like, it makes it clear, oh yeah, Dante's the stronger fighter, Virgil's the smart one. Which makes sense for when they're working together, because Virgil's the mastermind, Dante's the muscle. He's the one who goes out and gets shit done. Sure, okay, but if they're going to turn against each other, like, where are the stakes for the final fight when we know that Virgil has never beaten Dante to fight? He pulls out Doppelganger. Wow, ooh, incredible.
I was playing through the game and I kept looking at Virgil and being like, are you gonna do anything? Like, are you gonna show any of you're shown a lot throughout this entire story as the hacker guy, as like the leader behind the scenes and shit like that. It's like, are we ever gonna know? There is like a team where he shows up and he pulls a sword out and like, that's it. I just kept wondering, it's like, is this like, are we trying to hide the fact that you're got that Virgil abilities and shit like that. I have no idea. It's just like it's very like in a weird way wasted, like without using him like to fight a couple except for the final mission, I guess. Oh no, the final mission before that, the Mundus fight.
Did you play the DLC as Virgil? Because there's a whole Virgil DLC that explains his power up and stuff. It's almost like it's cute. They thought they were gonna get a sequel. It's cute, but that explains why he'd be a problem in the sequel. But yeah.
Yeah. And the Mundus fight, in my opinion, just really sucked. It was a really gimmick game. Like, okay, sure.
Well, that's just on brand for Mundus. I think the Mundus fight in the first game was pretty weird too.
Ah, okay. I did not play first game, but yeah. Then the final fight happens, and I actually recorded my reaction for it. I was just like, okay, so it's really funny because it's like when Mundus shows up, and it's like combines the demon realm and the human realm together. Like, oh my gosh, like big chaotic stuff. You defeat Mundus, and they're like, I think Cat shows up, and they're like, we did it, Dante. We saved the world, and it like pans like the fucking destroyed city. It's like they're like so happy. It's like every fucking person is dead in the city and shit like that.
Hi, Cat.
I believed I'd live to see this day.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
Here's our happy ending. We've torn down the barriers between the two worlds, which is really funny because like the happy ending of this game is literally the villain scheme in the show.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's like this is our happy ending. The worlds are united, I guess. But it's like, well, so now the demons are just attacking people in the street. How is this a happy ending, you fucking idiots?
But that's not the ending, because the actual ending is them looking across and be like, yes. And Virgil's like, we've done it, we've taken down Mundus, and now the world is ready for us to rule. It's like, huh?
Now it's time for us to rule, Dante. And it's like,
clear for us to rule.
Okay.
It was his freedom we were fighting for, not yours.
This came out as so left field.
For once, the one time in the whole game the player is actually like, the mind is in alignment with Dante. Is like, what? What the fuck are you on about?
Where did this come from? Like, what? Like, where was this like angle? Basically, oh yeah, there's a gif here. Basically, like, huh? And it's just like, I was like, I was listening to his speech, and there was like, there was one point that he makes that I just kind of like shouted, this whole thing has failed because of your own fucking world setting. Virgil was like,
if you can't see the chaos that humans will cause.
We need to stop humans' chaos. This entire game has been a conflict of demons ruining everybody. That's it. There is no fucking human chaos angle yet. Holy shit.
Humans are unpredictable. They don't know how to handle themselves. They're too chaotic. They're stupid. They need us as leaders.
Chaos
and I'm like thinking, could you name one fucking human that did something bad in this game? Because this entire fucking conflict happens because of the demons! There is no Dante is not a human. Demons. Dante is an angel devil. The only human character we have is Cat. And like as Dante said, oh, Cat's been doing so many good things. And it's like all the bad things that happen, all the corporate shit is all because the demons are like the ones that are the headquarters like that. You need to show the fucking humans doing bad shit if you want to make your fucking point, Virgil, about how chaotic everything is. But everything fucking chaotic was from the demons.
Listen, Virgil's never made sense. It's on brand. He's never made sense in any of the games.
I prefer just power Virgil instead of whatever the fuck this shit is. And then basically, you got your fight, of course, because it's the final fight. And I kind of hated the fact that every time you cut about 20% of the HP, it cuts to like a cut scene, and then it's like you gotta do like showing up, ooh, and then like you fight again, 20, and then cut scene, ooh. I'm just like, let me just fucking fight him, guys. Just stop it. The thing that pissed me off about that fight is you know what happens when you get him down to 1 HP, right?
I was gonna say, like, how long did it take you to figure out the trick?
It took me about 15 minutes.
I have been fighting for 14 minutes!
Oh my god.
And then I kept doing it, and I kept thinking, okay, let me this one time I saved my double trigger, and then I did it, and then it didn't work because the doppelganger just happened to be there, so I didn't think to do that.
For those that don't know, during the fight, Virgil's got his doppelganger, and then when you're getting down to low health, he'll take a knee and start regenerating health. And his doppelganger will be in front of him, blocking all of your attacks. And so, the game doesn't tell you this. It's like the game doesn't hold your hand, doesn't say what to do. You're supposed to figure out that you're supposed to build up your devil trigger, which takes a while in this game. Like it takes a lot longer to be able to use it than others, because it's not just enhanced strength. It launches enemies into the air, makes them vulnerable. You're supposed to figure out, okay, use that, launch the doppelganger out of the way, and then hit him. And this is actually one of the big improvements for the Definitive Edition because, because in that version there's an alternate option for Devil Trigger where it builds up faster but it doesn't launch enemies into the air. So because of that, they had to remove the part where you have to launch the doppelganger out of the way.
Yeah.
They had to remove that because otherwise it wouldn't work in this other mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my recording, I believe when I get him down again and he gets back up, I just like pause the game and I said I have been fighting him for 15 minutes. And it's like I then look it up and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I literally did the double trigger and I hit him and it didn't do it because the doppelganger just happened to be there, and I do it again and then I end the fight. I'm like, fuck this guy!
It's actually a bug. It's supposed to work no matter what when you activate Devil Trigger and swing. I don't think it matters if the gang boy
I guess
is
it's in the
nearby,
old version. I did record that fight specifically. Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Yes, please. This invincible fucking clone you can't defeat. How do you solve this issue? Oh, you gotta go into Devil Trigger and then hit Virgil. Fuck you, game. Holy shit. Fuck this shitty ass fucking game, dude. Anyways, the game ends and it's like Dante's about to kill him, and then Kat misses completely forgettable character. I'll give you one thing I liked about Kat. The fact that she spray bottles like the witch like sigil as like a modern way of doing like witches like sigils and magics. That's cute.
Yeah.
That's all I could say positive.
I think
anyways, and
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
But then it's like, the game ends with, Virgil being like, I love you, brother. And he runs and he leaves. And Dante's like, I don't know who I am. Cat's like, you're Dante. You're gonna protect the world. And then it closes up his eyes and it's red and it ends the fucking game. I'm just like, that was shit. Awesome, dude. I want to talk about the DLC, but yeah, what are you gonna say, Snake?
If anyone who's not familiar with the game is wondering why I'm talking about the differences in Definitive Edition. Sonic didn't play Definitive Edition. It's because Definitive Edition was not released on PC. For whatever reason, that was only on consoles.
Yeah.
The PC version is still the original version. I don't know why Capcom did this. It's such a strange decision, but if you play the game on PC, you'll have the original. And Definitive Edition, it's not a huge improvement, but it is like the better way to play the game.
It has lock-on
stuff. If you want to give the game a go, which the combat's actually pretty decent.
The funny thing is,
stand up to the others, but it's go check out the Definitive Edition. Don't play the vanilla. The vanilla's trash.
I have heard people say like you add a lock-on system in the Definitive Edition, but that's actually kind of feels like a added-on system because the game was built to not have lock-on.
Yeah.
I was really not used to it, but then I was like, I kind of got used to it eventually without the lock-on. But yeah, now let me go through just a little bit of the Virgil DLC. That DLC is probably like one of the worst things from a story perspective that Devil May Cry has ever released. Low budget like cutscenes, and it's like, how do we make an unlikable character villain even more unlikable? How do we give him even more like pointless and stupid villain motives? It's like, I'm edgy now. They don't like me. Why don't they like me? I'm gonna listen to my mind. Oh, Dante and Kat hate me, so I'm gonna start killing them. Yeah, and I need more power. And now I'm gonna tell my mom that I killed Dante because she doesn't love me, and I'm not gonna listen to anybody. La la la, I don't listen to me. La la la, everybody hates me. And then now that this whole entire DLC is over, I get this ultimate power. Am I gonna fight any like amazing boss at the end? No. The game just ends, and now there's demons bowing down to me. It's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Keep in mind, the start of the DLC is Virgil collapses at his mother's grave, and then it passes out. And he's like basically in a coma for the whole DLC. It's all happening in his head, and it's really funny because he sees visions of Kat and Dante, and they're all white. They're all white, but with black eyes. It's just stolen from the Hollows from Bleach. Like it's just Hollow Ichigo straight up, and then Virgil has to fight his own doppelganger, not the doppelganger, but himself, like an inner Hollow Virgil, and you don't fight Hollow Dante. You chase him, and then Virgil kills him in a cutscene because there's already a Virgil boss fight programmed into the game, but not a Dante one. So they repurposed the Virgil one for this other Virgil instead of having you fight Dante.
The funny thing is, because the Virgil one doesn't have cutscenes interrupting it, so that one felt better than the Dante versus Virgil fight. For me, at least. But yeah, that's mostly what I want to say about the story, but I know I have things to say about the gameplay, and I'll get to that, but I know Dog has been saving up a lot of opinions, which I'm very interested in hearing.
Okay, well, let me use the bathroom break real quick, and then I'll jump in there. It's my fault
no
for
problem.
always drinking so much coffee.
I will warn the audiences here to prepare yourselves, because I think he likes this game. So prepare yourselves, guys. Like, he's going to be saying some pretty interesting takes. The story, at least.
He's going to be wrong.
I'm looking quite forward to this. That was that was definitely something. I don't necessarily. Well, again, I have more opinions. I'll save it. Because I haven't talked about the gameplay yet. I'll talk a little bit about that after this. Should I get? He'll be back soon. I have just a teeny bit more water left, but I think that's enough.
I'm going for a drink.
To survive. Are you gonna get water? Okay. Then I'll get water too.
Oh, there they went. It's just me. It's the underdog show. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, never mind. He's back. A little bit of rebellion. See, Snake, here's where you're wrong. If Netflix actually made Devil May Cry... Sorry. It's not related to what you just said, but if Netflix actually made Devil May Cry, it would have been this.
The gender swap.
Which it kind of already was. I mean, we'll talk about it more later, but
yeah,
they gave Lady a generous amount of screen time.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of the stuff you said in an early episode about the He-Man show.
Yeah.
About how it sidelines the titular character for one of the other characters.
Oh, yeah. It's also like the whole Halo 2 situation, except like we haven't had time to accept the character yet. Maybe Season 2 will make them likable, but...
Except the Arbiter was cool.
Hey.
True.
Hey, are you guys talking about the anime? The Netflix anime?
No, we're making fun of how if Netflix made Devil May Cry, it would have been this. It would have been a lady as Dante and all that in live action. And,
I see where this is going.
I'm not wrong. It is funny. Okay, anyway.
Anyways, yeah, let's go ahead, dog. I know you've got some stuff I know you want to say.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason I had no real issue with DMC when it came out and wasn't offended by anything is because I already had been exposed to multiverse shenanigans for a long time because I love comics. So I'm used to here's Spider-Man, but he's different. And I don't take it offensively because regular Spider-Man still exists. And also, the DMC reboot thing happened because DMC4 underperformed. That's why they wanted to make this American-ass reboot and all that. So they were told to make it nothing like...
I'm pretty sure 4 was one of the better-selling entries.
Then why would they have changed it, though? They would have just made a sequel.
Right?
Because that was just the style at the time. Capcom was Americanizing everything.
I don't think so. I think DMC4 did really bad at first. It had a lot of hate, too, It had the whole Halo 2 problem. Like, we play mostly as Nero, and everyone wants to be Dante. You know, that kind of thing. I don't think it did well at the start. It may have done better on the rebound. But I don't think so. I could be wrong. Yeah. But my point is, anyway, Capcom told them to make it very American, very, not like the originals. I did not know about the creator apparently poking the bear. I didn't know that he purposely upset DMC fans and all that. That is stupid. That is inexcusable, and that's something I never support.
It interests me because even back, I wasn't necessarily a Devil May Cry fan until when I was in college. But even I knew about how many people hated the reboot because it just felt like... Yeah, like a big middle finger to... It just felt like whatever we set up for the past 4 games, nah, fuck that, guys. This is the cool new thing. And I actually feel like, because while I get your multiverse perspective, in fact, I would say if you have that perspective nowadays, that makes much more sense. But even back in the day, were people thinking oh, is this actually what's going on now? Is this going to be the reboot? Are we never getting a Devil May Cry 5?
Well,
was it like that back
was
then?
The thing. It was because it wasn't an alternate universe spin-off. It was the reboot. It was very much presented as this is the future of Devil May Cry, and that's a big part of why fans just flat out rejected it because this is not what they wanted. They wanted the thing they liked. They didn't want this other thing that is really nothing like Devil May Cry. Because remember, especially with the original trailer, it was very different.
Yeah,
but then they kind of brought in more DMC elements after that because people despised it so much.
Costumes mostly, right?
Well, they also changed Dante a lot too. He sounded like an actual emo, in the original trailer. He's like, "My name is Dante." That's how he
the original trailer. I see. I want to bring up something though.
It was clearly a lot more serious, and I suspect a lot of the weird stuff in the final game is a result of that. Why did you get an angel weapon for killing Bob Barbas? Why are there no angels in the game? And I reckon it was probably just that it was going to be more of an angel thing in it. But then,
Snake, technically, demons are angels.
Aren't in Devil May Cry. Sure. But because there aren't actually angels in Devil May Cry, just demons that look like angels. And I reckon let's just tone down the angel stuff, at least for now. And so then it's why the hell is Dante's mother an angel if angels don't factor into the story at all? It's such a strange thing.
I showed my friend, I was because I kind of explained the Devil May Cry franchise to him, and I was playing the game, and I was like, here's a trailer for that, the first trailer. He's like, wow, I'm watching this trailer and it makes me actively more and more don't want to play this game the more I look at this. And I was like, Dante in this I was like, why does he just remind me of like a character from Twilight? Just that vibe he gives off. I guarantee you,
or at least
fact,
that Twilight fan
know,
energy. Yeah, like how the fandom would like that kind of character. Yeah, for sure.
And I know there are certain people out there that have the hots for this kind of a Dante.
Yeah, women love Dante.
This is their profile picture. Like, I'm like, yeah, I guarantee you, people would like this specific version. They'll be like, he's so hot. Oh my gosh, that kind of feeling, the bad boy energy.
Well, it's the
rock
rock star energy too. Like that's like the rock star build and everything, his fashion and all that.
Yeah.
Thankfully, my sweetheart hates that style of man. Thank God.
The big influence was Tyler Durden. That was what they were aiming for. Because they infamously had that presentation where they were like, Dante is and Dante is not. He is not Brokeback Mountain. He is Tyler Durden.
Damn, that's so funny.
The image is the two main characters of Brokeback Mountain with Dante superimposed into it. And not just a Dante render put on it. They put the Dante render in, and they actually like made sure to cut out part of his foot where like the grass would be covering it. Like they put a lot of work into this one image just to say Dante is not a gay cowboy, which is why when he gets the cowboy hat in DMC 5, a lot of fans were like,
"That's a big fuck you to that
poster."
I can't believe that they're saying the original Dante is like Brokeback Mountain. Like that's the implication.
They're saying he's not this gay anime cowboy. He's a cool
so
badass. I mean,
to be fair, the cowboy boots did look cringe. I say as a Texan, those cowboy boots looked like shit in 4. But I'm just gonna put that out there.
It was yeah, he smoked in the original trailer. Then the final game, no smoking whatsoever, because they were clearly like we're trying to clean up the image and make him a bit more like the classic Dante. Yeah. Which, ironically enough,
I mean,
it would have been better to just go with the original concept and make it a completely different thing. That's why it's always baffled me the fact that, because Devil May Cry was born from a Resident Evil game that wasn't Resident Evil enough, so then they made it its own thing, and that's how Devil May Cry happened. And then it's like, why didn't Capcom just repeat history and go, well, this can be its own IP, we'll make a proper Devil May Cry in-house later. But no, they just went full steam ahead with it.
It's really interesting because they could have. The biggest issue as to why they can't is like, you could say this whole entire story and maybe character changes a little bit and just call it original game. The gameplay is extremely still like the originals. Like that is one of the things that I'm like, yep, that's still Stinger. Yep, that's still the same combo you can still do in that game and stuff like that. So it's like, I think the gameplay had to have changed, but because it's so Devil May Cry, I'm like this is just another Devil May Cry game, unfortunately.
I also should say that I have an attachment to the studio before that game even came out. I did like Ninja Theory. I enjoyed Enslaved, Odyssey to the West, and some other games they had made.
Heavenly Sword.
Yeah, Heavenly Sword is also fun, very fun game. So they had experience in hack and slash a little bit too.
Yeah.
Although in Heavenly Sword it was more strategically which weapons to use, which reared its head in DMC, and people hated it. They hated like the blue enemy must be killed with the blue weapon, and the red enemy must be killed with the red. But that was from Heavenly Sword. They've done it before, where like here's the big sword weapon, kills the big guy. Here's the multi-sword weapon, it deals with ranged characters. All that.
That thing with the blue and red enemy type, there's another thing they removed from the definitive edition. You can just use whatever weapon you want on the enemies. I think it does more damage if you.
That's how it should have been. Just more damage.
It doesn't like block, because it's not like, oh, here's enemies, here's red and blue ones. You take a swing, oh, you hit one guy, but the other guy always going to deflect it with that same attack, and it just doesn't work. It's like when you're trying to fight someone in a narrow corridor in Dark Souls, you can't do it. So
yeah. Let me say something here about the game, because I'll let Dog talk in just a bit, because we brought this up and I wanted to say this. Like, despite my grievances, despite my hate, and despite how much I despise the story of this,
despite all my rage,
the game's pretty fucking awesome. Like, I can't deny that. It's actually like a really fun game. I'm like, I remember there's this one part where I got the hook shot and I'm doing like the hook shot in the second mission. I audibly said, oh, that's pretty cool. And then I did that, and Dante's like, cool. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Just like, shut up. Do not say that.
It would have been so good to get on camera, just, cool. And then he goes, "Oh, that was cool." Then Dante goes, "Cool. Shut the fuck up, bitch!" And just play those 3 back to back. Be so good.
Literally what I said. And the thing is, it's like that mechanic that he's talking about with the different colors using the different weapons. I quite like that because that makes it much more variety when you're fighting certain enemies.
Yeah.
Sometimes these enemies, I'm like, how do I beat this big guy that always rushes towards me? And it's like, here's a hint: use the gauntlets and do a charge uppercut. I'm like, oh, that's how you counter that specific enemy. Oh, there's specific enemies and how you got to handle them and stuff like that. And it's like it actually adds more variety to instead of just like mashing buttons and stuff.
See, you say that. You say it, but I feel like it's actually the opposite. I feel like when you have to use certain weapons or techniques against to beat certain enemies, I think there's less variety because it's not a case of, well, I'm just going to do whatever I want to fight this guy. It's I have to use the specific method the game gives me. It's one of the reasons why I think I prefer Doom 2016 over Eternal, and why I think that both the Arkham games and the Spider-Man games, the combat actually I feel gets worse with each sequel because they add more and more bullshit. Like, oh, you have to use this thing to fight off this guy. Just let me use my moves.
I agree a bit, but at the same time, you have multiple ways of doing it because there's not only one red or blue weapon.
You both make good points about it, honestly. I wanted to go back and finish my little thing about the game real quick. So
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. So I like the original more. I want to state that right now for the record. But I did appreciate how in DMC, I felt like Dante's character and behavior better fit his situation because he has that sort of turned away, like dick energy to everything because he's only known fighting random demons and dealing with bullshit his whole life, not having parents, all that. So his attitude, while some people find it grating, I think fits his character. So even though the original Dante has a way more fun personality, I don't see where it came from. It doesn't feel like he'd have that personality, which doesn't matter too much. But yeah,
a common interpretation of mainline Dante is that it's a front he's putting on because he's actually incredibly depressed because of all the tragedy he's gone through in his life.
We'll talk about that later, but remind me
why does
to
he drink
an anime.
strawberry sundaes? I mean, why does he eat strawberry sundaes though? Is that also a ruse? No, I'm just kidding. I like how they included that in the show. That was a good reference. I appreciated that. There's little things.
The part is, I'm pretty sure that the woman who works at that diner was also from the anime. I'm pretty sure she was in one of the episodes. The old one.
Oh, okay. That'd be cute. The thing is, I sort of see your point, dog, because I already really hate the fact that it's a reboot. I hate this worldview.
Yeah.
But you're saying Dante works in this worldview. That's sort of what
if you take it as its own separate, if you treat it as an isolated thing in its own world, and fuck the developers, because like some mediums, not just games but movies, can be fine as long as you ignore the people who work on them and their stupid opinions. They can be completely fine, you know. And I feel like DMC is one of those things where just ignore the developers and just treat it as its own thing. And the fans are right to like not enjoy it because they want more DMC. I get that. They want more of the original. But I also think they had very childish overreactions to certain scenes, like when the wig falls on his head and is clearly meant to be a joke and possible foreshadowing. Some people got really mad about that, and I'm like, are you 5? Like, it feels like you're a 5-year-old getting that mad at a clear joke. That would be like if, say, in Spider-Man, he has a black suit at the start and gets paint on him and it's red, and he's like, I don't like this. Don't get offended by that. It's clear foreshadowing he's going to wear red later, or it could just be a joke. You know, it's not an actual. Like, come on.
I don't know, dog. I feel like some Marvel things have done that pissed you off. That's a little similar in that aspect.
It only pisses me off when it's a deliberate change that does not lead to anything. Because Dante gets white hair as the game goes on anyway, so you know they're going to give him the white hair by the end. And you're like, oh,
double
okay.
triggering, he does get white hair.
Well, he gets patches on his head too as the game goes on. If you look at his head, he gets white patches.
It does have a little white patch, like, oh, he's getting the white hair. But
and then by the end, he has full white hair at the end because he unlocked his potential or some shit. I don't know. Which I agree was dumb to have Virgil always losing because that was not very interesting. I guess it's just meant to show that Virgil's going to get powerful later, or it could just be. And by the way, Virgil's the one thing I will not forgive. Like, Virgil's 100% wrong in this game. Like, terrible.
Yep, I went
Cat,
through
I feel the opposite
too.
about.
Yeah.
Cat could actually be brought into the main DMC verse, and I think it'd be fun. Like, just as a side character, she can like open portals to bonus missions or something. Like, she paints a pentagram and is like, hey Dante, find a gap in the hell world space if you want to get some new shit. Like, points at it, and he's like, oh, thanks.
They could do something interesting with her. I just barely remember.
That's kind of her role, to be fair, but that's why I think she's one of the few humans doing human stuff. And is not like supernatural or anything. Like, well, she is with the witch powers, but she's not like killing demons herself or anything. And until Nico, I feel like we didn't really have that for the humans. The humans are also badass, which is fine.
I wanted to say,
but yeah.
literally, the better example is Nico. I just think that is a much more
Well,
endearing
Nico,
and fun character.
to be fair, and here's what I wanted to bring this up a little bit too. A lot of DMC
Okay.
5 takes stuff from DMC, and nobody wants to admit it, but it takes a lot, including the overall aesthetic, because it completely abandons the anime look and goes full realistic, gritty,
There
which
are
is just
things-
DMC.
Yeah.
And Nico feels like
they
she was
put
inspired
Virgil
by
in a
Cat
black
because she's just
coat.
there to help you with stuff. Huh?
They
Yeah.
put Virgil in a black coat like in the reboot. They gave him
They
the
gave him a
doppelganger.
doppelganger, which apparently he didn't have before. I Mandelaed myself into thinking
No,
he
it was
had
because-
that, but he never
Yes,
did.
that was because
Dante
of the reboot.
ability in 3, and Virgil
Oh,
has
okay.
it now because of. Virgil has it now because of the reboot. Like I said, the way his teleports work now is based on summon swords, also from the reboot. I think a bunch of his summon sword moves in 4 special edition and 5 special edition are taken from Virgil's downfall. Like they took a lot from that game because
I won't
They're
deny.
not smug about it, which is cool. They just took what worked and just implemented it and didn't.
because
They just let the art speak for itself.
Hideaki
It's cool.
Itsuno is a class act where he's always been like very complimentary to the reboot, even when it often felt like it was kind of mocking the DMC games he made, but he was always very cordial about it, and so then he was just like, yeah, we'll just take the stuff that works and use that.
That's great. I actually, even though I hate the DLC story, Virgil was pretty fun in that. Like, there's a lot of cool things you can do with that. I love the fact that you can time his moves to make it stronger. It makes like comboing like much more fun and stuff.
He's
So
very technical.
I always like when a bad game, or maybe I don't want to say the bad game because I'm thinking like Dark Souls 2 as a comparison here. I don't want to say that.
Sure, yeah.
But they take the elements that work or were unique and bring it to future games and stuff like that. I do like that. So that's a good thing that comes out of those games.
That's a good comparison. That DmC is kind of the Dark Souls 2 of Devil May Cry.
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought the DLC with Virgil, I did assume that he was pulled into hell and actually died, but then he just like escaped by like defeating the monsters or whatever. But maybe I'm completely wrong about that. I thought it was the implication there was like his own personal hell, like Silent Hill does that sometimes, because he's a son of
Really-
Sparta. So I thought maybe that the hell would grab him specifically and try to trap him in some sort of mental loop. Which that is another big downside to DMC is that one screenshot of them torturing Sparta. I think he has a ball gag in his mouth and they're like torturing him. And it's like, oh no,
Oh my gosh.
my son! Look how they massacred my boy.
There are points with those art slideshows where they try and get really clever. Like, you know the bit where it's like
Really artsy.
Kid Dante holding the demon's head? That's based on a famous painting.
I know. There's a lot of them that I know that are based off of like famous paintings. Yeah.
Yeah, they just they're trying to be really clever, but they're just not.
They tried. It's really funny. It's
Also,
really
call
funny.
me a degenerate, but I think that one artwork of him sitting down and all the angels like circling him and one of them going for his crotch and he's just pointing like a handgun at her. I think that image goes hard. I think it's a cool image.
It's on the main menu if I'm not mistaken.
I also think it's
There was that
interesting how
scene-
because he's part demon, it implies that maybe the angels are like, he's one of us, but also dangerous. So like we kind of lust after him, like secretly. I'm like, that's kind of
I'll
cool. I
bring
like
up-
that edginess that they wouldn't dare even try in the other Devil May Cry. They wouldn't bring any lust into it, I feel like. They will put sexy in it, though. They will put sexy. They just won't bring in lust, I feel like.
I'll compliment one other thing. As much as I don't like the angle of him being a half demon, half angel, because it's like the whole series is revolving him being human and demon.
Yeah.
Nephilim, I think that's what they're called. I do love the fact that there are angel weapons and demon weapons. Like, the idea of that is really cool. Like, I'm like, okay, from a gameplay mechanic, pressing one button to switch to another weapon, pressing another button to switch to the other weapon, pressing no buttons to go back to the rebellion.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Also,
I actually really like that.
On
from
the
a gameplay
topic of
perspective.
Nephilim, it's incredibly ironic how they gave him that name after stating that he's half angel, because even though the Bible very loosely describes what Nephilim are, a lot of people lean towards they probably are a mix of angels and human or demons and human, because they're called like the fallen ones. But also in the Bible, demons are angels, like quite literally, so it's the same thing anyway. But the funny part is they call him Nephilim in the reboot, but that's actually closer to what the original Dante is, because he's half human, half otherworldly. My only thing I
see.
liked about the half demon, half angel angle is that it made more sense that he can kill demons effectively, because I never understood why being half human would make you stronger than a regular demon. That never made sense to me. But
I think it's more because he's Sparta's kin.
Humans possess something that demons don't.
There you go.
I know he says that, but what?
A heart.
You got to do more reading.
Just
Well,
the
the
heart.
developers
The heart
confirmed
makes
that
him
it's
more
a heart.
powerful physically. I don't know.
No, it's like when Sparta woke up to justice, and how the third game's called Dante's Awakening. It's basically in Devil May Cry. If you have like a virtuous motive, it makes you stronger.
We're doing power of friendship logic. Gotcha. All right.
Exactly, dog. You've seen animes. Come on.
Virgil never understood that. That's why his quest for power is doomed to failure, because he just cannot understand this idea. Whereas Dante always embraces humanity and rejected his demonic heritage, Virgil rejected his humanity and embraced the demonic heritage, and that's why Dante is stronger than Virgil. Like at first, Dante literally is less powerful than Virgil because he rejected the demonic power. But then when he embraces
he doesn't have a motive,
and takes it all into himself and fully embraces his full heritage, like Nero does in 5 at the end, that's how he gains more power. Virgil just does not understand this fundamentally, and he never will.
Gotcha. Okay.
Dog,
I
just
can't
so you
wait
know,
for the show to not have any of that in it.
You're talking to the Devil May Cry expert here. He'll be able to correct you on everything.
Yeah, in DMC 5 they did more explain that too, because it wasn't really ever explained. So otherwise I would disagree, but DMC 5 does straight up say that, like, kind of to your face. Like, I think Dante has a whole little speech he does to Virgil about that, and that's when Virgil's like, well, damn, did all that work to become like a super OD pure demon and still got wrecked by Dante just doing a bit of training off screen, just a bit of DBZ training.
Well,
and then
he does
his sword that
technically
he
go.
finds.
They do go tying, at the end with Dante.
Yeah, like
Virgil and Dante.
Don't get me wrong. You
not in his demon
can
form.
Absolutely in Devil May Cry.
I mean, like
you
his
can
full
gain
like evil
power.
demon form, he gets wrecked. Yeah.
You can gain power from like demonic sources, like the Qliphot, the fruits, and all that. That absolutely does work. It's just Virgil can never reach his peak potential because he rejects his humanity.
Sure. Well, I'm okay with the whole. I'm okay with the idea that humans are also naturally. If we saw more of like regular humans besides just Lady and maybe a couple others, if we saw more of them kicking demons' asses, then I'd get it, because then it'd just be like a human plus the buff from a demon. But the way the show and the games make it seem is that most humans are just absolutely helpless against a demon, so that entire narrative like falls on its face because they're getting absolutely shit wrecked. But
I mean, background
like when that tower gets erected in
shit,
DMC 3, everyone's helpless except for Dante because he has like the power ups. Like the regular humans aren't ever seen beating up demons or anything because they're just helpless.
And
Lady, but she has guns and shit. It's not her human part doing anything.
Sure, but I mean,
you never
she's
see
way
Lady
more
choking.
adept.
You never see Lady choking a demon and being like, "That's right, bitch. I got something you don't." And then like, it's just Dante.
She could fall off a tower and somehow survive.
Dante
that's
caught
more
her.
impressive than
Dante
normal.
caught her.
Then she falls off more and she still
you're right.
survives.
She does
with
because
the
she said,
guns
doesn't
and
she?
stuff.
Yeah.
What I mean is she's
that.
definitely more OP than a regular human being, though, I will say.
I had to repeat that line to my girlfriend. I was like, yeah, and when they meet in the game, it's like the funniest like one-liners back and forth. But yeah, sorry, we should probably take the time now, unless you'll have like final closing thoughts on DMC. I'm pretty much done. It's probably time to talk to talk about this show. We're gonna be there for a while.
The meat of the show, exactly. The point of this episode. I'll close off by saying, I did not want to spend time doing this during my weekend, and I really hate this. I hate the story, but I can't deny that the game is fun. I would even say it's so fun that most people, if they want to do like a Devil May Cry marathon, like people always skip this. Like they always just think, oh, it's 1 through 5, and like we do not talk about DMC, but I'm like, the game is fun though. Like it's still got the combos, it's still got the sauce, it's still got the stuff that you like, gameplay wise from those games, and a little bit different, but it's good. And that's I think that's what people feel about like Bayonetta 3 too. Like I didn't really get that when I played it, but I mean people were like, oh, I hate the game. It's like, but the game is fun. But I hate the ending and the story. I'm like, okay, I didn't know it would affect it that much. But now that I played DMC, I kind of understand like their perspective. So DMC to me is like, holy shit, I fucking hate that story. 8 out of 10. It's because of the gameplay. That's sort of how I feel with it.
Yeah.
And yep, that's my review. That's the short review.
I'm not sure if Snake wants to even add. I think he's like, I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, I was going to transition us into the show.
What about you, Dog? Do you want to add anything?
No, I'm done. Yeah.
All right, let's have some fun with keep rolling. Keep rolling.
I'm so mad we never see him eat pizza outside of that intro. And when I was watching that,
is there even like a pizza box?
There's a pizza
he doesn't eat the pizza and pull. He does a cheese pull when he eats it and goes, like a little face in the intro.
Yeah, so basically this show is from the same guy who made the Castlevania show on Netflix. I don't think he works on Castlevania anymore because I think he's been focusing on DMC, so I don't think he's involved in Nocturne.
I'm not sure actually. Is he not? Oh.
But
Let me look it up.
When I saw the stuff that was coming out for this show, it made me realize what Castlevania game fans feel when they watch the show, because it has a lot of the same problems in that it's very crass and thinks it's very mature in doing so, not realizing how immature it comes across. There's a lot of violence, more so than the source material. There's a lot of swearing, and it's also kind of poorly written. But at least Castlevania can fall back on its characters, because the dynamic between Trevor, Cypher, and Alucard actually does does a lot of heavy lifting for that show. Also, the action is actually good in that show. Whereas
at least the one that gets called out. Trevor gets called out for being a potty mouth in the show. It's like just him, so it feels like a bit more mellowed out. Whereas in, like you'll say in Devil May Cry, no one holds these people accountable for their stupid cursing. It just like it acts like it's deep, or that it's like mature for doing all this cursing. And I just picture the Mark being like, swearing does not make you look cool.
Yes, that Mark swearing doesn't make you look cool. So to bring up something, by the way, Snake, he is the executive producer on Nocturne, so he did work on that show too.
That explains why I dislike it. Because
he also is listed as the executive producer on Devil May Cry, so that's basically means he worked on both shows. He's the writer of this show, but he didn't write any of the Castlevania shows? I thought he definitely wrote some episodes. I'm just looking up but he worked on both, basically.
I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't write it, because it feels very different. Like, aside from the animation style and the stuff that Snake mentioned, I don't see much of a through line between the writing techniques or anything.
But to mention a little bit here, I kind of want to see our general thought, like a very brief, without talking about the show general thoughts. Snake just kind of said his.
Yeah, let him finish. Sonic.
So it basically, he's been setting up the a Devil May Cry show for a few years. In Castlevania Season 3, I think, a character goes through this like place between dimensions, and you see a bunch of swords on a wall, and good old Rebellion is one of them. So it's just there in the background. Also, I think the design for Rebellion is like this isn't like one-to-one right, but like these parts here like go horizontal, and the mouth opens up when Dante awakens to his devil trigger in the games. I think the show just has it like this all the time, or like fully open. I don't think the guy knows that detail. But,
there's a lot of details.
Snake, he owns the merch. He owns the crystal. He's a fan.
He does cosplay.
Yes. I sure do love the red and blue necklace, as Dante calls it.
Holy shit, you have it? Whoa.
From the reboot. Yeah, yes, I sure do love the red and blue ones, which are from the reboot, not from the original, because in the original they're both red.
Oh.
Fun fact, in the reboot, the creator's like cosplay is also from the reboot. Those two gems too. So people kind of brought that up, like,
oh no.
So you can tell what his main inspiration was, especially with the writing style of fuck you, ladies, just like the epitome of.
Okay, wait, Snake, you're reviewing the whole entire show. We need to focus on.
Yeah. So
let other people talk.
Basically, the show is kind of positioned as like an origin story for Dante. It takes inspiration predominantly from Devil May Cry 3, the Devil May Cry 3 manga prequel, and a bit from the original DmC 1 novel, and it also like picks stuff from all the other games. Like Echidna from 4, one of the bosses, is in this show as one of the evil demons. It pulls
Angela
bits and pieces.
For 5, right? One of the Angelas, like one of the bosses from 5. Phantom is a regular enemy from the first game, by the way.
The plasma creature, what was it called?
The plasma creature, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
that's from the first game.
Yeah, he's from 1. So they pull from all sorts of places. Then you have like cameos. Like here's Lucia, the female lead from DmC 2. She gets a cameo spitting at a guy. But
you got the final boss of the second game, or from the Ouroboros at the very end too.
Yes,
right?
they are setting up DmC 2 stuff for the next season. So it's not following the games in any substantial way. It's just taking bits and pieces as it pleases, and a lot of it just doesn't work, unfortunately.
Fun fact, Snake. Not really fun fact, but in my opinion, you said that the story does loosely base off of DmC 3, but it weirdly feels more like the director played through like DmC 5 and got a clip note version of everything else.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how it feels, at least.
That and the reboot.
Also, oddly enough, for some reason, if you watch the Netflix show and just hover over it, it'll sometimes just show Dante in the same art style, but it's DmC 5 Dante. Which is very odd.
On Netflix?
Yeah. He's just like doing this.
That's
like
weird.
He's smiling at you and like leaning on his sword. But it's DmC 5 Dante. And I thought in typical Netflix fashion, they were spoiling me about some like ending where it cuts to the future and he's like in DMC5 form doing badass stuff. I was like, thanks Netflix, because somebody at Netflix, I swear on purpose, spoils shit. In the thumbnails of every episode, there's always a spoiler, and depending on the show, it's a big one sometimes. And I'm like, who is this asshole? Because they're doing it on purpose. I need to know who this is.
So, okay, Snake kind of got his general thoughts. I'm pretty sure Snake's general thoughts is this is like a 1 out of 10 show. For me, I am on board with you, Snake. I really do not like so many things that happen in this show, especially as like a Devil May Cry fan. I'm like, I felt just like misery throughout the show. However, there were parts that I liked. There were parts that I was watching and I'm like, okay, that's cool, and kind of things that happen once in a while. And those positives kind of make it so, like, as much as I want to give a super low score, I'm still around like at a 4 out of 10 area. It's like it should be lower. Maybe it should be lower, but I don't know why. There's just things I like about it enough that's a 4 out of 10, despite my hatred for the show.
So that's why you think you had it worse than I did, because you actually liked the show. I see how it is.
We can't hear you, Snake. You're getting cut off right now. But I'm sure we'll hear your sassy little talk afterwards, yes. But what did you think, Dog?
So I was lucky enough to watch it with my partner, so it probably numbed the sting a little bit. Plus, I've been so made numb to bad adaptations thanks to the MCU and a lot of modern games lately. So I'm just maybe numb to it. So as a result, I didn't mind the show at all. I was looking forward to each episode, and I was actually enjoying it for the most part, not to a crazy extent, but I was looking forward to it and having a mildly good time. Then the last episode ruined all the faith I had in not just the entire season, but the future. I'm like, no, they don't have any idea. Like, they literally have no clue where they're going and what the point is of like Devil May Cry as a series. And they're trying to tell something bigger, and like Snake said, they think they're smart, when in reality, it's like a 13-year-old wrote this and thinks they're deep.
It's so interesting to, like, in my opinion, I think a lot of people that complain about the show complain on a very surface level.
Yeah.
But if you really go deep into it, there are so many problems.
Yeah.
Because it's like, the entire lore, the entire story has all been changed. The entire origin may seem the same, but then they were like, oh, actually, no, we're going to do these little small changes to, like, I don't know, do our original thing with it, do our, like, and stuff. And that's where things started to become a bit more messy with, like, how everything is, like, put together. Also, Dog, I before, when we ended the call, like, last time we recorded, I told Snake, I bet Dog would like this show. I was like, I bet he likes it. And even though everything about the show should be geared towards him hating it, I just have this feeling he's going to like it.
I have a natural ability to disconnect and not take it personally, I guess. So, like, even if it's, like, not at all like this, like, for example, I notice all the small things that are incorrect and wrong and all that. And there's things I disliked for sure that were always bothering me. I thought that, like, the redesign for Lady, I thought when we saw that in the trailer that she was going to lose that outfit pretty early and, like, get her original outfit back or something. But no, we get, like, one cutaway to that outfit, and it's the DMC5 version, which makes no sense because that should be way later. But I guess they picked that because it's the most recent outfit, so they think that the more modern fans will go, I know that, member berry, which is what the show mostly is too. There's so many member berries that are just shoved in there, even if incorrectly, like the very obvious DMC3 boss, which I know we'll talk about later, the sword guys whose heads should be attached to their swords and just aren't for some reason. Like little basic stuff like that. But I think that's just because also they wanted them to be able to talk while Dante stole their weapons, which I guess, I don't know, it could have been funny either way though. The random music is stupid, but I liked it. You know, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, that's my basic. And also, fair warning, everybody, you're going to hear me say my girlfriend a lot during this review, but only because I experienced the whole show with her. And it's also how I'm going to bring up the most normie perspective for it, because she was not a fan of the games, never played them.
That's great.
So I can tell you what she liked and disliked, and that's the normie perspective. Yeah.
That's good because,
yeah,
because I was hoping we won't, because if this is like a normal Comic Kings episode, we'll be like, haha, this is shit, guys, let's make fun of this. But I love the fact that we have more perspectives so that we can, you know, gain more perspective and like understand like how people feel. This show in particular, I have seen so many opinions that are from the fans' perspective and then from the casuals' perspective.
Yeah.
My brother is not a Devil May Cry fan, and I recommended it just as a test to see how he would
Yeah.
feel about the show. And what's very interesting is, by the end, he had the same opinion as you, dog. He kind of liked it until the last episode.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a lot of casual opinions. I saw this one tweet and someone was saying, like, if you're a Devil May Cry fan, you'd probably give this like a 4 or 5. If you're a Devil May Cry fan that really knows Dante's abilities and how they work throughout the, like, his power level, you might give it a 3 or 2 out of 10. If you've never experienced any Devil May Cry franchise, 7 or 8. It's like, the less you know about Devil May Cry, the more you'll like this show.
Which is a bad sign.
And
Yeah.
the interesting thing is, while watching the show, part of me was like, I hated my experience with the show, but I hate it because I love the games. How would I feel if I never knew about anything about the game? What would I get out of this? Like, would I have a different experience? Like, I think that's an interesting way of, like, looking at it. Are you reading the manga, Snake? Or is that a new manga?
Trying to find a specific thing to reference.
Oh, is that the manga from,
Yeah.
like, the Devil May Cry? Is that the prequel manga or, like, the V's manga?
The DmC 3 manga that was never finished.
Gotcha.
Which
So
Adi
it's got
Shank-
Alice in Wonderland characters.
Yeah, Adi
and stuff.
Shankar claims that he has seen the third volume that was never released, and that they used some stuff from that in the show. And I'm like, fuck off! No, you did not.
Sure. Okay. Cool.
It's like when Ed Boon said there's more secrets in the old games that haven't been found. Then it's like, no,
So-
there's not. Fuck you, you liar.
yeah, sure.
I love you, Ed Boon,
Essentially-
but you're so full of shit on that.
So basically, the manga is it's meant to be 3 volumes: Dante, Virgil, and Lady. Lady was never released. Now, Lady was set up. She appears in volume 2. She's supposed to be set up to. It's just her innocent schoolgirl version. I don't think she even has the scar yet. But, it's to set up her eventually becoming the character we know. We never got
Yeah.
volume 3, which would have been the most interesting part because it's Lady's origin. But here's the thing, right? The White Rabbit, the villain of the show, is from this manga. He orchestrates this
Yep.
Alice in Wonderland thing. The Alice in
And he is
Wonderland thing
very
is
different.
it's still there to an extent, but it's not as it's
Oh
planned.
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it's the inspiration for his design, but it's not like part of his plan. This is what happens to him in volume 1. Virgil just fucking cuts into ribbons, and I was just checking then to see if he comes back in volume 2, and I don't think he does.
He's just a puppet, right? In that manga.
I'm not sure.
Because I know that the Alice characters are all just Arkham's demons, basically. They're like literally small fry characters, essentially. So it's very different. It's like I remember even in the trailers. I think like even like Babe Rufus was like, "Oh, it's the rabbit from like the manga series. Oh, that's gonna be very interesting." And it's like
So-
that is a completely new character in the show, basically.
Yeah.
Well, many of them I could say this, but the rabbit especially.
It gave the impression that the show was maybe going to be like a take on this story
prequel.
as like, you know, take
That's what I
inspiration.
thought too.
Take inspiration from this unfinished prequel story and use that and basically just adapt that story. And it's like that would have been fine, but no, it's just. I think it's just so that it can appear new. Like so people, normies will think it's not retreading any old ground because it's not Arkham, it's not Mundus, it's just this other guy from this manga that was never finished, and then the entire backstory is completely changed. Like,
but
clearly this is not what DmC 3 the manga was going to do as its story.
Oh no,
No
absolutely.
matter what Shankar says, it's bullshit.
It's actually more loosely close to the third game, weirdly enough, because of the whole opening portal shenanigans with the medallions.
Yeah.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. I kind of want to go from like the first couple episodes, because I would say like up to episode 3, I was not hating the show yet. I was still like okay-ish with the show. It was like, okay, sure, things are going okay. This beginning part where the White Rabbit goes into like the Rome like church, which I actually went there too, so I was like, oh shit, I've been there. That's cute. Oh, they're killing the guards there, and they destroyed the church. But, cool.
Big progress.
I like the action scene where you see the rabbit killing all the soldiers, and then it cuts to another perspective where it's like the POV shot of like what happens there.
I appreciate that it's not literally just showing stock like footage from earlier in the episode. Like how
Oh, they do that a lot, right? In other shows, yeah.
Like here it's like maybe it's because it's the first episode, so the first episodes always get more effort put in. You can see it with the old Devil May Cry show as well. Like the first episode was like the best one, other than the one where Lady and Trish meet. Like a lot more effort goes into that. That's how it always goes. And so, and so that could be it. But yeah, I appreciate the fact that it's not just here's footage from earlier in the episode. It's like why movies, big movies do this as well. It's like why can't you just film the POV shot or show an angle that use CGI or whatever to make it work? You can do that now.
So this is a little off topic, but I will say, I just wanted to bring this up. Castle Super Beast, which that's like the Woolies podcast. They made 2 episodes about the show. I watched that, and I got so much insight out of this. Basically, that's so you might hear a lot of like copy paste things that I say there, but highly recommend that if you want to see some really funny things about like how they notice in the show. Yeah. After that, I actually did kind of chuckle with this joke because you got basically the crazy theorist guy who is like may or may not be a reference to Asmongold talking about the demon terrorists going around, and then it's like everyone's like, haha, this guy, he's talking about the demon terrorists. Then it cuts to like the president's like office being like, okay, so we're handling demon terrorists now. I was like, okay, that's like a little
the joke is that he's correct, which I thought was actually one of the few times when I got a little bit caught off guard because I thought they were just going to go right wing bad. That's all I see in a lot of media lately, but no, they went like this crazy conspiracy guy is good, both left wing and right wing stupid. Crazy guy, right? Go ahead. Snake, sorry.
But I was off to a bad start right from the get-go because I was already going in knowing, clearly the writing in this thing is not very accurate to the games. So then when the character's like, the president's like, I got BOWs to deal with, bioorganic weapons, a term from Resident Evil. And then later on in episode 2, I think, Enzo's like, I got you that Raccoon City job.
Well, Dante says, this is the worst job you've ever gotten me. Hey, but I got you that Raccoon City job. And he's like, okay, maybe not the worst.
So it's like Resident Evil, like fuck off, Adi Shankar. I don't want you touching Resident Evil. There are enough bad adaptations of that series as is.
Well, there's meant to be a lot of references because there's tons of Capcom references if you look for them of like other games.
Oh, there was a Mega Man. I just remember that. There's a Mega Man like little. Okay, so the Snake. There was a joke that someone said. It was like, like the death comes through every door, and it's like every adaptation Adi Shankar does is bad. The Castlevania, and then the next one is like Resident Evil, and then people are like in the comments being like, "What do you think this is going to be bad for us? We haven't had a good adaptation since ever." It's like, you think this is bad? You think Addy can make something worse than Welcome Back to Raccoon City or the other Netflix show? There's already a Netflix show. It's like, how bad can you think can it get?
Well, it's not about having a bad one compared to what already exists. It's just having another bad one, taking time and effort away from a good one.
But yeah, I get what you mean, because right now there's another meme that's like, I think even Addy's in on it, which is like, he kind of posted saying like, Blaz Blue. What did you say, dog? Like he just posted a logo of Blaze. Was it Blaze Blue?
Guilty Gear.
No, it's Blaze Blue. It's not Guilty Gear.
Oh,
and then every Blaze Blue fan is like, in the comments and stuff like that. So that's becoming kind of a meme.
It's like, yes, Ragnar the Blood Edge does swear, but I worry that he, you know how Ragnar is like, you think he's like an edgy anime sword boy, and then you actually play the game and see his story, and you realise, no, he's just like the one sane person in this entire universe. Everyone else is a psycho. He's a straight man. The show would just be, he would be like the edgy sword boy going, nothing personnel, Jin, just like trying to kill him. It's like, he would be terrible. Another thing I find really off-putting with this show is the fact they cast Johnny Young Bosch as Dante.
Okay,
I understand. Sure. Johnny Young Bosch did audition for Dante, I think for DmC 3 originally, but he didn't get the part, and instead he got the part of Nero for DmC 4 and 5. So his voice is firmly affiliated with Nero. Mm-hmm. So when you see Dante in the show, he just sounds like Nero. And then they even play into it when Dante first activates his Devil Trigger. It's just the arm. Oh look, it's just the right arm.
With the Devil Trigger theme, by the way.
Yeah, with Nero's Devil Trigger theme. It's like they're playing into it. The fact that it's like, did you get the reference? Whereas the original lady voice, Kari Walgren, is here as Eva and Echidna, and they make no reference to that. That's Kitana and
I remember. Okay.
Yeah, the sad part is they can't. I don't think they can get the original Dante because I think he's just done. I don't think he wants to do any voice acting or something.
No.
I think John
I have some
Bosch
good
said he
news.
retired.
I have some good news, but I kind of want to save it till after this discussion that is related to that.
Well, then we'll change topics. I want to talk about Devil Trigger real quick for a split second because I thought it was funny, or annoying actually, how they even call it that, because I always assumed that was Dante's name for his own ability, because nobody else would call it something so mad goofy.
They brought it in the podcast too, like the one I was saying. They're like, why do you say Devil Trigger like out loud? Like that's a little bit like, that sounds like, please don't do that.
And there's a tiny reference to DmC 5 because he goes, pull my Devil Trigger when he's done. Yeah.
And here's the thing though, dog. Even though you want to complain about that, they do say the word Devil Trigger in the manga.
I don't care.
So they count that is the like they canonically have stated that before.
I don't mind. That doesn't make it any better or any less stupid.
What I mean is in the original they say it too. So
That's fine, but the original can be wrong. And Joe, just
Okay.
no.
It's a weird thing with the idea that there's an official term for this thing, which
But you're
is
right.
entering your demon form. Like, there's no indication that any demons have a devil trigger, just half demons, which
Yeah.
suggests that half demons are actually fairly common if
Which
there is a
they're
common
not.
term for what they can do, as opposed
The
to
fact that Lady even
literally
knew what
the
that
as
was
opposed
is
to-
stupid.
Yeah, as opposed to literally the only known case of it is that Sparta
Yes.
had two sons with, because even Nero, who is like, he's Virgil's son, so
A
it's like
quarter.
there's one lineage. So like the only part demons, like the closest you'll get would be Lucia in 2, because she also has a
Okay.
devil trigger form. She's an artificial demon, so it's debatable with her. But it's just weird to, like, why is it called devil trigger? Like, a guy who goes around saying "let's rock," he is the kind of guy who would say, "Yeah, devil trigger." Yeah,
He's the kind
that's
of
a
guy
name
who
for
people
it.
say it in his head. You know, I'm gonna call it
Yeah.
Double Trigger in my head, basically. That kind of feeling.
Yeah, like
Trickster, Royal
like,
Guard.
if this guy does make a Blaze Blue show, there will be a character who'll say the Wheel of Fate is turning Ragnar.
I've
like,
heard that.
I-
As the not.
Either Rachel or Jin will say that to Ragnar's face, and it'll be the most cringe shit ever. But that's the thing the announcer says at the start of a fight in the first game, and they would do
Yeah.
that unironically, and it'd be terrible.
So, in the first episode, I didn't know that we were actually getting Kevin Conroy as like the vice president.
Yeah,
So that did take me like, oh wow, I did not expect like this would be maybe his last role like ever.
yeah. It's always wild that it's like when Gilbert Gottfried was in Cage Match. It's like
Cage match,
didn't he,
yes.
didn't he die like 2 years ago? It's like, yeah.
And
But
speaking
like,
of
this took
Gilbert
a long
Gottfried,
time.
that little guy is definitely meant to be like that same energy and voice. You
kind of
can tell they
vibe,
probably
and
wanted
so,
him, but
yeah.
he just passed away. Cause it's like that's the exact cadence he would speak with too. So, yeah.
It does have that vibe. Enzo is also quite interesting because he's not technically an original character because he is in the novels and the manga.
Yeah.
And then also
me-
he's also the connecting point of the Bayonetta universe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah, because he was in the DMC 1 novel. I think he was in the 2 one briefly. Then he's in the manga more explicitly. And so basically when Cameo went off to make Bayonetta, he was like, well, I guess because the character had not really been in the games, he was like, fuck it, I'll just put Enzo in this game. And so...
they are really different though, but yeah, they're both called Enzo.
Yeah, it goes very poorly for him in the Devil May Cry canon, because we find out in a drama CD later that he got his arm cut off and hates Dante because of it. And so, yeah, like, the design is very different, I imagine, to distance it from the Bayonetta one. Like, he normally has dark hair, but now they've given him blonde.
Well,
He's
in the
not
Devil
too-
May
he's not too
go ahead.
bad. He's not like obnoxious like some of the other supporting characters are. I think he fills his role. just
Ironically,
well.
he's supposed to be an obnoxious character, but no, he's not that
Yeah.
bad.
The sad part is, even though I don't think I laughed at any of his jokes, I think he's actually funnier than Dante, which is a travesty.
Yeah.
Because Dante says shit jokes in this.
I must
Doug.
disagree because every one of the jokes not only like made me chuckle on the inside, but made my girlfriend laugh, and she's a pretty harsh critic. All the jokes landed with
okay.
her. I looked at her at one point. I was like, I'm very happy all these jokes are landing because they could have very easily been like mega ultra cringe.
It's
do they
not
feel
the
like
worst,
Nero?
though. I don't
Yes,
hate
they still
Dante.
feel like Nero. Oh, what?
Now you know why I suffered, dog. You can imagine what it's like if it didn't land and they didn't land.
They didn't land. Just keep not landing. Ah,
There
shit,
you go. Yeah.
damn.
It is not the game's Dante joking. People do compare it to like Deadpool humor, like that kind of style, which
Yeah.
kinda. I don't hate him though. I'll say it's very funny because it's actually, and I'll also say this, I did eventually get used to Johnny on Bosch. Of course, at first it's just like, it's not really Dante, but he does a
I think he's doing
does a
his
good
best
job.
too.
It's
He's
just-
trying to do a Dante impression. He's not just being Nero. Like it sounds like he's trying to give a bit of a Dante twist on it. But
I remember someone said like he does a great job. It's just one of the worst persons to pick as Dante because of the Nero situation.
Yeah.
That's what I've
so
heard.
what are you
It's
supposed
not
to
because
do?
of
You know,
It's not because of Johnny Young Bosch himself. It's not like he's a bad actor. He's a very good actor. He's a very, very talented actor. It's just the fact that the voice is so heavily associated with this other character. Like, it's not to the same extent, but like, you know when Snowblind, when Sub-Zero shows up and he just has MK11 Scorpion's voice and it's kind of weird?
Yeah.
It's like, or like if you were, say, if you're a Metal Gear fan, it's like, okay, we're gonna do a Metal Gear adaptation, and fucking Quentin Flynn, Raiden's voice, is gonna voice Solid Snake, and you're like, but why? He's firmly defined as in this role. Like, it's really weird for him to play this other character.
Yeah, and I know Snake is very into like voice actors and voice acting in general, so I can understand how much this affects his viewing experience, like how weird it is for him. So yeah, I can see from that perspective. How did you guys feel about the fact that like the story is trying its best to explain the demon powers and the magic with science?
I mean, I actually appreciated them explaining why demons can even pour into the real world just a little bit. I think that they didn't spend it too much time on it, at least. If they had gone like really technical. No, they could have been way worse.
I count about 15 minutes as I total.
I mean, they could have gone full Star Trek, though. I mean, like, made up fake terms like, oh, the tachyons in this area are thicker, so there must be a portal ready to open because the tachyons over here are going wild.
They do say particons and shit a lot when explaining, like, oh,
yeah, maybe they go a bit overboard, but I'm just saying, I did like how they at least tried to explain for a normie who doesn't accept, like, video game logic that, okay, here's why tiny demons are sometimes seen, like, fighting people, but we don't see, like, the arm of Cthulhu coming down from the sky, you know? Like, they at least try to explain that.
Oh. Actually,
sure.
I've seen the suggestion that actually there might be another series that he's trying to set up, because what do they call the demon realm?
Oh, I forgot.
They give it some
I know what they call
name.
it. Really? I thought that was what the demon refugees are called, the Macayans. I didn't know that actually is called.
Yeah, that's why the Macayans, because they're from Mackay. Mackay is the term for the demon world in Darkstalkers.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So the theory is that's what he's trying to set up a shared universe, because you can't make Castlevania part of this universe, but two Capcom universes with monsters, maybe they would allow a shared universe. Imagine he's trying to set up Avengers, but the Avengers are like Dante, Chris Redfield, and Morgan.
You know what? There's a part of me that absolutely despises that, but then there's another part of me that's like, holy shit, Darkstalker content. I don't know which one is betraying which right now. I kind of, oh my gosh.
I would love the Darkstalker content.
Just that I hate Morgan as a bad guy.
Just give us a game, okay, guys? I just want a game. I don't really want anything else. Just saying. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of indications of like how much they go in depth with the science. Sometimes it's like, so like Dante's like gem is apparently like particles that they're explaining. That's how they can open the portals and shit. It's not some sort of like demon heritage magic. No, it's very advanced science, as they say in the show. Yeah. It's like, you may think it's medieval, but there's actually much more advanced like technology over there.
They solved this and said, yo, what if that was a USB drive that had a program on it? That's basically what it is. It's so weird. It's like early MCU when Thor's like, what you call magic, we can call it science. Science and magic are one and the same. And it's like...
but it's like they literally go with that. Like they are so committed.
Magic is so terrible.
They're so committed to doing that.
I also don't like the way the show is trying to do this weird like political commentary about like.
Wait, let's get into that later, because that's like the later half. That's when, in my opinion, the show really goes down.
We're still on episodes 2 and 3, right? Like that kind of range.
1, 2, 3.
Does he meet? Does he have the lady confrontation in those early episodes 2. Or not?
2.
Okay, so
it's the second episode.
I'll be really quick because I'll be really quick because I only have one gripe to mention.
Only one.
Which is that one main one, and I want y'all to talk for the most part. The only real issue that I had, and it happens several times in the show, is they actively contradict themselves. I don't mind having it be a weaker Dante because he's not quite in the games yet or whatever. The problem is you can't show us him dodging machine gun fire from like 7 dudes at once, and then later on when Lady just aims her gun at him and fires 2 bullets, they both land and hit him. I'm like, he would just go... Like, we see him casually dodging like 90,000 bullets at once. You can't have him get hit by 2 regular stray bullets. But little stuff like that. His power level fluctuates. Yeah.
Lady in the games is one of the best characters, and she's like the best of the DmC ladies. Like from what I've seen, at least most fans online will say, yeah, Lady is best girl in DmC.
They want more.
I had an opinion about that.
They want more.
Can I add one opinion about that? Let me add one opinion about that.
Okay.
I agree if it's only in her game, the one that she came from. Like, I think Trish and Lady are best in the games they come from. And then they just kind of become side characters.
Yes. Sure, but the point is, people generally say Lady's like the best one. But I feel like the show's version of Lady is like the epitome of every bad writing trope relating to a female character in an action series it's really weird how it like, hits all the beats. Like, well, she has to be constantly getting one over on the main character. She has to be more competent. Dante has to be so dumb. He doesn't know what a millennium is. Like, why is Dante this stupid? Like, so Lady can outsmart him, and then she's constantly getting one over on him. I think she gets more focus in a lot of episodes than he does for some reason.
Oh, she's like the other main character, basically.
She might get more screen time than Dante. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's so strange, and the way she's written is she has to be hyper aggressive and just swearing non-stop. And they have this bit, and it's really funny, this bit, because she explains the backstory of Sparta, and you have a one-to-one comparison point with the game, because Devil May Cry 3 opens with Lady explaining the backstory, and there she talks about it in a way that, not quite reverent, but there's like an element of respect to it. The way she's speaking about this mythology, about this legendary figure.
It sounds like she's telling a story, yeah.
Whereas here she's like, oh, there was demons from the shithole. They came to turn our world into the shithole, and then Sparta fought it back because someone fucking had to. And she's been like, it's just a really weird tone to give the backstory to it.
It's like every sentence she says normally, she then has to be like, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, this is a very common problem in modern writing, and it's not always modern writing, but...
People say it's millennial writing.
If you were to change a lady into a dude, it would not affect anything. It would still fit, which is a symptom of, like, terrible writing. Because, like, it could all be a man saying it, and it would still fit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not the point I was getting at. The point I was getting at is like...
She talks like a dude is what I was saying, but that's all I'm saying. But yeah, go ahead.
It's a that's a fine point, though. But like the criticism that the MCU often gets, where everything has to be ironic. Nothing can just be sincere. Like, you can't just have a guy called Otto Octavius. So my name's Otto Octavius, and Spidey's like... Otto Octavius! Clap, Seals, clap! Like, this is like, that lady can't just be like... She can't just explain, here's the Sparta thing, just to be like, yeah, and this backstory is fucking stupid, isn't it? Yeah, I'm so smart for recognising that this is a little silly, this backstory. And it's not. It's just really terrible when a character has to basically trying to win the audience's approval, kind of, and they can't be sincere at all. And the fact she's hyper aggressive, she's so unlikable. Like the old version, the game version of the games, it is. You can get on her side. She's aggressive, yes, because she views Dante as a demon. That's fine, but she's not like murder civilians level violent and aggressive against demons.
Well, I mean,
it's
what
so
do you mean?
In the games.
Yeah, I mean, like, she does kill like demons. Oh, are you saying like she's way more into being violent in the show? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, she fucking has civilians gunned down. Like, she does change her ways later, fortunately. But I feel like by then it's too late.
Does he though? Does he know?
Does she though?
Not fully, but she does kind of apologise.
We'll get to that.
She does apologise at one point, and there's those civilians that she doesn't just murder in cold blood after she was going to, So she changes a bit. She's a little bit of an arc, but not enough to make her likeable. And it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because the way it ends, you can tell she's going to get a lot of focus at the start of season 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's.
I would like to add something. Like, I would like to have my part of this discussion, because Lady is probably one of the biggest things to talk about in this show. Lady is, like, for some people, that's so bad that they forget to criticize Dante because of her existence. That's how I feel with, like, the general opinions about this.
Yeah.
I want to start with this story. When I was watching this show, it's a little embarrassing, but I also feel like some people out there can kind of understand from my perspective. Mm-hmm. I was watching the show. Episode 2 starts. Oh, we got the Darkon group. Ooh, interesting. You got these new OC characters. That's what they're called. Yeah, Darkon. And then it's like, they're like, we've got this one character who's like the strongest of us all. And it's like this person wearing a hoodie, acting all edgy and cool in the background. And then she talks, and then she's like, talking to like that's why she exposed like the cowboy demon, like, fake guy. And I watched that, and this is my reaction. Oh, okay, so yeah, this is a Devil May Cry original Netflix show, so they're gonna have to have their original character, so I can understand like what they're doing here. She holds her 2 pistols. She can actually magnify them back. She's got like jetpack boots. Okay, yep. Fun fight scenes. Okay, got it. It's an original character, so whatever. I kept watching, and then on episode 5. When Dante like flies through the building, and then like she kills like Agni Aruja, one of the trolls, and Dante says, "Hey, lady," I'm like, "Fuck! What do you mean? What? That was late. Okay, it's my fault because I haven't played Devil May Cry 3 for a very long time. I forgot about the fucking different eye color shit. I should have picked up on that. It's my fault. But what the fuck do you mean that's supposed to be lady? I forgot she's called Mary too, and that's all they kept calling her throughout the show. So I was just like, that's supposed to be lady. Are you serious with me? That's lady.
That's something I forgot too. I forgot that she has a human name.
There's part of me that was thinking, oh, this character might be like a reference to Lady. That like subconsciously I thought of it like that, but I'm like,
she has the same hair too, Sonic. You're not really escaping the allegations here. That's some next level disconnect.
I told you, I never played any of the Devil May Cry games in like college, and after the show, after the show, I played the Devil May Cry 3 games, I played the Devil May Cry 5, I watched a 2-hour-long lore, like, explaining all the mangas, the novels. I know about Tony Redgrave, I know about all that stuff. I am a pretty big Devil May Cry fan right now, but when I watched the show, I completely forgot about stuff that happened in Devil May Cry 3 and stuff, so I did not catch on that that's Lady. But I mean, can you completely blame me with the way they depict her?
No.
It's like it took me that.
I still will because it's funny, but you are correct in that she's very wrong. She's very different.
But like I said, I felt like this is a character that has references to Lady, but I'm like, but this is not Lady. And they call her Mary all the time, right? Haha, it's just like, she's Mary. Granted, after the show, I'm still going to call her Mary, really, because I don't want her to be associated with the game's Lady. But yeah, it took me that long to realize this.
Which is not good. That speaks to the bad writing if you can't even tell it's her.
Yeah. Just to avoid any discourse, yes, her canonical name in the games is Mary Ann Arkham, like in the show. They didn't just pull that out of their ass. Like that is her actual name in the games because it was in a Japan-only drama CD. So people just say, yeah, that's how it's always been. No one could cite a source on it. So like, eventually someone did and said, oh yeah, it's this drama CD. Here's when she said okay. But until then, people just like. What? Come on, is this bait that you're asking for a source on this? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you had a whole fight on Twitter. I did see that.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I always assumed Lady was a code name because it's so non-specific. But then again, men are named Guy. I mean, like, Guy's a real name. So I wouldn't have been shocked if Lady was her real name just because Japan. Because they give hilarious names to people all the time.
They literally explain why she has that name.
Yeah, what it is ultimately is that it's a reference to this manga called Cobra, which was one of the big inspirations for Dante's character. That character has like a robot ally called Lady, and that's where they got the name from.
This is too deep for me. I didn't know any of this. I want to add one funny thing.
In the game, they explain why she's called Lady, but you know, she says, "I don't have a name. Whatever you want to call me, okay, Lady." That's it. That's why she's called Lady.
Yeah,
and she despises her name being Mary because of her father. That's why she wants to be something else. But
it's really weird to then take that same character, her father, and say his name is John Arkham. You couldn't have picked a better name than John. Because when you say John, like I said on Twitter, call him John Arkham. It sounds like people say John Halo. Like it's like a joke name for Arkham versus Batman. Look, it's the Joker and his nemesis John Arkham. This is terrible. It's so bad.
What were you gonna say, dog?
I was gonna say, like, he's not John, he's Joan, or he's Job. You know, he's a biblical figure. That's why.
That would have been better. I pick a biblical name. Dante and Virgil that come from the Divine Comedy.
True, exactly. I'd explain that to my girlfriend.
Lady's real name Mary's from there. Lucia.
There you go.
All these names come from that. So do that.
Yeah, I wanted to add just two real quick comments because we're talking about those same episodes. Lady was clearly, or at least I would assume the reason they gave Lady so much screen time and all that is because they wanted to get more Lady viewers, I'd imagine, right? Here's a strong female character, get more Lady eyeballs on this show.
Yeah.
Similar to how they made Raiden naked in Metal Gear Solid 2 so often because they wanted to get more ladies playing Metal Gear. Didn't work, but you know, they still tried.
Actual ladies or like fans of the character Lady?
No, like just women. Ladies who have never been into the show will now want to watch the show on Netflix.
Okay, you're talking about actual ladies. Gotcha.
Yes.
I got
confused. The word women.
Yes, I mean women. Sorry, more women. And yet, I must say, my girlfriend hated Lady. She despises that character. She's like, I don't like this woman. She's mean. She's crude. She curses all the time. Like, she acts so smart, but she's constantly doing like the wrong thing half the time. Like, the smugness is not earned. And I'm like, yeah, no, she's not they made her very unlikable, which is weird because she's so non-offensive in the games. Like, she's so easy to like. And then here she is, like,
I will say, yeah, the thing I don't like about Lady as a character is she is a character who constantly swears and cracks jokes. I go on Twitter every freaking week, and I hear the quote like, Vizzy's pops, like, what do you call it, swearing in like Hazman Hotel is so much and so annoying, and it's like, oh, this is actually how it feels. This is actually how it feels to experience that. But at the same time, I look at this character Lady, and I'm like, this is a government operative character who is by the books, by the numbers.
Yeah.
So why are you acting smug and swearing, but then at the same time you're just like angry? Like, I'm taking this very serious. We got to do this situation. But then she also makes about like 10 fucking rabbit jokes. Like, the amount of rabbit puns just because they have the white rabbit in here are like, I'm like, okay, we get it. He's a rabbit. Shut the fuck. This is like their 10th fucking joke you've said in the show. But I'm like, if you're all about being serious, it's like you really should control the amount of times you swear or make jokes, because you're supposed to be like this serious government operative, yet they try to make her quirky and relatable, but then she's never smiling and never doing anything funny. So I'm like, it's two clashes. I don't want to keep bringing this character up because I literally brought her up and like glazed her in my Scorpion Sucks episode, Kuvira from Avatar. This is a very like serious military lady, but she does crack jokes. She does have some parts where she's all like more like a more of a warm character. But why does she do that? Because she's trying to manipulate people. She's trying to taunt people in fights, and that's why she cracks jokes. Is that all you got, Avatar? Or she's trying to be like, be on my side, work with me. But she's manipulating people. There's a reasoning for why she taunts us, but everything else, she's just cold-faced, cold-hearted person. And I kind of wish they went with that angle with Lady, with what the fuck happens in the show and stuff like that.
You can't be the loud know-it-all and the stoic badass. You can't be both, and they tried to make her both, and it just doesn't work. But yeah, go ahead, Snake.
That's what I'm
Doug,
bringing up.
you know, you made that joke about how or you referenced a joke maybe that if Netflix made their own version of Dante, it would be this, and it's just that woman dressed like Reboot Dante. Yeah. If Netflix made a Devil May Cry show, they sure would have a female version of Reboot Dante as the main character.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Very valid, honestly. It is kind of like gender bend Dante.
Is Lady? No, I don't think Lady is really like that.
No,
but
she is.
But I get what you mean. Lady is like the main character.
She's Dante without the sex drive.
No, she's nothing like Dante. Like Dante
swears a lot, is crass and rude, makes jokes that suck. I don't know.
She drink.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That guy's like a frat boy. Like he's like nothing. Like he's not working for the government. He's like a freelance. He's like I'm.
Well, she works for the government because she has daddy issues, which gets explained like in the last episode.
She's supposed to be all corporate operative, listen up team, leader-ish kind of
No, she listens to daddy. But yeah, I got you.
But I mean, that's not close enough in my opinion. But anyways.
Yeah. That's why she like totally throws him under the bus when he says, no, they died for, and who cares? And she's like, oh, yes, you're right, Dad. Forgot. In fact, I thought until they ruined this idea.
Are you talking about episode 7?
Maybe, yeah, sorry. I'm going too far ahead, but I want to bring up one more thing because you were wrong about Lady. I was completely wrong about this and felt stupid for creating this headcanon myself in the show.
Okay.
They barely show Lady's dad in that one flashback, like when the demon attacks him in the subway, right? And then they cut to like the agency and all that. And I noticed that the guy running the agency sounds very similar to her dad and has the same cleft chin. He looks a little bit different, like he's bulkier and his hair is like gray now, but I thought, oh, that's her dad, but he's like, it's before Arkham turns fully evil. He just has a demon power inside of him, but he's keeping it a secret and using it to like gain power. That's what I thought was happening. And then I'm like, oh no, I way overthought this. Like I way overthought this.
For a split second before those flashbacks, I thought the vice president was Arkham. I thought that's
what I meant.
Her
That's
dad.
what I meant. That's who I meant.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the vice president. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, and then the flashback happens, and I'm like, okay, yeah, no, that's a different character.
Imagine if they had just adapted DmC 3, and we could have had Kevin Conroy as Arkham. That would go kind of
that
hard.
version of Arkham.
Well, Mark Hamill needs to play that guy because he could do the gesture and the
True.
Fun fact, Jester was originally called Joker before they changed it in development.
Ah, that's cute. I like the Jester. He's funny.
But yeah, it's very strange the way they changed Arkham's character, because Arkham in the games, Arkham is the main villain of DmC 3. He's Lady's dad. He's one of the many humans who seeks demonic power, and he killed his wife to do so. We don't know the circumstances behind that. I doubt it was anything like it is in the show, because in the show, the setup for it is not too bad. Like I feel like that could work as a backstory for Arkham, that he's with his family, and then they get attacked by a demon in the subway. By chance, they manage to survive because he gets hit by a train, and then he throws himself into his studies, like leaves his job. He's just like, I need to find out about this demonic power. I need to protect my family. And then his wife snaps at him because he just stood there frozen in the subway while his wife went to try and shield their daughter. And so it's like that sets up some animosity. And so it's like you could use that to be. Then it was like eventually he's like, I don't care about my wife. I just want to protect my daughter. That could be an interesting way to like reimagine Arkham for this adaptation. But no, it's just. He just turns into Nosferatu and just eats his wife, and then dies in a fire.
Okay, I'm using the bathroom too, but I'll continue this. We can go on with 3 or 4, I think.
Terrible show. Also, don't listen to what these two say. Any praise they give the show, ignore it. They're wrong, objectively, factually. Because see, if an opinion's different from mine, it's wrong. That's what Twitter has taught me. That you can just say that. You can just say, oh. You just don't like this to be different. Like, clearly my opinion is the correct one. I like it, therefore it's good. I need these people to leave the internet. I was going to go way harsher then. They need to leave the internet and just never be heard from again. Peace, adios, get rid. Bye-bye. I hate these people. And Sonic, you best not edit this out because I want this in the episode. I want it on record. The people who think their opinion is better than other people, by virtue of being their own, need to shut the fuck up and be exiled from the internet forever, so we can get actual decent discourse again. Because it was fine for a while, and then Twitter happened, and 2016 happened, and it's just gotten worse and worse. And people just maybe I should get demonic power and just reform the human race. Like a DmC villain, that'd be great.
Did Snake just leave? No, he was making a fun rant. Damn it. Whoa, guard. I don't think he says world release when he uses that move, but just quarter of your health, Virgil. Get fucked.
Hi.
Welcome back. I want to say I hope we end this soon, but I think we're going to go on for another hour because there's too much to talk about.
Yeah, it was so technical. I don't even finished episode 2 yet.
I think we're kind of in the 3 and 4 area. Well, at least we're in the 3 area, kind of. I would say we can skip around. We don't have to go like play by play. I just want to talk about the main stuff, and we haven't gone to where, in my opinion, it goes really downwards.
Did you like it in the show when Dante gets his shirt ripped off in episode 2, and then in episode 3 he's just got a new shirt?
I didn't completely notice that. I did think that it was like, on one hand, I get it, that's fan service, but on another hand, I was like, is that supposed to be a cute little reference to Devil May Cry 3's Dante's costume?
I'm sure it is. I thought that was where it was going to go. It's like, that's why... it's like, you can't just have a character wear this outfit. You have to justify why this man chooses to go shirtless. You don't, but that's the thought process of like modern writers. And so I was expecting that was what's going to happen, but no, it's like he goes from having it's just an excuse to change from a grey shirt like he has in the reboot to like a darker shirt similar to what he has in like 4 and 5. It's really strange.
It is. It's But oh well, not the biggest deal.
Yo, dog, did your girlfriend like the part where Dante got his shirt ripped off and then just had a new one in the next episode without explanation?
Oh, I think she may have pointed that out actually. Like, oh, his shirt's better. I think she may have actually, because she notices funny stuff like that. That's like
his shirt's better. Like it got sick. Oh, thank goodness it got better.
And I brought up like, oh, by the way, sweetheart, that could be a subtle reference to how in DMC 3 he's just not wearing a shirt for some reason, but they're missing the nipple belt. But is what it is.
Well, you are correct that it's clearly a reference, but I wouldn't call it subtle. Because there's no subtlety in the show's writing.
Well, they did set it up in the beginning. They're like, haha, you're a demon, and pulls out the shirt out. It's like, it's a bug demon. And later on it's like, Dante, I know you're a demon, and he pulls his shirt off. So it's like they did kind of set that joke up.
That would have been a good moment for character growth, where like lady thinks she knows everything, rips his shirt off, and then she sees like, wait, how does he have all these powers, but he's not infected by a demon, or a demon pretending to be human? What's going on here? And instead of having her just immediately guess the correct thing, like, I never thought I'd see it before in real life. No, you suck, writer. She should have gone back to the vice president, who maybe knew a little something extra, and he could have told her, or the rabbit could have told her. This would have been a great moment of lady not knowing everything, but no, we can't have that. We can't have that. She has to be smart and all-knowing.
Character development?
Yeah, can't have that. Can't have that.
yeah,
Did we
with
mention how
all
Dante
these
playing DDR was amazing? I appreciate that silly moment. Felt like classic
I liked
Dante.
it. I wish it was the ED, honestly. I actually kind of wish that was the
There's-
ending of this, like, you know, the end credits.
There's a few voice actor things I want to mention. First off,
Okay.
you know that guy, the guy who has the bug thing on his chest, and it's like he's secretly a demon.
Yes.
He's voiced by Kenny Omega,
Hell
the
yeah.
wrestler.
Hell yeah.
Now, I found it funny though that the bit with the Street Fighter arcade machine that someone gets thrown into, and then you see Ken doing his victory pose, because
Yes.
Ruben Langdon, the classic Dante actor, was Ken for a few years.
Yeah.
He doesn't play either character now, so the joke falls flat. It would have worked better if it was it's either Yoon or Yang that Johnny Young Bosch voices. It should have been them using Street Fighter 3
But
or 4.
Ken's too popular, you know, so it's like, that's
And-
like,
and now-
Street Fighter.
Also, interestingly, you know that kid in the lady's flashbacks? That boy
Her
with the glasses?
friend?
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be the White Rabbit, but yes, that friend.
He's apparently voiced by Johnny Young Bosch, who doesn't even voice young Dante, but he doesn't voice young Dante. But I'm worried that they're setting up some kind of twist that
Oh, shit, I forgot.
that Dante and Lady knew each other when they were kids or something.
Oof.
Like Dante changed his look after leaving. Also, the fact that Dante doesn't know his father is also taken from the reboot, because in the games he's always known his heritage. in the main
Gentlemen,
series.
how do you feel about Dante not knowing about Sparta, not knowing that he's half demon?
See, it would have been fine,
It's
except that it
dumb.
feels like they only did it so that, like Snake said, Lady can be the one who knows everything, who explains everything to the dumb main character, and she's just better in like every way. It feels like that's why they made him ignorant, so that she could be the educator, you know?
So on the Castle Super Beast, this is kind of where Wooly loses it. He's just like, oh no. Everything about Dante's motive, his entire character, about him being the responsibility of Sparta and the chosen one to kill the demons, and the reason and all that motive, it's all just gone. And Virgil too, because they're supposed to know about Sparta. They're supposed to know about all this shit, but they don't. And also this kind of plays into Dante. One of the things I think about this character is he's kind of fucking stupid. It's like, did you never suspect about you being half demon? I can just regrow limbs and shit like that. And it's just me, you know. Like, I never thought about that. Sparta, who the fuck is Sparta? Their mother never told them about Sparta. If you think about it.
Yeah.
Why?
The only cool thing we got from that, which isn't even fully realized, but it was... Oh, go ahead.
There was like the whole backstory where they're playing and they're like, "No, Virgil, we're just playing."
Yeah, like it's thrown across the room and destroys a couch. Yeah.
And you're nothing special about you, Bilo. You're just a really good human being.
And I was also like, you think that something would have clicked in Dante's head when the demon that can just mimic people does a perfect mimic of his brother, but grown up? Shouldn't that trigger something in your brain? Like, I get that was a fake out, but he looks exactly like my brother if he aged up. And in his special outfit,
Did you remember
too.
what he said?
How would he know those little intricacies unless my brother might be alive?
No,
But he
do you
never even
remember what
thinks
he
about
said?
that.
He literally says, "My brother wouldn't look like that."
Oh, he does? Oh,
That's
I
what he
didn't-
said.
My bad.
Literally says that, so it's like ahaha. But yeah, that's a pretty funny thing. But even though I'm complaining a lot, I still was okay-ish with the first 3 episodes because they still had like, your action scenes. I will say the only part I audibly said, "Oh fuck yeah," was when Dante grabbed like Rujub and Adney's like sword and then put them together to do that move. I'm like, and that's about the only thing that made me hype.
Yeah, I like that part too. I thought it was pretty sick because it's a bunch of references in that one scene. Yeah.
I love that chase scene because they're playing Papa Roach's Last Resort, because it has the line, "It all started when I lost my mother." How subtle, guys. Very clever.
See, it comes out of nowhere. There's not even... I thought there'd at least be a reason why it's playing that song. Maybe someone like driving on the highway has it as their radio song and it just like cuts to that, then cuts to the fight and just keeps the song going. But no, it just plays out of nowhere, so it makes no sense. But I'm still like, I haven't heard Papa Roach in like 10 years. Let's fucking go. It all started when I lost my mother. I was like, fuck yeah, let's go.
I actually will also say that episode 2 was probably the most fun action episode because you just see Dante fighting a bunch of humans, but he's also trying his best not to kill them. And so that whole section is kind of fun. I like the joke where they're like shooting and all of a sudden he's like, "What are we shooting?" It's like,
Yeah, what are we shooting
Yeah,
at?
that's like the one time Dante made me laugh is that bit.
Yep.
Which is not even,
And he
it's not
also
even a
threw his
particularly
sword like a
original
boomerang
joke,
that didn't
but
kill
it was
anybody.
fine.
Yeah, no, I
Finally,
agree.
he actually uses a move from the game, and
Well,
I'm trying to count.
He's batting them with this. That's how he's not killing them. I mean, it's still a lump of steel that would do a heavy hit, but
It would
that's how
hurt.
he's not killing people. He's swinging like a bat.
Yeah. But yeah, then we go to like episode 4, which is where the raid starts.
Yeah, I also thought, like, are they just doing Devil May Cry the raid? But I'll give them a pass because there's not really like these fight through corridors. There's not much in the way of actual action for Lady here. So
Yeah.
I can give that one a pass. Oh, it is funny how her entire scene gets wiped out.
Oh yeah, this beloved
All of them.
Darkcom team. I thought they were gonna die one by one throughout.
Yeah, like the
series,
raid.
but
I
no,
was
they
so
just-
shocked
Yeah.
that they all died at once. I was like, what a waste. Especially that one character who I kept thinking, she's gonna do something. She's like an 8-foot tall woman with like a
The
special
buff lady,
visor.
right?
There's the reason we're
you
not
mean
seeing her
Am-
face.
You mean
Yeah,
Amazon Nightwing?
yeah, exactly. Amazon Nightwing is what I was thinking too. She's just Nightwing. And I kept thinking she's gonna do something, even when like, especially when her boyfriend gets killed and she looks angry but crying. I'm like, oh, she's about to either awaken something or just
Oh,
become badass.
there's gonna
and
be,
her
like, a
and
character
Lady are
development
gonna
with this character
team
now.
up. Then she fucking dies. I thought, no, she's not dead. She's gonna get up later because it's just a back wound. No, she's fucking dead. I was like, what
Oh,
a
even if-
waste of designs.
Even if she's not dead, like she's definitely dead now because of the explosion in the building, which we'll get to
True.
later.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm like that whole scene was to set up how like outnumbered, how messed up the situation is, how they cannot win. Oh, never mind. Lady is too fucking OP. She can 1v4 and handle the whole situation all by
was
herself,
weird.
basically.
yeah.
It's like, I remember someone, it's like, I was like, okay, you're supposed to set up how humans have to struggle a lot here. Oh no, we're not doing that. Lady has plot armor, so she can handle the whole situation by herself.
Another funny example of fluctuating power levels, and I bring it up because I had a funny line to my girlfriend, or my girlfriend said it first. We're watching her. This is after the little doppelganger guy does that little goofy trick to give Lady a slight edge, but she doesn't even land any like good free hits during that moment. So I'm like, oh well, now it's just a bad fight again because she can't even handle one of these things. But then, and she's even shooting at the vine monster lady, the plant lady, and she's like dodging it or barely getting affected by the bullets. And my girlfriend's like, she's got to find a new way to hurt this thing. Bullets don't work. Then she just keeps firing like normal, and the next bullets land and just kill her. And I'm like, oh, apparently the answer was just fire more, because eventually plant lady get dumb and die.
Just like the game. Okay, that
The
finally.
guns do jack
This
shit in the
episode-
games.
The episode actually has like the one thing Lady does in the entire show that I actually like, which was when she tricks Plasma, whatever his name is, into.
Oh, you like that part? Okay.
Yeah, when she tricks him, so that he
be
gets
her?
killed by a kid. That's not what I was expecting it to go.
Oh no, I knew that's exactly how it was gonna go. Too.
And I thought he was in on the
I
trick.
thought that was a pretty neat bit.
I thought he was in on the trick at first. I thought he was in on it.
I mean-
yeah.
My issue with that was like, okay, you had that whole scene where where Plasma got to change into Lady, and then somehow Lady still got to hide behind a fucking wall and ambush the plant lady. It's like, how did you set that up without Plasma noticing?
That's why I thought Plasma was in on it. I thought he was purposely betraying his team because Lady was going to like help the people out of the building or something. I thought it was, or she was going to help him get inside of the facility. I thought it was a quid pro quo, but then later on he says a line that straight up implies that he did not expect to get shot by the plant lady and all that. And I'm like, well, now I'm just confused. Because for the reasons you said, it clearly looks like it was a setup. And it almost feels like the writer did it one way and then wanted to add something later and then forgot that it contradicted the previous thing, which it does a couple of times in the series. Mainly with the rabbit
Speaking of
character, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, so here's where we get introduced to the first part where I really like nosedived and I was like face palming, being like, "Don't do this. No, do not do this." It's when we meet the Makayans, the demon refugees in the building.
Yeah.
When this part started, I'm like,
No.
we are not doing this.
No.
We are not
No.
doing this. Yeah. So that happens. I don't. Somebody wants to explain what's going on here, basically.
Basically, it's a big apartment complex that Lady has gone into, and her team's all been killed. And then she's been chased by one of the big tough demon generals, and so she manages to take refuge in the home of this one little family of demons who are actually good people. They're just refugees trying to escape the war because they're, survival of the fittest in the demon realm. They all escaped. They got help from the White Rabbit, so he set them up with this place. But they've all been told, hey, anyone who helps these humans, you're gonna die. So this guy and his family, even with that pressure, it helps to hide Lady. Okay, that's all right though. But that's the setup for Lady to kind of start to change her view on the demons. There are good demons out there, you know. It doesn't really change much in this season. Maybe next season we'll see more of that.
We'll get to that.
But at present, yeah, and so, and then, so then you have the vice president who's like this basically.
Wait, you're getting ahead to the point where like Dante gets his devil trigger and goes into the building.
Okay, so Dante's been captured for most of the last couple of episodes, and first he's captured by Lady and her team, and then he's captured by the demons, and so he's held on Earth Force 2 with the vice president, and it's like, oh yeah, Dante, use your devil trigger to save the people, or
all these voices inside in my head.
This
with
scene,
like the slow version.
I feel like this scene was inspired by Iron Man 3.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
But skydiving shots,
okay,
because they keep bringing up this whole superhero thing, and it feels like that's what they're going for. It's like, I'm making my own MCU with Capcom characters, and so Dante is saving people by skydiving, grabbing them, devil trigger in and stuff. The devil trigger looks like shit, by the way. It's CG all the time, and he has no fucking nose. It's like a mishmash of like, it's mostly based on 4 and 5, but it just doesn't look right.
And we get a tiny bit of DMC when his eyes turn red, and like it gets the veins on his face, but like it's very subtle. Yeah.
You brought up a good point that I forgot to mention.
nose.
So the thing is, I don't necessarily think the action in the show is like bad, because some people say it's like, oh, it's terrible, it's fucking horrible. I think it's a bit of both. I think there's good action and then there's action. But yeah, when the demon CGI sharp body grow, I was like,
and there's not even a good reason why.
CGI.
Why they even do the 3D? Because they didn't need to. I don't know. It's just so weird.
Right, that's usually why people do 3D in anime, at least. It's because of budgetary reasons. And the thing is, the issue with this.
Well,
is
at least go all out then. Like, don't make him look like he's. Like Snake said, it's an under-designed outfit with no nose, and it's trying to be DMC4 Devil Trigger a little bit, but the no nose is really. And Versal's version has a nose.
Because the DMC4 Devil Trigger actually has like a mask, it's like that would fit with the superhero aesthetic, but they removed that for some reason. You
look at that again. I don't remember.
I'm not even necessarily talking about the Devil Trigger. I'm talking about CGI usage in the show in general. Because around episode 3, when the demons start fighting on the highway, I'm like, oh, CGI. Oh, Rudra and Agni, CGI.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's like, here's the thing though. Here's the issue with this. If you watch the show thinking of the Adi Shankar's previous works, you'll think of Castlevania, which has some of the best animated like fight scenes and the actions. Like, it's so good. People have issues with Nocturne. I wasn't the biggest fan of season 2, but I can't deny the last two episodes of Nocturne go way fucking hard. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's so awesome.
It's an actual spectacle.
And then you can think of, okay, what about the games? The games have really fun and awesome action cutscenes too. So, and now you look at this anime and you look at those two as its competitors. It's like, yeah, this anime is just way worse than both of the things I just mentioned there, which is very fair comparisons that you would think of in a way.
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah. Also, in terms of music, the Castlevania show actually uses, not a lot, it uses about as many tracks as the Sonic movies do from the source material. I don't think there's a single Devil May Cry track played in this, other than Devil Trigger. No, there's Devil Trigger and...
remixes. Yeah. Except for covers and remixes.
Yeah, so there are a few actually. There's Devil Trigger, there's... What did they use for the end credits again?
Devils Never Cry from Devil May Cry 3.
Yeah. I think there might have been another one as well somewhere.
Bury the Light in the last episode. Bury the Light in the last episode.
So a lot of it's like very little. You don't get to hear a lot of it. It's so there's a few, but
there's a few.
I personally don't particularly vibe with the actual style of these remixes, and it feels like it kind of took a backseat in favor of the licensed tracks, which I always felt didn't really match. Like, don't get me wrong, like here's a Limp Bizkit song, here's a Papa Roach song. Songs I really like, I don't like the use in this show. I would have preferred like to original tracks or stuff from Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
So
I think the idea was that it was like Dante's jukebox, but we don't get enough examples of that.
So I think a good place to jump to right now is episode 6, because if we jump here, we can also talk about the Makayans. That was
Don't humanize demons, Vizzy Pop, damn you. Vizzy Pop, damn you.
Vizzy Pop?
until you mentioned Darkstalkers, I thought for sure that was like probably some of the inspiration is like everyone's trying to humanize demons lately, and I'm like, I blame you, Vizzy-Pop. And I like Has-Been Hotel, but I blame you, Vizzy-Pop.
And to be honest, though, in my opinion, I still think this is more like Addy's influence because he wants to talk about the I call him I don't want to say like the minority allegory, but here's the thing though.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Episode 6
Tarkatans
is definitely like the best episode in this entire season.
Well, just before that is we get that's when the vice president's like, okay,
fair.
Well, okay, backup members of Lady's team, kill all the civilians, just shoot them all, and then like without a second, Lady, he's like really, and he's like yes, he's like okay, then they just kill them all, shoot them all, burn that family that helped the lady gets burned to death, they just wipe them all out. So then Plasma's like, okay, I'll blow up the building and kill everyone, which is like the most understandable character motivation in the entire show is this guy. It's like is Plasma. This enemy from DmC 1 the best character in the show somehow.
Okay.
So that's a good bit. I like when he's just like, yeah, well, because you get that moment where he sees him being wiped out and he's horrified. This evil demon is like, he's horrified by what's being done to his people. And so he's like, fine, I'll just destroy the entire thing, which is really funny because it's like, why is there a self-destruct thing set up on this place by the White Rabbit who is all about the Macayans and their plight? Why does his building have self-destructs?
I will bring up something because the White Rabbit as a character, like, he was more of a noble cause. He still has a little bit of it, but he's also kind of gone a little bit insane. And so he's like, I'm going to help these Macayans, but if they threaten me, I can wipe them out. Despite the fact that,
he was also torturing them, like they even say, like, your Nazi lab. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which
that's what I mean. Like, it's afterwards.
They outright compare it to Nazis in the show.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Surprised it wasn't like 10 Trump jokes.
Episode 6 is this really weird episode because for most of its runtime, there's no dialogue. They have a completely different aesthetic style, which looks more like something out of, like, Amphibia or something. Like, it's very different and strange.
In the demon realm.
Which I wasn't a fan of. Yeah.
And then they also have Lady's backstory. It's like this really cool black and white aesthetic.
Yeah,
it's Sin City.
It's like a black and white except for her eyes. So like the visuals of the episode are really good. It's like a nice little. I don't like how the demons are kind of like all over the place with the designs. They look like whatever dream animal creatures. I feel like they should have a bit more of a uniform design, a bit more evil looking. But
I have a very terrible thought.
For this episode, because it's like from his perspective, I can forgive it. But for the rest of the show, it's like, these background demons are street sharks. No, don't do that.
The thing is, it's like he's imagining the Alice in Wonderland. Like, he carries the book into the place. The whole episode's about Lady's backstory and the White Rabbit's backstory, kind of like both going back and forth.
Yeah, because there are similarities there. There are a lot of parallels. Like he was from an abusive family. She was, her father became very neglectful and tried to murder and became a demon. And so you have these. Also, she had a human friend who, like I said, is played by Johnny Young Bosch apparently, which is really weird. And then, he had no friends. So it's like she. Like for her, like all evil comes from demons, whereas for him, evil comes from humans. The demons treated him well, whereas she was treated well by the humans. So that's the parallel. Which again, why is the character who's getting like having this parallel, this line drawn, comparing them? Why is it Lady and not Dante? Why is it the secondary protagonist, not the main one? Why is Lady Why is Lady the focus of Devil May Cry?
Yeah.
It's actually Lady May Cry, just so you know.
Lady May Cry indeed. I've seen Lady cry a lot.
She won't cry because that would make her look weak. Because that's how modern writers think. Woman can't cry.
I have a very terrible thought. Just so you guys know, when I'm watching this episode, I'm like, this is like definitely the best episode. It's also the best animated episode in this entire series. But I have this really terrible thought in my head. I'm just like. So they definitely put all the budget here instead of the action scenes. They wanted you to feel bad for the minorities. They had to make sure that this is the best and most well animated. I'm such a grifter thought in my head to think of that way, but I'm just like, that feels that way a little bit.
The reason they put so much effort into this one is because this is the episode that debuts the new Evanescence song.
Yep.
Oh, that's true.
Afterlife.
Not a bad song, I would say.
Yeah, that's why they did it. So, I mean, it's good. And then you get to the end of the episode, and then it's like, well, here's where the two stories converge. Because he's bringing demons, like the refugees, through portals to try and escape the big demons. And then, oh no, Lady and her team have found out what's going on here. So then they're all pointing the guns at him. And then a big demon comes through, so they open fire and just kill all the civilians. He, a human, manages to survive, but he's thought dead. And then he's like, oh, well, he laughs maniacally, and then makes a rabbit costume. It's basically Vanny from Five Nights at Freddy's, but whenever he talks, like he has like an actual rabbit mouth.
It basically isn't a mask.
And
it's
the eyes animate
half
too.
demon mask. It literally it's like a rabbit demon already. Like the mask transforms him or something. Like it's that impressive.
Then he can rip it off and just have his human face again, like episode 7.
Yeah,
it's
so
demon
makes
powers.
what they wanted. I wanted to bring up, actually, I think that this is one of those examples where the writer really made this change later, because we see the rabbit doing things that humans can't do in the early episodes, like move really fast, dodge bullets on reaction, and crazy stuff, and like survive stuff that he shouldn't be able to do. Then later on, it's like, oh, he's just a human, which is why Dante, you know what happens, I won't spoil it.
He's infused with demon powers.
Yeah. He has
Well, he doesn't say that. He says that he needs the demon blood to
powers.
not die, because he's actively dying. So the
But he
demon
also
blood keeps him
gains
alive.
powers from that.
I don't think he says that. I think he just says he's kept alive by it.
Well, that's literally how he gets the powers. It's because of that.
I think that is at least the
We gotta be careful, though.
That's
They're not
pretty
right
clear
for writers.
implications.
He needs
But then
I
why
mean,
does
in
he
the
give him
final
one punch,
episode-
though?
In the final episode, he eats another demon to get like the new powers. So that's just kind of like.
I felt so bad for that
But why-
demon because
why is it so
I
substantial?
did.
seems so
He's very
nice.
cute too, but we'll get to that. That's the last episode.
Very cute.
I think that's the implication. But then he
I
also
would
brings
have
up something
accepted
about
that, but then he gets beaten. I don't want to spoil it, but you see what Dante does later. Like he doesn't. It's like they want to be a human at some times, then a supernatural human other times. But it seems like at least when they wrote the start of the show, he was meant to be a demon. Period. But and I like the whole Alice in Wonderland gimmick. Even extends to the freaking clock that he keeps checking, because that's what the rabbit does, and he just keeps checking the clock. But in this case, it's
his
because
little tea
he's
party
dying.
torturing like the Dark Con characters all dying with the dolls. I'm like, you little pity motherfucker.
Also, didn't
part
they
was
forget
really
the entire
cool.
plot point that they said he was summoned? That's why he has different exceptions. Like he must have been summoned to Earth, like an incantation or something. Yeah, the Dark Con mentions that at one point. They say the reason their weapons don't work on him like they should is because he's not an exact demon. He was like summoned or manifested via like a spell or incantation.
If anything, I think that would be the assumption, because they think he's a demon, but the reason it doesn't work is because he's human.
And
yes.
Yes, but then we even see like there's a bunch of when they crash into the building later, like Dante and Lady, we see like he has a bunch of stuffed animals and stuff. So I think it was almost like assumed that that's how he was summoned. It was one of those things, but
No. Where are you going? No, he was just in the building.
That's just something he set up to toy with Lady, because
Exactly. Yeah.
Remember, one has its back split open, one has its
true,
arm
too.
torn off or whatever. 'Cause it reflects her team and how they died. That's what it's going for.
This is something that was brought up in the Woolies podcast, like Castle Super Beast, and they're like, so the episode 6 is great, but that end point, there's just something very funny. It's just like they're having this normal conversation with these demons. It's like they're raising their hands up. It's like they're civil, and then the moment that beast shows up in the back, the Dark Con was just like, fire to the civilians. Not the gigantic beast that's eating people. No, it's hit the civilians and the women and children first.
It's not that the civilians are caught in the crossfire because they're shooting at the big one that's right in front of them. No. It's that they specifically are shooting at the civilians, just killing everyone.
And then they're like, oh shit, there's a big beast. Grenades.
you don't understand, Sonic. One of those civilians was reaching for something. Okay, he was reaching.
On the podcast, they were like saying like, oh, that's like the boss mechanics. You got to shoot the little guys first. The boss is gonna eat them and gain back health. That's why you got to shoot the little guys first.
It's funny actually, because the only reason the White Rabbit knows what this government organization is because Lady calls out its name when she tells them to retreat. She doesn't need to. She doesn't need to say like Dark Con, run away. She does. And it's like in fucking the new Modern Warfare 2. It's like the only reason these guys know where these missiles came from is because one of the guys on the radio is like General Shepard of the US military. It's like, but they wouldn't have known otherwise. Thanks.
Yeah.
And after the whole entire experience, it's like, did Lady never, ever feel doubt or feel anything about demons raising their hands up or like having a conversation like that's normal and not trying to trick. No. She completely was just like la di la, all demons are bad, and then she missed the Macayan family and just like, oh, maybe all demons aren't too bad. There was that one, but that doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
I want to bring up something positive, not only just about episode 6, but I do think this is actually the same thing what you said, Dog, where it's like you don't like the setting, you don't like the story, but you think it still works for Dante and DmC Reboot.
Yeah.
I don't like the story, and like I hate this angle that they're taking with like the Macayans.
Yeah.
But I did like episode 6, and I do like the White Rabbit as a villain, like in
me too.
this setting.
Yeah, me too.
I think he works because the show is telling you that Sparta is wrong. The fact that Sparta sealed off the world is actually a bad thing because he fucked over the Macayans in there and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, it makes sense for why he does what he does. Basically, it makes sense why he goes mad and stuff like that.
It's
like,
missing a couple of key
also,
elements is all. But yeah, keep going. Sorry.
And yeah, like Hon Lee does an amazing job, like as the character. As like whenever he talks, it's always very like awesome, charismatic. He is the voice of Splinter in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh hell yeah! I didn't know that. I didn't like the twist that he's a human. I was like, okay, whatever. I think they definitely should have leaned harder into the magic and the knowledge of hell angle because
science.
Yeah, well that too. But he has like the magic book and stuff, so they should have had him becoming slowly more demon over time or something. Maybe just to exist in that realm and stuff. Isn't he seen with like a? They had like a book that he was
That's
looking
the
at.
Alice in Wonderland book the whole time.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I know he's learning.
Yes,
I know he's learning about hell, though, which is how he learns how to open the portals and all that stuff and whatnot. Yeah. So I'm saying, as he gets knowledge in hell, they should have like subtly hinted that he's like empowering himself with hell or something to get more and more demonic, and then eventually that better explains why he can just do one final spell and become the rabbit. The idea that he sews something onto his head is so stupid. It's really dumb.
It's at that point I'm like, that is literally not a mask, but it's like a demonic mask. That's how I kind of look at it. But it's like it's to throw you off the fact that he's human.
Yeah. If it having to be deranged is also stupid.
Yeah. If it was a demonic mask that turned him into a rabbit, that would have been fine. Yeah. Like he's put on this demonic mask and it's transformed him, like the mask. But no, he's literally just sewed a fursuit onto his head, and that transformed his entire face.
Yeah.
That impressively.
I mean, maybe it's meant to be the demon blood infused in his body. Like,
that's how I
into it or something.
Too. I talked to my brother with this. He's like, that's gotta be related to demon blood. It's like how he literally blinks and opens his mouth, and it's like the rabbit and stuff like that. It's like there's gotta be something like that. Yeah. Oh, here's a fun conversation.
I'd like to highlight one more voice actor thing, which is Dog. You played the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you know the character Julie Crawford.
Yeah.
That's Lady.
In this show. Wow.
That's my favorite character actually play in the game.
she has two roles, Julie and Lady. That's it. All the voice acting she's done.
Wow.
Wow, we got a pretty big role out of nowhere.
Good luck for her, honestly. I'm sure she can do good.
Tell my buddy that real quick.
What was I saying about... Wait, what?
I'm going to tell my buddy that real quick because we play Texas Chainsaw all the time.
Oh, nice.
Also, Plasma is Roger Jackson, a.k.a. Ghostface.
Oh, would you look at that? That's cute. I wanted to bring this up. This is kind of off topic, but 2 weeks ago I asked you, Snick, I was like, what's a character that you like that from a media that you don't? And that's I was bringing that up because that's how I feel with the White Rabbit, basically. And the example that I could think of is Gore from Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh.
It's like this poor character. Yeah. It's such a sad, tragic, and Christian Bale was acting his heart out as Gore in that movie. It's like it's so good, but it's Thor: Love and Thunder, the comedy. So it's like that's kind of how I feel with White Rabbit, basically.
Wait, I mean, these. Wait, hang on. These are the same thing. You have this character with this tragic backstory, and he's the villain, but like he's right, and then the main character,
yes,
and then the established main character is a dumb piece of shit, and you have a female lead introduced who is more competent than he is.
Yeah.
This is Thor: Love and Thunder for Devil May Cry. What the fuck? What the fuck?
It's a 1-to-1. Yeah, I think that episode, despite how cool it is, does like the worst disservice to the rabbit character because it ruins all the mystery, and also adds that like insanity element to it, which I didn't ever really get. I never thought for a second until that episode that the rabbit was anything but a perfectly calculated mastermind who's always playing 4D chess. I never thought he had
little
any
bit.
motivation outside of being the smartest guy in the room. And that episode kind of ruins that a bit. And then from that episode on, he starts making little mistakes that make him look dumb that he never would have made, I feel like, before that episode. Because he seems so smart and ahead of the game in the previous episodes. And...
Well, I mean, like what?
Well, like, for example, he even knows that Dante can't catch him in that one part. He's, like, smiling at him, and then Dante, like, explodes and all that. It seems like he always
episode 3.
knows what's going to happen.
Well, he
and then in
actually
later
really
episodes,
wanted
he, like,
Dante
does
to
really
trigger his
dumb
double trigger
moves,
that
like,
scene.
Huh? Apparently,
He really
yeah.
wanted Dante to use his double trigger in that scene.
But I mean, that still implies that he had a way of beating Dante in Devil Trigger form, or still getting his blood somehow. So he's always like ahead of the game. But then he makes it all becomes emotional from episode 6 on, where he just has to let Lady know that, by the way, I'm
7
that
and 8,
guy.
yeah.
He just has to like, he doesn't do things that I feel like the rabbit would have done, like just kill her instead of like monologuing to her. Like there's no point, you know, and all that stuff. Yeah.
The rabbit missed a good opportunity, actually. You know, when Dante's like caught holding on to him and he's like hanging off the edge of that building, and then you have the whole thing where he's like he makes Dante let go and falls like Virgil in DmC 3 and falls into the river. Then he's like, I'm gonna go and get this other demon and eat him. I for the whole scene I was convinced he was gonna go, Dante, you're in range now, and like slice him and get his blood. He could have just done it there and then. But no, he waits till later, which like. Why?
I did like the line that he says though. It's like, remember this. It's like, remember like what you've done, because the whole, again, I don't like this conflict, but the whole conflict. Okay, episode 7. Let's go there.
Yeah.
Episode
let's
7
go
starts
there.
off with fucking Lady shooting Dante's leg because she still doesn't trust him, and he's got to go all by herself against the demon army.
Right after he saves her life, he jumps out the window with her when the place explodes, and then she's like, "Oh, get off me! You bastard!" It's like, I just saved your life. She's like, clearly not.
Don't forget the blush.
so
Don't forget the
unlikable.
blush.
It's like,
So
these
so
two
then-
bantering, very cute.
So basically, the White Rabbit needs Dante's blood and Virgil's in order to put it on their amulet pieces, to merge them back together into one amulet, to unlock the power of Sparta. That stuff pretty much is the game. They don't specifically need Dante and Virgil's blood together, I don't think. It's because it needed Sparta's blood, so either brother would do, and the maiden who sacrificed herself alongside that, which is Lady's ancestor, which is implied to be why Arkham married Lady's mother in the first place, so he could get that blood.
Yes.
And so
a very messed up backstory there.
It's based on that. It's a little different, but it's fine. So Lady's thought process is, well, Dante is a dumb piece of shit in the show, which she is right. So he's just going to go off and fight this guy, even though that threatens the entire world. So she shoots him, locks him up again in a truck, and I guess she doesn't know that these trucks were used to like wipe out the civilians. She has no idea. And then
she doesn't know. She doesn't know.
She picks up this big suitcase that says KA. I was like, oh, Kalina Ann, her rocket launcher.
Kalina Ann.
Which is funny because the rocket launcher in the games is named after her mother. I assume it is in the show, but they don't specify that.
Yeah, I guess.
So she's got the rocket launcher, but she only uses it like once.
Yeah.
I think Enzo carries it more screen time than she does.
Yeah, for all that foreshadowing, they barely use it.
The animators had no fun animating the rocket launchers. They're like, okay, fuck this. Get back to the magnet pistols, please. Thank you.
So she goes off to confront the White Rabbit and his demons, and then she like kills one of them, and she's like, well, I'm not here to fight, you attack me first, I'm just here to negotiate. And then
make a
I'm
deal
not sure
or some shit,
what her plan is, because he's like, oh well, he points out that if you were going to kill Dante, you would have done it by now. You care for him, and then she's like, no, you dumb piece of shit, I'm strong independent woman, I don't care about him, which she clearly does.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. She should have ran
sure
away
what
with
exactly
the fake remote or something. There's no reason to reveal that it's not actually the detonator, because then you've blown your whole plan.
Yeah,
you can't make her
like,
again. You can't be badass, like a badass, dumbass, and smart. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
You don't understand. They need to explain this to the audience. That's why she had to do that. If they don't, then they're not smart enough for this. They need to do that.
If you've seen the Silent Hill movie, the bit where Sybil is like, you go with the elevator now, I'll hold him off with my gun. And then she pulls the trigger because her gun's not loaded. So now they know her gun's not loaded. So then they beat the shit out of her and like set her on fire. Like that's what happens here. She's like, she like the one bit of leverage she has, even though the rabbit's seeing through it, there's still that level of uncertainty, but she just blows it anyway.
No, she believes she could fight all the demons there, which she should because of the plot armor. But for once, she actually fails because she gets poison or like like numb
Oh
and
yeah,
shit like that.
Yeah. But of course, this normal human that gets paralyzed with this poison. Oh, she's strong enough to eventually break through it. She has to.
Can I say, like, that happens the second time. The first time was in the building, and the second time was I'm just like, can you fucking just poison her? What the fuck? Like, what, villains? Just do that, please.
Villains, demons. Yeah.
But then demons. But then this is where, if this was a better show, I would have liked the premise of the whole like, okay, so Dante, I just want to open this giant portal to save the Micaians who are suffering from Mundus, and that's why I need you to open this portal for me. Why don't I'm gonna bring you into this this toxic waste we've been living here this whole time. Do you see like the pressure? Do you see like this what's going on here? And it's like Dante's like, yeah, but fuck demons. I'm gonna side with the humans, baby. And he starts killing the demon army. And I'm like, at this point in the show, you've established that demons have heart and demons have like a soul, and like they're just people. So am I supposed to feel good when he kills these demon army people? It's like, yeah, let's go, baby. It's like you've kind of
they're not the good demons.
It does make sense
now.
It does kind of make sense for Dante's character because he has not met any of these good Micaians. His only demon experience is those who killed his mother and those he's met since. So maybe, which could have been made for an interesting conflict if Lady was perhaps like started to be like, she's starting to buy into it, and then Dante's like, no, bang, 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 bang.
I could be misremembering.
It would have been an interesting.
Then we get a big dumb fight. We have a big dumb fight with all these demons.
I see the potential of like this being like a good story. I because like even in the episode 6 when like the Micaians are caught between the Dark Khan and the big monster, I like this like this angle of like wherever you are, you aren't safe kind of a feeling. And then here it is again. It's like can we save the demons and stuff like that? But I just feel like it's like, but the whole entire feeling is Dante's killing these demons, and it's a good thing, baby. This is a like an action scene, motherfuckers. Let's go, kind of a vibe. It's like they don't have any subtlety, or they're not trying to tell like a more interesting story here. It's just like.
So I could be misremembering. If I'm Mandela-ing, forgive me. But I'm pretty sure that the demon, like, yeah, he is doing it for the good Micaians, the rabbit is, but I don't think he uses that angle to convince Dante. He says that not only will that help the Micaians, but he's saying that in the long term, this will lead to less death because the humans and demons will learn to live in their own, like, truth / harmony, as opposed to sneaking in, causing death, and over time, there will be more dead people. And then Dante goes, but when you open the portal, more people will die right away. And he goes, yes, but that's the cost for long-term peace. So he's trying to work that angle. And Dante seems like he's about to go along with it until Lady, like, snaps him out of it and goes, like, why are you even listening to a guy who's done nothing good this whole time? And that's when he goes, almost had me there, but I'm going to go up the side of not betraying all of humanity. So it's not that he's against demons. He's saying, I'm just not going to go against anything that even in the short term, like, betrays all the humans. That's, like, his line, I think.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, like, the show presents it so it's like, the demons have like the innocence there. Like there's like innocent demons that you need to care about, and now Dante just fucked them all over. Like there's that whole angle now, basically.
I guess it's just one of those things where you can't.
Cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the issue is actually this is an issue I have with the show. It's maybe not the biggest issue. I'm like, you want us to feel sympathetic for these Micaians, these demon refugees. Could you let them survive? Because every fucking time we see them, they just die. In episode, like in the building, they're all dead. In the flashback, they're all dead. Could you give us at least one Micaian?
The little kid. Can we
get
like
someone to feel sympathetic?
Yeah.
We're just getting like Micaians. Feel bad for them. It's like how in Mortal Kombat 1, it's like, look at the Sidons and they're oppressed. Feel bad for Havoc. Why? You don't show us any of the, like, you don't give us any like characters to latch onto.
Think about this, right? All the Micaians we're shown, not counting the demons ported over from the games and the White Rabbit and that. Ignoring those, think about every Micaian we see in the show. Name one of them.
Exactly.
Do they have names? Oh, they did have names.
No.
And the ones that died in the family.
I'm pretty sure they don't have names.
Yeah.
I can actually, It's like if you want us to be more into the idea of like feeling sorry for these characters, make them characters. Like I feel like, and also someone brought up, it's like, wow, what a daring story about like this. Like, minorities being repressed, like, never been done before. Just recently, Arcane, Attack on Titans. Like,
true, it's all the same thing.
They show the oppressed side, and it's really good stories and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so episode 8, gentlemen. I mean, they get defeated, and then like.
Oh, I wanted to mention one funny thing about that dramatic fight when Dante's got to fight them all, and he's even told that he can't get cut or it's game over.
No
and
blood.
he goes, "I just won't get cut." And I was like, they're missing one amazing thing that would have been perfect here. And let me know if they said it, but I
Style
don't think
points.
they did. Well, no, not just that. There's one line they should have said that would have been so epic because it would have made a perfect one-to-one reference, but maybe they didn't even notice they had this here. The rabbit or some demon should have said, Dante must die. Because that's the game mode where any damage kills you instantly. That would have been fucking perfect. Like, Dante must die. And I'm like, that's from the game. Grabs friend. That's the thing from the game. I would have been so excited, but oh well. Mm-hmm. Or they could have said
That
hell
would've
and
been cute,
hell
I
or
would
heaven
say.
and hell.
I
Would have been
feel
cool
like-
too.
I feel like this show would be
no.
more. If the game was going to take a quote from, if the show was going to take a quote from the games, they're more likely to just go, "Fuck you, Dante."
No, fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, also, there was a scene where, like, finally the white rabbit finally, like, confronts Lady and is like, remember me? Yeah, this is all, I want revenge on you, basically.
Cue
And she's like,
Evanescence.
oh, I'm so sad I've done that. And she's like, you were trying to save them, but now you've become psychotic. I was like, no, girl, no, you don't get to all of a sudden, like, change that fast. You don't get to, like, stop being depressed all of a sudden, like, girl, excuse me?
Yeah.
Like, after everything that, you just, all of a sudden, you're, like, coming back to the white rabbit blame, like, no.
That could have been a
You
very
don't get
funny
to do
back and
that.
forth because I don't want it to go catatonic. I don't want to do the full anime thing where they become a slug and become useless for a full episode because they're in this like confused
Sure,
state.
but could you actually fucking grow from that experience?
Exactly, and there could have been a great line with her and Dante where Dante shows up and just starts like attacking the demons and fucking them up, and she goes, "Dante, wait, don't kill them." And he goes, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's like some of them are just under his
They
control
never go that
or just
angle.
doing what he said, and it's like she never even tries. That would have been a really funny back and forth between her and Dante. Like, are they mind controlling you? And it's like, no.
I will say though, they do explain why killing those demons are a bit more okay because they're the experimented like demons or some shit.
Well, and some are
they're-
just
you know,
uber
they're-
generals too. Like that one guy that we see multiple times. It's implied that he's one of the ruler or higher demons. So he's just an asshole.
That's
Yeah.
the Devil May Cry 5 boss.
Yeah.
Angelo, I
Cavalier,
forgot.
yeah.
Cavalier. So that's like a Mundus
Who-
boss basically.
They kind of messed up his role because I'm pretty sure he's got to be powered by something, which is why when you defeat him, like Trish falls out. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, there's like Angelo prototypes in the games and stuff like that. So
shut
mean,
your
if
shut
you
your
fight
mouth.
him in the-
Stop the words.
if you fight him in the Bloody Palace, he just dies and nothing comes out. You know.
Oh,
So.
okay, fair enough. Well, Bloody Palace is not canon. Anyway.
You if you play Virgil, okay. But my point, it's a show, it's whatever. So how do you tell who is a good demon and a bad demon? If they look like monsters or more like demonic or animalistic characters, those are bad guys. If they look like humans with horns, boring ass character designs, Macayans. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay,
Yeah. They really should have had the demon work different angles.
it's very boring.
They're just dudes with like green skin and horns or whatever. It's so dull.
See, Dante should have pulled a Kal-El from Superman, no, what's it called, Man of Steel, and been like, Makai had its chance. No, I'm kidding. Demon eyes. Transforms.
So, the finale. Ooh.
Yes.
What
Yeah,
a-
Full Resident Evil
so-
episode. Just goes full Resident Evil with the
So
the
how
monster
did you guys
and
feel
everything.
about? Yeah, how did you guys feel about the OC as the final boss? The OC design.
terrible. So basically,
Terrible.
Very
White Rabbit's beaten. He's like, oh, I'm so weak and defeated. Then he sees his good friend. Where is he now?
What's his name? The little cute guy.
I'm trying to find it. Fuck, I can't find it. Give me a
Have you
second.
guys seen the anime Bait and Abyss?
Not yet.
Bloodstrike.
Okay,
That's it.
there's-
Bloodstrike. He finds Bloodstrike and goes, "Hey,
Yeah.
Bloodstrike!" and just eats him. And
Oh,
get him,
thank you. You're here.
And then he becomes like a Resident Evil final boss. Like he has like the proportions of
Yeah.
like William Birkin or Tyrant.
Exactly.
And then
It's a
he-
giant
he
Resident
doesn't even
Evil
have rabbit
reference.
features. He's just some dude with like
Right?
big,
I kind of
big red
wish
demon man
they
with
would
black
reference
hair.
that.
It's terrible. And then he's having this big dumb fight with Dante across city blocks, and it's like, they're very much like big epic climax, and it's like, but Dante has like barely any connection to this character. The whole time
True.
he's set up his rivalry with Lady, and Lady's barely going to do anything this episode for once.
It was so much better if Lady fought him, because it's like her nemesis, and then Dante, if they hadn't killed off the other brother, the blue one, he should have found the brother's sword like in the game, and then like get a power up and become a more uber version of himself, just like in the boss fight in DmC 3. And that could have been Dante's opponent maybe or something, and they would have both had villains that are tied to
Are
them.
you talking about Virgil? Like you're saying Virgil should
I
be his
mean
final
Virgil.
boss?
Yeah. That's what I'm referring to.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Because he gets a power up in the game when you kill one of the brothers first. They get stronger because they pick up the other sword and put it together and become a more uber version. Yeah. That would have been
cute, yeah.
That would have been something. And then, like Snake said, then it would have been a fight that matters because these two characters actually have history. What's also dumb is that the whole time he's fighting Dante, I'm just thinking the Devil Trigger is right there, and we have no clue how he scales to Devil Trigger. Like, is he a complete joke compared to Devil Trigger? Because if so, there's no stakes this entire fight. Because Dante can just Devil Trigger and just win instantly. And then, I won't spoil it.
Devil Trigger didn't seem that strong in this show. Even he didn't completely defeat. What's the blue one called? Agni, I think.
Yeah, it did, and it didn't seem powerful because he kills the one brother when he's not even fully transformed. So that implies he's very powerful. And then I guess it's implied that he wasn't trying to kill the other brother at first. He was just beating information out of him. But then when he did get the information, it should have been like just instant death. I even said out loud when I was watching with my girlfriend, when he gets tackled by the wind demon and taken off the building while still in devil form, I said, what joke is this? This moron thinks he stands any threat, like, at all.
No. You want a joke relating to Rudra? Consider the fact that this show gave Agni and Rudra heads. Even though the heads are supposed to be on their swords. Yeah, so Agni and Rudra have heads. And how does Rudra die? By getting his head blown off.
They're setting that up for the second season.
They definitely
They're going to come back with the heads on the sword.
Yep.
Like, reverting him to his game version is what kills him. What the fuck kind of a joke is this?
On the I always keep forgetting. Castle Super Beast podcast, they're like, what is the thing you do in a final boss fight that's supposed to make it badass and cool?
Kill the boss?
No, I mean, how do you make a really cool final boss character, basically?
Give him a personal motive and connection to the protagonist.
Same size as the player, slowly walks towards them.
Oh.
Like, I would have preferred if, like, the White Rabbit had a 1v1 with Dante at the end. That's more badass. Or something along the lines of, like, a power-up like that. That's how you do it in Dark Souls.
Y'all know the reason he gets big, though, right? Do y'all know why he gets all big and deformed? Because I almost forgot until I remembered, like, why he changes that way.
Oh, does he say it, actually?
No, it's just that monster that fell off the building and got its head smashed was already like that. He could transform like the Hulk and get big, but Lady hits him off the building with the car and his head splats. That's the same monster, right? So that's why he got that innate ability to like shift and get big. Which is lame, but at least they explain why he gets all... They could have at least kept some of the rabbit motif, but I agree. It would be cool if it was like just him-sized dude. Or what if the rabbit's like, watch this, Devil Trigger?
I mean, sure.
But it's got Dragon Ball Z logic where he only has like, he would have had 2 days left with his like little device, but after he cranks Devil Trigger, he has 10 minutes. And he's like, I'm going to kick your ass in 10 minutes, Dante. Don't let it out, gotta let it out, Devil Trigger. Sorry.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that there. But yeah, so basically they fight for about 10, 15 minutes, and then finally they defeat the OC, White Rabbit.
Yeah.
And then
they beat him with Lady shooting him in his heart from like with a pistol from like 200 fucking yards away. It's ridiculous. And then
and she steals the line.
Oh, jackpot.
I think jackpot is used
inside.
Like Dante does it twice early in the show. Like jackpot is so overdone. I fucking hate it.
I forgot that he even said it early on, but I'm glad he does. Yeah,
he does, and every time he says jackpot, it does mean something more. In DMC 5, I think he says it twice. Once when he first meets Urizen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And the moment he says jackpot, then Urizen talks and says Dante, and that's how he knows. Okay, that's Virgil for sure now. Like that's kind of like why he says it.
Yeah, 'cause it has significance because the original line is because he says to Trish, if I keep killing each demon that comes, eventually I should hit the jackpot sooner or later. He's saying if he kills enough demons, he'll find the one responsible for his mother's death. Then when he's powered up at the end, he's gonna shoot Moonus for the final shot. He goes jackpot. That's what it means. But and then DMC 3, it's like it's a thing he and Virgil used to say as an excuse for them to be like back to back jackpot.
Jackpot. Yeah.
This shot goes hard. Holy shit.
Actually, that does. I'm gonna try to make that the thumbnail.
Man.
I'm gonna try to make that the thumbnail right there. Like, holy shit, dude. Jackpot. The other gun's gonna be covered by the light. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, so
more thumbnail pictures.
DMC 4, they just had it under special conditions. It's whatever. But then in 5, it's Dante saying jackpot because he's like confirmed. Yeah, Urizen is Virgil. Spoilers. Urizen is Virgil. Jackpot. Like, and you don't even say go jackpot. He goes jackpot. Like it's serious.
Jackpot.
Whereas the old anime in the first episode, some demon comes out, he just turns around and goes and jackpot. And then here it's just constantly
it's a
being
more
said.
calmer way of saying it. He says
It's
like
like
two
how
or three times.
It's
I
like
think,
how in Devil.
in the anime.
It's like how in MK nowadays everyone has to constantly say, "I will finish."
It has. Oh, I thought you meant it has
Finish
begun.
him.
That as well, yes. Like there's certain lines that they just keep repeating. It's like, yeah, we get it, we get it, we get it.
Get it.
Stop, find something new, reference something different.
Actually, dog, when you said that you died a little inside when Mary says jackpot, I remember. Yeah, I died
Don't
a little
call her
inside
Mary.
too. I'm like, why not? I'd rather call her than a lady.
Oh,
So yeah, the day is saved, and it seems like everything is all wholesome and shit. And then Mary just like drugs like Dante. At that point, I'm like, fuck you. Like, what the fuck was the whole point of your character in this show?
Yeah.
Like, what's this whole gross shit? What's this whole Dante? After everything you've been through, you're still bootlicking the vice president. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you, actually. Like,
there can't be any
so-
growth season 2.
Yeah, so she's Dante's captured. He's frozen in some facility. Meanwhile, Virgil's freeing some like captive.
Wait. Why does Virgil free them? There's a whole setup for that. You gotta talk about the worst thing about the show.
The vice president's got this the White Rabbit's
device
tech that opens a portal, and he opens a portal on a building on a rooftop right in front of him, and he goes, "Okay, all fighters go through." And there's one little portal on a rooftop, a bunch like F-15s go flying past him from like right this close in through the portal, and so not all they fire missiles through, one of the two, and they're just like bombing all the civilians, and it's like, what is this fucking drone strike, war on terror metaphor bullshit? You know, I Devil
You
May Cry
forgot.
show.
Don't want to be an American idiot.
Yes!
Yep.
Yes!
The song.
Gotta make it about America,
my
not just
fellow
this one guy and
Americans.
this one organization. It's got to be America. Yeah.
My fellow
Like,
Americans.
Yeah.
Like, I can at least appreciate it being used not to be like, yeah, America cool. It's America kind of sucks though. Like, I can appreciate it being used for that, but I don't think the specific thing they're going for here with the whole referencing the war in Iraq is like the best way to go. It's a really weird direction to go for Devil May Cry. You know,
Bush
the
commentary,
wacky woohoo Pizza Man series. Wow, I really want to hear this guy's talks about immigration and the death of civilians from a hostile. Fuck off. It's terrible.
Especially
Guys.
when the game doesn't have it. Like, it's one thing to add it if the game has political tones, but it never has. Yeah.
Guys, humans were the real demons all along.
The real demons were the humans we met along the way.
Humans may cry.
And then this fucking demon guy, who's like this like generic looking demon knight, just shows up and he's like, and it's like the White Rabbit already said, "I know who you are," and it's like, oh, it's Nilo Angelo. And then it's like, yeah, it's Nilo Angelo, aka Virgil. He doesn't look like Nilo Angelo. It's just a generic demon armor. And then it's like, yeah, Virgil is working for Mundus. Now, we don't know if he's brainwashed like he was in the games or not, because this is his first appearance. So we don't know if he's brainwashed or not. Hopefully that's the case, and they're not just going to completely assassinate his character. But honestly, I feel like if you replaced the White Rabbit with Virgil, it probably would have been a better story.
The White Rabbit is the stand-in for Virgil, basically.
I do think it's the brainwash
like, it
thing,
feels that
too.
way.
I want to mention that. I think it's the brainwashing thing. Also, the voice
I
for
don't know.
well, because Devil May Cry 1 did that, right? Where like the statues, when you're in them, like they control you or something. And those are for Mundus, I think. So
Virgil is controlled in Devil May Cry 1, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what they're doing, I think. They even show Mundus a few times in the show. And to their credit, it looks like Mundus, so that's at least one thing they didn't fuck up.
I mean, the characters, like, not all of them look too different.
But
yeah.
I'll say
also,
this.
the voice actor for Virgil could not have been more miscast, in my personal opinion, because Dante has the manly voice. Virgil has, like, the shriller, scheming voice. He always has.
Foolish.
Hey there, Virgil. Dante. Like the whispering. But he was like, I am the storm.
Like Robbie Damon's
I kind of cried a little inside when he said that too. I was like, oh.
Yeah, Robbie Damon's good in other roles. Like, he's really good in Persona 5 as Akechi. He's Mephiles in Shadow Generations. You know, he's been Kenshiro in Fist of the North Star. He's Fujiguro in Jujutsu Kaisen. You know, he's had some good stuff. He's been Spider-Man. He's a pretty good Spider-Man.
It's not that he's a bad voice actor.
No,
it's just that, like, Virgil is too iconic. You know, it's kind of the same with, like, Dante a little bit. But Virgil, in my opinion, like, he has to have that voice.
He was Chai in Hi-Fi Rush, and now he's Virgil. How strange.
Wait, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool.
I've never seen a faster heel turn in my life.
So so here's the thing though. This was brought up in the podcast again, Cal Super Beast, and once they brought this back up, I'm like, oh my gosh, like you guys are. In my opinion, we don't know if Virgil is being mind controlled or not. I am leaning more towards the fact that he's not, just because I just feel like it would indicate that more. But here's the thing though. The entire show, everything that's been set up, because most people when they talk about Virgil, it's like, oh, is he working for Mundus? Oh, I am the Storm. What a cringe line. That's all they talk about it.
It's true. It's true. It is a cringe
It's a
line.
member berry. That's the problem. It's just a member berry. Yeah.
It is. I'm not saying that's not. Well, my point is, there's just something that people don't really talk about with Virgil. Despite the little he's been in this show, he's kind of a good guy. If you look at what's been happening in the entire show, it's like, oh my gosh, these demons have been suffering in like the Makai place with the air and shit like that. And it's like, what have Dante and Lady been doing? Dante's been an idiot, not knowing what to do. He doesn't know what the fucking necklace does throughout the entire time. Lady's been trying to like kill all the demons, but then like she has a change of heart, but then it doesn't change at the end. She's still bootlegs for the vice president. What are the only things that Virgil does in the entire show? He gives his necklace to the White Rabbit because he believes in that to be doing the greater good. He saves people in the show, the demons who are like the refugees. He'd probably be like work for Mundus now basically, but still the little bit he's done is the fact that he is the good guy. Because okay, the fucking presidents, like what they've done, they have invaded, they have blown up like the demon world. They're the bad guys. Mundus is actually more of a good guy now because we haven't seen like shit he's done. But because of now of what like the vice president has done, like from their perspective, they don't need to do shit. Like they're the good guys in this scenario right now.
We get name dropped by the Makais that Mundus is the main reason for suffering in Makai. They mentioned that Sparta made it worse for them because Mundus has full reign over them now. Yeah.
But the vice president has just fucking blown them up, so now Mundus is gonna look like the good guy. You know what I mean?
I want to say, finish that little.
Wait, let me finish this. The thing is, Virgil is more of a good guy than all the characters in this show. The guy who was just the asshole who wants power in the games. The Mr. I want power, I do anything for power is saving people, is caring for people, the demons.
Sure. Well, here's what I think is actually happening, unless Snake wants to say it.
Like Virgil, whatever he does in the next season is better than Dante as a like his motives and shit like that.
So you can tell where some of where this is going. So we're gonna have the first few episodes while Dante's frozen. Virgil and Lady are going to be the main characters. Lady will have likely have a change of heart and free Dante at the end of episode 1, and then at the end of episode 1, Dante's out, and it's like, have to wait an entire fucking episode to see Dante out, and then he'll maybe fight Virgil, or maybe Virgil will free him and try and like bring him around. I could easily see them doing
DmC
Mundus.
Reboot, I see.
I could see the president getting killed, and then Mundus like possesses a human or has like someone like DmC Mundus basically as a character who is like, yes, demon running for president. How clever, Mr. Shankar. And it's like he's going up against the vice president's going to get recast because Kevin Conroy died. So
I think either that or he's going to die in the second season. Like they've already finished his lines, maybe something like that. Would you guys like to hear a terrible theory?
Well, before you say anything, I want to say one thing real quick. I think that unfortunately your theory about Virgil is completely wrong.
About what?
I think that he's just being controlled by Mundus, and Mundus was using him to help the rabbit because if the rabbit succeeded, the walls would fall down between Earth and Makai, which is what Mundus wants because he wants to rule over Hell and Earth. So I think Virgil is literally just doing exactly what Mundus wants. Yeah.
In regards to the main plot, what Virgil does for the main plot, yes, that is likely the ideas that Mundus is like, this will help me. You do that, White Rabbit. Whereas saving the civilians, I don't know how that actually benefits Mundus because he doesn't need public support because it's a world of survival of the fittest. The strong rule. Mundus is the strong one. He already has power. He doesn't need the weak, pathetic civilians to like him. So I think this is just Virgil acting on his own.
That's what I mean. It's like,
no
matter what happens now, Virgil has done more good than like Dante and Lady.
Saving the civilians.
And I think it's also kind of implied. People are like, demons, we may have our differences, but we need to come together because they got nukes. Like I think that's kind of the implication. But
that's also the biggest problem with Devil May Cry in a modern setting is that not just modern, but like where the whole world knows is that I don't think it'd be that big of an issue. I think we just send like why are we even sending fighter jets in? Just launch 30 nukes through there. Problem solved.
I guess they kind of.
We have enough nukes to blow up the whole Earth. Like America alone has enough nukes to blow up the whole Earth. Just send like 10% into hell. Problem solved.
The vice president could just throw a nuke.
That's one of the interesting things that makes this one different is the fact that I don't think even the reboot even said America. I think the only time a country's been acknowledged is in the reboot. Dante has like the Union Jack on his shirt and his jacket. That's it. Yeah. I don't think we've ever otherwise had real countries referenced in Devil May Cry.
True. Yeah.
So, because it's Redgrave City, which is you'd assume America, but then you look at all the police boxes and stuff like that. You see all these phone box booths. It's like it looks like it's a bit of a UK thing, or somewhere else in Europe. Who knows where this is based? And now here it's like no, it's America. Dante's in New York because superheroes, Marvel Comics. Hey, yeah,
the Twin Towers.
Hey!
I'm surprised they didn't straight up just say like Demons did 9/11, but I reckon they will in season 2.
We're getting close.
It's gonna be like Virgil judgment cutted. Virgil did a judgment cut on the Twin Towers and took them down.
Even worse,
you know, we're
Snake?
Rolling and Rolling, like that song, Limp Bizkit song. Do you know the music video where it's filmed on?
Filmed in New York on. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Where is it filmed in the Trade Center?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say, Snake, you think that your idea is too outlandish, but imagine they do something worse, and they just do a
reference. It was outlandish.
Well, no, I'm saying if you think that's bad.
Imagine
if instead they create like an allegory to the Twin Towers, like some other big monument gets destroyed, but it was actually the government that did it on purpose as an excuse to invade hell, and they framed the demons for it.
Temini grew. Temini grew from 3 is a double tower.
Mr. President, a second Temini grew has fallen.
So I wanted to say one thing too, because y'all went a bit ahead of me, but I didn't want to slow down the pace of the podcast. When Dante's fighting the final demon and he just gets stabbed, which he doesn't even seem to like avoid getting stabbed by the big goofy like game-ending sword. He just gets stabbed by Sparta's sword, like kind of lets it happen, and then it opens the portal and it's like, oh shit, here we go. You know, portal's being opened. Yep. That was already goofy enough, but what I found even funnier is that when Dante just decides, I'm actually not going to die because power of friendship, Virgil's alive, so I'm going to live now. He pulls the sword out, just stabs the villain, who doesn't try to dodge, despite we've seen he has pretty quick speed and he's nimble and he's really strong. Makes no effort to stop the sword, just gets impaled for whatever reason, which undoes everything, portal closes, all that. That was, for one, anticlimactic. Also, just, it feels like they rushed it. I just wanted to point out how dumb that is. Like, get stabbed because
the worst episode, basically.
Get stabbed because needs to get stabbed. But also, I'm not the biggest fan of Devil May Cry, but even I know what happens when you stab Dante with his dad's sword. Remember DmC 5?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, it upgrades
him. It's a bit of a meme that Dante getting stabbed with swords. Anyone's sword really?
He needs to be stabbed with a sword every game. Yeah.
Except DmC 2 is the only time it didn't happen. And then he like jokes about it in DmC 5.
Yeah, and then in the show he gets stabbed. It's like the exact setup. I was expecting that to like upgrade his devil trigger or something. No, he just gets stabbed. I'm like, what? Oh.
Also, don't forget we don't have confirmation that Sparda's dead. He was just never in the picture, which for one makes one wonder.
That's throughout the game too, right? It's always been like that.
But in the games, Sparda died.
Did he? I thought it's been confirmed that we don't know what happens to him.
No,
I don't think he dies.
The opening narration for DmC 1 says he died.
Yeah, okay.
I thought they changed it a bit in the later on.
The idea
like,
is that's why Mundus is able to send demons to kill the family because Sparda's not there to protect them.
I'm gonna source you on that eventually, but okay, go ahead.
But in this, it's like, well, he was never in the picture. So what made this particular night different? Why was Mundus able to send demons now? Like, why is this the time when it happens? Because even in the reboot they explain it because he was hiding and then Mundus finds out where he is and comes to personally kill them. Whereas here it's like Sparta's just not around, and I guess 8 years or so pass, and then eventually Mundus decides, yeah, now's a good time to do it. It also leaves the door open for the possibility of Sparta being in a creepy sex dungeon like in the reboot.
Would you like to hear a very scary theory that's been going around?
Go on.
Because this entire show, the concept of the show is that Sparta was an asshole who locked away the Machaians and let them get fucked by Mundus, which is why Lady couldn't even utter the words like "wake up to justice," right? Isn't that the quote? That's why he done everything he done. So there is this theory. What if the vice president is Sparta?
Oh no.
And there's more to this theory. They got Kevin Conroy to voice, the vice president, aka the Dark Knight. Sparta has a nickname,
Fuck.
the legendary Dark Knight. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Snake. Mm-hmm. This theory may not be as far as you think. Mm-hmm.
I don't like how
Now you
Mundus
said
looks
that,
that
I
way.
think that's 100% what they're going for.
That's not Mundus. That's Sparta. Like that's a
I mean,
skin.
Sparta. Sorry, I don't like how
Right.
Sparta looks that way. I don't like that.
That's Devil May Cry 4. It's a skin for Dante, right?
Well,
Right?
technically, that's not Sparta.
Oh, thank God.
It's Dark Knight
It's a skin
Dante.
for Dante.
When we see Sparta's actual design in 5, it is inspired by that, but technically it goes
He's
back
much
to
more
the
mature.
It goes back to the original plan back when it was going to be Resident Evil 4, and it was going to take place over like 10 years, and I think that's what Dante... I mean, remember, at the end of DMC 1, Trish says, the legendary Dark Knight Dante, and then you get the legendary Dark Knight costume. But I think because it changed your Devil Trigger to Sparta's form, people just assume that it is Sparta. But the game... I think the only time it was ever confirmed, stated to be Sparta, was in Beautiful Joe. So I don't think it actually counts.
I mean, same
Yeah,
creators,
but I
right?
still always assumed that Sparta never looked human. I never assumed he had... I mean, he has like probably enough human parts to
he did.
breed.
He does.
In Devil May Cry 5, you see the portrait, so
Yeah.
he has a human disguise.
A disguise, maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
But that's
well,
still
it's
weird
either
because-
disguise, or that's what he looks like after giving up all of his power to seal Temendi Gru.
Ah!
That's still dumb, because
I like how Dog is so upset by a skin.
he shouldn't be human at all. He's from hell. Shouldn't have any
No,
human
that's
anything.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, here's the thing. We will know exactly whether this theory is true when they announce
next season.
the replacement voice actor. If they cast another Batman actor, like Diedrich Bader, or like Will Friedle, or Christian Bale, or something
Bale.
like that, if they get a Batman actor to voice this character, then yes, it's absolutely the idea.
That'd be so funny. Like people are saying they're already setting up making Sparta the asshole. Basically, I don't think this. I have a theory that doesn't have any merit whatsoever. But there is this side of people that are starting to get really worried about how are they going to adapt Trish.
Yeah.
And there's just one part of me, like this cynical side of me, that's thinking like, what if Addie was just like, oh, Trish is such a like a whatever character, and besides, like, Trish is supposed to just manipulate Dante to like go to Mundus basically in Devil May Cry 1. That's sort of the setup. So it's like, what do you do with that like idea, the fact that she looks like his mother and stuff like that? Why don't we change all that and just make Trish like this freedom fighter for the Macayans? Or something. Like I said, there's no Macayan character, so why don't we have this?
If Trish is going to look like Dante... But okay, they have a woman who looks like Dante's mother, kind of, but I feel like if you're going to have Trish, the literal copy of his mother, in the show, you have to maintain that.
You have to, right? You have to, right?
Yeah, like you can't just have like Ben Reilly show up in Spider-Man as just some dude. Like it has to still be a clone. That's how that works.
There needs to be a reason why she looks like her mom, his mom.
Well, I think
So
it's just going
it's
to
like-
be. It's going to be a manipulation tactic. It just depends on whether that's going to happen in season 2, or maybe manipulating Virgil as well, because that's a new angle we've not seen before.
Yeah, that's true.
Or
Yeah,
wait
Virgil
till
never met
season
Trish.
or wait till season 3 with Virgil being the villain for season 2, and then Mundus for season 3.
At least the one good thing is if done correctly, Trish would be immediately the most liked character, because as long as she's just calm, chill, and badass and fun, she'll destroy Lady instantly in the fan base. Like, she'll just be the opposite of her. But
I mean,
She's gonna be like Cat.
I would enjoy a version of Trish voiced by Kari Walgren. Yes.
One other, we're kind of jumping all over places, but there's like the
I don't
other
know enough
thing
about
that people
Trish,
are
though,
saying
is a
because
problem. I don't know enough about her lore. Yeah.
there's not too much. Basically, Devil May Cry 1 happens, and then she becomes a devil like hunter.
Yeah. She,
That's it.
Personality-wise, is she very similar to Dante? Like, she's chill, funny.
Yeah. I mean, you play Devil May Cry 5.
She's
that's
kind of like at
basically
that badass, like, I strike a sexy pose and do a cool thing, like in Marvel 3.
Yeah, that's basically it, really.
Basically, the most substantial things she did were disguise herself as an elite, make an identity.
Blackface?
Yeah,
I remember that
in
look.
DMC4.
Yeah.
So
And
funny.
in between 1 and the anime, she's gone off to do her own thing because she's sick of Dante's shit. But then because, but then in DMC4, she's just back with Dante.
In the anime, that explains why Lady and Trish became friends, basically.
Yeah.
They like to mess around Dante.
I also like it when in DMC5 when V explains his whole backstory and she's like, "I'm not your mother.
I'm not
V."
your mommy. It's great. It fits so well. Like she says that, "I'm not your mommy, V. You need to deal with this yourself." It's like pretty great thing for her to say, despite her being very lackluster in that game. But it's fine.
Yeah.
One other thing that people have brought up is the fact that if demons are an allegory for the minorities in that situation, especially with the the Bush stuff. That's the thing. It's like that's the whole angle of Devil May Cry. It's like, oh, these guys have feelings. That's how the angle is going, which is mind.
I mean, I'm sure that's why the president talks like this. You know what I'm saying?
And if that's the angle, and then Dante, like in episode 4 when he activates his devil trigger, I think he specifically says something around the lines of, I had this overwhelming amount of hatred and anger in me. What does that imply for demons, Addy, sir?
That's the problem. I wonder if they're trying to imply that Makaians and demons are different. Like, Makaians are in a special section of hell. That must be what they're going for, but they're too stupid to say that because they know if they say that, then there's no negative angle to the rabbit. And they want the rabbit to still be a villain, somehow. But if he's just trying to save the one good section of hell, then there's no negative angle and everybody would agree with them and there'd be no conflict. He'd be like, hey, Dante, I want to save just this group of demons that I know are good, because he's seen the bad side of hell too. He's seen the ones that are bullies and enslave everybody.
Mundus.
So realistically, he wouldn't be trying to tear the wall down. He would just try again to open another portal and get more people out. But maybe he'd learn magic to disguise
Humans
them or
are
something.
demons. Humans are the real devils. They can't be negotiated, so open the portal and save them all from there.
You don't have to negotiate. You just take that
devils.
guy who can shapeshift, you imprison him, use your experiments to learn how he transforms, like Shang Tsung in MK1, and then give that essence to the other demons. They look like humans. I fixed it.
It's pretty on the nose that this government-sanctioned military force confronts the refugees as soon as they cross the border.
Fuck them.
It's pretty on the nose.
The pictures,
they're really going to delve into like ICE and all that, and especially now with how things have been going with in the current administration, it's going to get really you think The Boys is bad with how like blatant his political satire is and all that. Oh my God, you have not seen anything yet. Wait until you see Devil May Cry Season 2. It's going to get wild.
I'm sure the minorities and immigrants love being compared to demons. I'm sure they love this. I think he's doing good work over there. Yeah, I'm sure they love being compared to that.
And fun fact, Snake jokes, but Snake and I still like The Boys.
I like The Boys. I just wish it would stop being really stupid.
Yeah.
You say that, but it's been predicting things a little too scarily.
No, I mean like stupid in the sense that the villains don't solve the problems they could instantly solve because the writers know how... They're trying to keep inventing ways why Homelander hasn't just killed all the people, but he could. There's nothing really stopping him, but he still just doesn't do it. We've seen him move so fast that no one even knows who's in the room. Doesn't even make a noise. So he can just kill people and take them into space. And they'd be like, what happened to so-and-so? I don't know. I don't know.
That's why the meme is Homelander is not as strong as people think. That's why every cinematic superhero equivalent can beat him.
Well, they could. Even if you do make him as powerful as he is in some clips, he's still not going to match Superman and stuff.
Anyways, so... at first, I just kind of hated the show and left it as be. But then that's the more I dive into it, I'm like, oh, they wrote themselves into this corner. Wow, I really want to see what they do now. I'm kind of enjoying this disaster in a way. That's how after analyzing the Virgil's character and how you make the demon sympathetic, and then it's that has nothing to do with the Devil May Cry lore, but you're still somehow trying to intertwine them both, and it just doesn't work. It's so funny. That's sort of how I'm looking at this show at this point, basically. Oh, do you guys want to know some teasers about Devil May Cry Season 2?
Go on.
Sure.
So, there is a picture of Lady on Instagram showing her in a commando outfit because she got promoted after what she's done.
Yeah.
In the music video, after what's the song? Evanescence, you do see Dante wearing a more Devil May Cry 1 outfit, and Ebony and Ivory in his hands, practicing in a base. So it seems like he's going to be working with the government, and that's about it for the sneak peeks. And it seems like Season 2 is happening a lot sooner than expected. I think they're done with it. They're just kind of going to wait for 6 months before they release it. So get excited.
Speaking of Lady and that government thing and all that, I forgot to mention this. There is a line that's meant
Okay.
to be impactful, but it doesn't go anywhere because, like you pointed out, Sonic, complete regression with Lady's character. Dante's like, she says he cares about our men, and he goes, really? I'm pretty sure he just got all your men killed and didn't wince an eye. And she goes, no, he cares. He just sees a bigger picture, but he does care about our men and all of us. But then when she brings it up, he just goes, no, it doesn't matter. Literally no death matters as long as the end goal. Like, we were defending all of humanity. No lives mattered, like except of all of humanity. And she's like stunned by this because Dante was right. Like, Dante called that he is a soulless person who only cares about his objective and just like his goal in his mind. And she like is visibly like anime stunned, like, ugh, and her eyes get all big and like it zooms in on her face like a little nying sound. Like she's like it's conflicting with her image of this man. And yet when it comes time to pick between him and Dante, she picks him, and she like shoots Dante in the literal back.
That's why I said "fuck you, lady" right after that. I'm like,
I think it's,
my gosh, this character never grew.
I think the idea is supposed to be because she's now seen what will happen if like the demons open the portal and all that. Because we get that. It's funny how when the portal closes, the demons just disintegrate. So are they dead?
They despawn, I guess.
But, yeah. So like, also yeah, you see that woman on the bridge from the first episode. Like, I guess she got her baby back off screen.
True.
Remember, what is it called? Plasma, blah, blah. Plasma can only turn into people who aren't dead yet. So that's why we knew the baby never died.
But we don't
And
know where he's
Virgil,
keeping
too.
them.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. He kept it somewhere like around the corner until he escaped.
But yeah. So anyway, I think the idea is supposed to be that lady's seen what happened, what could happen. So so it reinforces. Like even if she doesn't agree with Baines anymore, so that will set up her eventually freeing Dante. She's like, for the greater good, we have to keep this thing in like safe hands, and Dante can't do that, so she like knocks him out. I think that's the idea, but I think they could have conveyed it a little more strongly.
I think, like, you have a point, but I think, like, I don't think they're smart enough to think of it from that angle. It's like they could have, like, she didn't do anything. No, she just like drugged him after what Bane said.
And also,
This is
don't
where
forget,
this
we've
is the
been
part-
shown that Dante has super crazy reaction speed, and it should have heard that bullet and just moved out of the way because he's like speed of sound. But you know, whatever. He heard the gun go off. It's not silenced or anything.
Caught off guard, dog. He was caught off guard. He wasn't expecting Lady to betray him a third time.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely didn't see that coming. It wouldn't matter though, because it's the sound of a gun. It's loud. It's not quiet. Like you would have heard it. But yeah, you can't show
it's one
someone
of those
dodge
cases-
bullets on reaction and then have them get hit by a bullet.
No, you can, dog.
Yeah.
There's so many shows and games out there.
But they
where
shouldn't. But they shouldn't.
Aaron Black can never shoot Sonya, but he can still like punch it. You know, it's one of these things where it's like you can dodge bullets, reflect them, but if it's hand to hand or a sword combat, King, it's always like that in every of these fucking shows, basically.
True, I guess so, but it shouldn't be. Is my point. Like you can't show Dante. You should not do that. You should have at least had her like pat Dante on the back and have like a patch that like shocks him or something, and like you know, there's something else. I don't know.
It's plot armor lady. She can do whatever the fuck she wants.
Plot armor lady. She's strong woman. She is the betrayer. She's so unlikable. It's a shame. They made a character that was completely unoffensive, and everyone pretty much either liked her or did not mind her, and now just hated.
I really wonder if they're gonna pull like a, what's the character called in Invincible? Amber Heard
and just change her
Amber Heard is
completely.
Johnny Depp's former
Yeah,
significant
my bad, not her. I just call her Amber. I forgot her name. Where it's like everybody hated her in season 1, so they were like, okay, we're gonna make a lot less. Like she's not like the best character, whatever. But whatever ideas we had about her being more of like a annoying person, we're gonna pull that back way more for her in season 2 before like they break up and stuff like that. I don't know if they're gonna deal with Lady though. I feel like she's just gonna be like, hi Dante, I'm so sorry for everything that happened. We're gonna work together. I'm gonna be a better person now, guys. Teehee. Whatever happened in season 1 doesn't matter. I don't know if they're gonna pull that or not.
It's so dumb. It insults the character of Lady to have her betray him. It also insults fans of the show because Dante being captured and tricked like a little dumbass. Instead of just joining them willingly for some dumb reason, which would have been better if he has to join them for some reason, then just have him join them. Don't have him get captured and made a fool.
Like I said in the teaser, it's like you already see it's like he's gonna probably be working with them, or it looks like he's in a training room. It's just like you didn't really need that.
Could you have imagined this show's reaction and response if it was weekly? Would have been incredible.
That would be fun.
Like
all
that
the
last
memes.
episode would have been like history making. Like everyone would be so pissed.
Game of Thrones season 8 final
Yeah.
episode.
Exactly. Also, by the way, it was not greenlit for a season 2. They just already animated both seasons. But yeah, go ahead.
I feel like that's the case too.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's just like they already have the footage. It feels like yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah. Oh, so I wanted to bring this up for you, Snake, because you kept saying like people are so dumb when they're interpreting Dante because he is not just wacky woohoo pizza man. There is more depth to him. He is
I
putting up-
believe my exact words were the phrase "wacky woohoo pizza man" has done irreparable damage to the Devil May Cry series.
Yeah, and okay. I remember what I wanted to go is. The thing is, I'll tell you this because like I like Dante. I think he's a great character. Have you seen Cowboy Bebop?
Yes. Are you comparing him to Spike Spiegel?
Yeah, right. I think that's a really good comparison. Spike is this laid-back, chill guy, but it's like the more you watch, especially when you watch the ending of the show, you realize that was a front. So I
Yeah,
think that's a pretty good comparison.
I say that's a good comparison, actually. Yeah.
Right. That's why that's like Cowboy Bebop's a classic, but like Spike is a really great character because of that.
And just like that show, the last episode kind of ruined it for me a little bit. But you know, it is what it is.
Wow, the legendary Cowboy Bebop. Okay.
No, I like
to
the
be
show.
honest,
I'm just saying the last episode
I
felt like
didn't-
there was 1,000 better ways to write that. But yeah.
I'll be honest, Cowboy Bebop never really did anything for me either.
Oh,
you go.
but I just want to mention Spike, not necessarily the whole show for you. But
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's-
Backtrack, Sonic. Legendary.
Well, I like the show. I love the show. Okay, so fuck you,
dog.
dog. I'm not changing that. I'm just saying at least he acknowledges Spike's like point. In fact, have fun in the comment section, dog, because you think that the ending is bad.
Actually, I'm glad you brought up Cowboy Bebop because you know when they did the Netflix show and like how terrible and cringe Edward was for like the 4 seconds she had of screen
Spike
time.
Spiegel.
I reckon that's exactly what Nico is going to be in the Devil May Cry show.
Exactly that. Oh no, Miko's like my favorite character.
No.
She's going to talk exactly like that cringe version of Edward, and she's also going to swear a bunch and make a lot of terrible pop culture references.
Hey, honey, need assistance?
Need assistance?
Oh, I just thought. I know she's going to be in season 2. She's going to be the weapons master for that organization. She's the one who makes all the fancy weapons.
You theorized that, yes. You were like, oh, she's gonna be the one. Maybe, but I think maybe they'll just Goldstein, like the original one. I forgot her name.
Ha,
No,
you pathetic
I reckon
fools.
they might reference her, but it's going to be Nico. She'll be with one of the government agents, and then she'll be like, maybe she fanboys over Dante a bit, and then she's like, hey, I made these guns, Dante, when Dante's breaking out, when the demons inevitably invade the base, and she's like, hey, Dante, take these guns, and Dante's like, oh, these are cool, ebony and ivory, I like it, yeah, and he's just going to use those guns from then on, because he gets them from Nico, while trying to escape this facility while it's being attacked by demons, because she's the weapons master for the entire organization.
That's a way better idea than what I think is going to happen. I
mean,
think that
if they don't
Lady's going to be
cringe it
the
up,
one who
I don't
makes the
mind.
weapons because Lady's the best at everything. So Lady's going to be the weapon maker, but the brand that publishes her guns and actually mass produces them is going to be Nico. I just the word Nico on the gun
okay.
somewhere in small font.
So yeah, that's the show. I think we should wrap it up because it is 4 hours now.
Hell yeah.
But like I already gave my grievances. Like I'm in for the ride at this point. I've kind of become too big of a Devil May Cry fan to like step out of this. I want to end this with some positives, but you guys go ahead. Like say if you want anything else you want to end this off with.
Yeah, I'll go second to last. So I'm still going to watch it if it gets to season 2 because my girlfriend probably wants to watch it. But also, I don't despise the show. I thought it was completely fine and mostly unoffensive. I hated the lady portrayal, but whatever. Then the final episode just ruined it all. But I'm like, it's just one episode out of the whole series. I'm not going to like throw away the entire pie just because one slice was bad. So, you know, I'll give it another chance in season 2. I don't like the Virgil actor at all, though. So we'll see how that goes. I don't like the voice acting.
We'll
for
see how
him,
that goes.
but yeah. That's my final thoughts, really.
At the very least with Virgil, because he's only had like 2 lines in the entire show, there is a time where they could go, well, it depends on whether they've done the voice acting or not yet. They could change him up a bit. It's possible. Probably not, though.
I mean, I'll say this, despite not really liking the vibe, at least that's a character who hasn't played Virgil or a character in the franchise really, so it feels a bit more comfortable than Johnny on Bosch Dante. But yeah, I want to end on some positives. So first off, after this anime came out, this was actually the second most successful animated Netflix show that has ever released, behind Sonic Prime. So the show was very successful, and it's like the Devil May Cry show, and then like Castlevania is all the way down here on the list. So this did do really good. When the show after the show came out,
sorry, go ahead.
I don't. After the show came out, the Devil May Cry games have also gotten like a super high resurgence of being played. I mean, I played it for a palate cleanser, but I'm sure many people were like, "Oh, well, I want to check out the series." So this helped the games and stuff. And I think one thing, and I want to bring up one thing because I feel like Snake or Dog might. I don't think Dog. Snake is worried about the future of Devil May Cry. How is this going to affect like the things that are moving ahead from forward and stuff like that? There are some good news, because recently there was a mobile game, and it's called Punishing Grey Raven. And in the mobile game, it's like a hack and slash kind of mobile game. I'm not entirely sure how the game works.
Devil May Cry got a mobile game recently, Pinnacle of Combat.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
I heard ladies in it.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, voiced by, and Trish is voiced by the fucking Sphere Hunter.
Who is? Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's so weird.
Man.
So the point is, Devil May Cry is going to be collabing with this mobile game that's like a hack and slash. Dante and Virgil are in that game, and they are their DMC5 versions. And more importantly, Daniel is voicing Virgil, and Ruben is voicing Dante. New voice lines.
Okay, cool.
So it's like people are saying, "Oh shit, they're back." It's like, so like they're not like they didn't leave. They're not like fired. It's like they came back to voice these characters here. And there was even a recent interview where Johnny on Bosch was talking about like the anime situation, and he's going ahead like, "Oh yeah, so it's like I was already like asked to do this like a while back, and it's like, you know, we got Lady in yada yada." It's like he mentions like, "Oh, we gotta somehow bring in Ruben and Dan somehow into the second season, you know, something for them to do. Like I would love to like get them in." So it's not all like.
What I bet what's going to happen is they're going to play a bit off the, because they mentioned how Sparda was like the top general of Mundus, which the original games never made anything like that. He was just a demon who betrayed the others. In the reboots, he's Sparda and Mundus are blood brothers, and then Sparda betrays him, so it's personal.
Oh,
I reckon this show is going to cast Ruben Langdon for flashbacks as Sparda and Dan Southworth as Mundus. Or vice versa.
I mean, I also know that's like Casey Edwards, the person who's made the music. He did not make any of the music in this season, and he's like, after the show, he's like, "Yo, I'd like to make some music for your next season."
Yeah.
So that'd be cool if they can ever do something like that. I actually recommend you guys to look up the voice clips of Dante and Virgil, because there's some pretty cute things where Dante's like, "This feeling, Virgil's here. All right, I gotta go handle him. I'll be back for whatever fight you got, Virgil." And then Virgil's like, "He's here, Dante." And there's actually like a pretty cute reference where Virgil will pull out the book and he'll read actually a poem from the V book.
Nice.
And it's like, oh, that's cute. I recommend you guys look it up. It's because, you know, they're back. The original voice actors are back for this mobile game at least. So I thought I'd end on some positives, you know, some positives for the future of Devil May Cry. You know, I never know if we're ever going to get a 6th game or not, but, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. Let me, okay, what are you going to say, Snake?
I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised, you know, because Capcom's on a tear of like remaking and re-releasing older games on the RE engine. Like you've got Dead Rising Deluxe remaster, you've got the successful Resident Evil remakes. I'm pretty sure there's another one, but it's again off the top of my head at the minute. I would not be surprised if they remade DMC 1 at some point, maybe with Ruben Langdon and Dan Southworth in there, but like basically bring it up to like DMC 5 levels of combat and stuff like that. Because the original game was basically an old school Resident Evil game that turned more actiony as it went on.
Yeah. I could see that, and I've heard fans would be like, "You don't need to remake it because they're already perfect. Do not remake it," or stuff like that. But I could see that being happening. I think it'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard there's some people who are like, why don't we get a Tony Redgrave like story, a game based off.
The Los Illuminados key from Resident Evil 4.
Nice. That's very cute. Anything else you guys want to say? Because we are 4 hours in.
I mean, I knew it would be this
Jeez.
long. Sorry to everybody, but it's because we had to just talk about other stuff for 2 hours
I
first.
enjoyed it. I love this discussion. It's very fun. Very non-MK.
But
True.
I want to make one last observation about the show and how accurate it is to the games, right? So in DmC 1, Trish, I forget what Trish's line is, but she says something about Dante's sword. She goes, "A sword." Time to go to work, guys. And he pulls out his guns. So he calls them guys because he's a fun dude. Like, yeah, I'm talking to my guns. In the reboot, Dante goes, "Ebony, Ivory, I've missed you, girls." So that version considers his guns girls. The woke mind virus infected DmC Reboot. So in this new show, if Dante calls them guys, it's accurate to the source material. If he calls them girls, it's a hack trash, borrowing more from the reboot than the original game, similar to how the reboot borrows more from Bayonetta than from Real Devil May Cry. That's how you know whether or not the show's good or bad. So, let's just end it off with some Real Devil May Cry shit that the show just don't understand. Jackpot. Just don't understand.
DmC Reboot is like the least
Jackpot.
woke shit, I feel like, with how much they like just
You're
have
ruining the
sex.
bit. Shut the fuck up.
Let him
No,
end the episode.
I want all three of us to be
He did the
saying
gun,
that.
and
You
he
know
was
what I
like,
mean?
jackpot. It was cool. He had the guns pointing. He's doing little ocelot shit, like revolver
I wanted
ocelot.
all of us to say
Oh, okay.
jackpot.
Okay, let's go.
Come on, guys.
3,
Don't
2,
you dare
1.
say it. Jackpot.
Jackpot.
Well, we tried.
I think I demotivated Snake,
There was an attempt.
unfortunately. So I like this ending more, honestly.